Okay, hello everybody. Today is Wednesday, November 20th. We've got a busy day for the regular meeting of the Picton County Commissioners. I'm going to launch right in. Additions or deletions to the agenda?
There are no additions or deletions to the agenda, Mr. Chair.
Excellent. Next, we'll do some public comment. If you're here for public comment, please raise your hand. Come on down. Ingrid, you may as well go first. You're kind of public.
I'll be very quick. I just wanted to come and let you know we are planning on closing our office at 3:30 on Friday. What's this on?
I just need to speak up.
Okay.
She's just talking
All right.
softly.
Yes, sorry. We are planning on closing the clerk and recorder's office at 3:30 on Friday so that we can celebrate both getting through the election and the upcoming holidays. Two birds with one stone. So I just
Great.
wanted to notify you all
Early closing
sure-
Friday.
Good idea.
Friday. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Great.
That's it.
That's it?
That's it.
all?
That's it.
Oh, well, that was easy. Thanks for coming down. Public comment. Ellen, did you want to come make a comment? No. Oh, okay. Anyone else online or in person for items that are not on today's agenda? We'll take a look here. Star 9 to participate. Did you see anybody in there? Okay. Okay, got it. Okay. I'm thinking these are for issues that are on the agenda, so tell me can they hear us? They can hear us. Okay. Yeah, if you have a public comment that for something that's not on the agenda, please hit star 9 to raise your hand, and we'll get to that right now. Otherwise, hang tight, and your item will come up eventually. I'm going to keep us going then. Commissioner comments. Do we have a comment from Patty?
I just want everyone to be prepared. I think Aspen Mountain and Snowmass open on Saturday, correct? And got great snow this last couple of days, but it's really slippery out there. I'm looking at the ambulance district over here. It's really slippery. Please be safe. Maybe when you think it's not going to be slippery, it appears that it is really slippery. So please be safe out there. And we will not be having a regular meeting between now and the holiday. So I want to wish everyone a very, very happy, safe, warm, fulfilling in many ways Thanksgiving.
Thanks, Patty. Anyone else? Steve.
I too wanted to wish everyone a happy Thanksgiving. And I want to talk about wild turkeys. I think that wild turkey should have been made our national bird, and I understand that Benjamin Franklin had that idea too. They are so interesting to watch, and I hope everybody has them come around in your yard once in a while, because they are really comical to watch, and they're a terrific bird. Now, the bald eagles they're just they're pretty vicious, killing. Yeah, they'll kill all kinds of little animals and are always hunting for fish and whatnot. They're a different kind of a bird, but I like the wild turkey, and it kind of reminds me of Thanksgiving every day of the year when I see a turkey.
Wild turkeys are vegetarians and civic-minded. So what makes you think they'd be a better choice than the eagle? Just asking.
No, I haven't made that comparison to our country.
National bird.
Do you have anything
Ben
you want to say?
Franklin supported the turkey.
Ben
as the
Franklin, yeah,
national
yeah.
bird.
So
A noble bird.
How many turkeys do you have living on your ranch right now, Steve? One of them
Well,
picked out?
we've seen 8 a couple of different times. They're not hanging out right at our house. They'll be out down in the woods somewhere, and we'll see them once in a while.
There's a huge flock of about 20 to 25 at Bill Fales. When you go past this place, and then there's the place where the trees are really close to the road before you get to Boutz's. They're in that last field there.
Mm-hmm.
And we see quite a few, like, in our yard. I mean, I can practically walk up to them. They are so unafraid of me. But nothing like the ones at Fales. That's the biggest group I've ever seen of turkeys. It's really big.
well, now we know where to find them.
And really
yeah,
quick though,
yeah.
speaking of Bill Fales, there are still cows on the roadways. I had to stop coming down from my son's house on 133 for Bill to herd his cows down 133.
He needs an overpass.
And I took pictures, and those cows were just taking their time, and I think he had one of his grandchildren on horseback with mom or somebody leading the little one at
really?
the back of the pack herd. And I thought of you, Francie, and
Yeah, Ty just moved ours, but that was on Prince Creek. We didn't have to go far.
it was right down 133.
Great. For another comment, just from me, if I don't see one from Kelly or Francie, I'm going to be recusing myself from item number 17, which is the FBO, the last in our individual consideration items, and Steve will be chairing at that point, if I can make it that far, in which case he'll be chairing sooner. What's that?
I will say something.
Okay, Kelly has a comment.
Thanks. I'm just gonna comment. I'm having a bit of a cold and I'm losing my voice. So if I don't say a lot, it's because I can't. Just so you know.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Appreciate
and
that.
I
Give me my
understand
distance.
that, but we have a lot going on. It's a busy, important day.
Right.
So here I am.
Okay.
So it's not because you don't want to say a lot, it's because you
So I've got consent items, single reading consent items, minutes of November 6th, and a resolution regarding the abatement petition. Steve?
I'm going to pull item number 2,
Okay.
and I
great.
will make a motion to approve the minutes of November 6th.
Thank
I'll
you.
second.
Okay, all in favor of the minutes?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Item number 2.
So I have a question on this abatement petition. There is a $55,000 reduction that I don't understand what the reduction is. If that could be explained to us, Deb, would you be able to? Or one of you?
I can explain it.
Hi,
Hi, thanks for coming. Tell me your
Hi.
name.
I'm Cheryl Hasselbring. I'm a senior appraiser with the assessor's office.
Great, thanks, Cheryl.
And I'm actually, this is not my territory, but this is one of Wendy Schultz's properties, but she kind of explained to me what was going on today. So basically, the $55,000 reduction is because of the House bill, $55,000 reduction that the state of Colorado gave to every residential property in the state of Colorado. So that's what that is. Does that make sense?
Okay. Well, I thought it might have something to do with something to do with the state, but I just couldn't recall.
Right. So the state of Colorado wants us to look at the numbers before the reduction when we're doing abatements, and then show the $55,000 reduction on the abatement form. And so that's what that is. So on this one, originally it was not approved by the appraiser, by Wendy Schultz, and then because of that, the property, the hearing went to a hearing, and Mick Ireland then gave an adjustment to the $8 million. So there was a $761,000 that he gave as a reduction, and then on top of that, the $55,000 adjustment is on top of that.
Great.
Okay.
Thanks, Cheryl. That
You're
was pretty
welcome.
good for winging it.
So
Great
can I-
job.
That
Patty?
makes me question, so, in other cases, it's an automatic $55,000 reduction. This one, because it was appealed, the $55,000 reduction came later? Because we didn't see everyone who got a
Right.
$55,000
Yeah,
reduction.
that's the only time we've heard about this. Right. Only time it's
I
been
could
presented
probably
to us.
explain it too.
Sorry, now you've raised questions.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Patty, what was your question?
Well, we didn't see all of the properties that got a $55,000 reduction.
So they just weren't reflected on the form. It was kind of behind the scenes, but the state's come back to the assessor's office and is requesting that to be shown on the actual form.
So
So
the other
you
ones
guys
were
will
kind of
see
an
that
automatic of
note.
sorts, $55,000 reduction.
Yes, yeah, so it was
This
being
one was
done.
in a different category, so it had to have a follow-up.
You guys haven't seen this one yet,
That's what I
though.
mean. It wasn't just the automatic.
Correct.
Like the rest. Okay.
And then moving forward, you'll see that little note on the form saying $55,000 reduction, because
Because
that's what
I
the state's
didn't want us to
looking
have
for.
to see every property that got.
Everyone.
Exactly.
Thanks for that,
Okay,
asking
thank
about that, Patty. Thank you. Okay, I'm looking for a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the abatement petition for Christina Cathers and Betty Henn.
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye?
Okay, thank you. Individual consideration items, public hearing, single reading. Thank you. Thanks for coming. Consideration of an application submitted by Sheepdog Transports LLC for issuance of a secure transportation license. Gabe and Jeanette are here. Is this a veterinary ambulance we're talking about?
That's what I thought. When
I know, the same when I first.
My dog
Same
qualifies.
vehicle
She's a
we've been
sheepdog.
talking about, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Hi, everyone. Jeanette Jones, manager's office. And joining me at the table today is Gabe Muthing. And I think we have our applicant, Connell Udell, out there somewhere. I think he'll participate. And then Phyllis Mattias is out there in the cyber world somewhere, too.
Okay, let's see if they're online. If they're, we could raise hands if we need to admit
This
them.
TV is broken.
Oh, is
so
that-
these
okay.
and this
I think
one that
Connor-
we
Like,
can see
Where
is
are they?
working.
It was Connor and who else?
Okay.
Just
Phyllis, I think Phyllis
Yeah,
may
Phyllis
just
is there.
be
Okay, she's-
tuning in, watching.
if
I
she
don't know
does.
if she.
All right.
I don't know if she's going to participate or not. But
Great. All
she
right.
brought this program forward at one time, so we invited her to attend. This is an application by Connor Udall, DBA Sheepdog Transports, for a secure, I'll try to spit it out here, secure transportation services license. And Gabe's been so kind and willing to come in and give you a little overview, a refresher on the program. And then I believe Connor will jump in there.
Great. And we've seen it before, but please give us the
Yeah,
refresher.
just a quick once over of it. Back in 2021, the state of Colorado enacted some legislation that allowed us to have safe and efficient transport for those with mental health concerns. In prior years to that, it had always been done by either law enforcement or EMS agencies, and just the large amount of those needs for transport really took a lot of the law enforcement and EMS agencies out of it. It was very difficult to do. So with the legislation, what it did was put in a secure transport program, which allows services, both private and governmental entities, to be able to have a secure transport means as long as they meet certain requirements. And that list of requirements goes into everything from staffing to equipment, to types of vehicles, to what types of safety equipment needs to be in those vehicles. It's a pretty extensive list. But they have now done it so that each county will accept and have a licensing process for those agencies or companies to do so. What we have decided to do here in Pitkin County is to not only have our own licensing, but also to have reciprocal licensing. So if an agency is licensed in any other county, because those state regulations are the same throughout all counties, if they have a license in any other county, we will accept that license and in a reciprocal fashion and be able to give them a license here in Pitkin without having to go through an entirely separate process. It makes it a little bit easier on us for sure from an administrative standpoint, but also on the applicant as well, so that they wouldn't have to apply for every county that they operated in. So that's the kind of the background of it. Unless you have any questions, Sheepdog Transports has put in a request for reciprocal licensing, and their license is in Mesa County, and we have confirmed with Mesa County that they are licensed there and met all the requirements there.
Great, thank you. Any questions? Patty?
I think we talked about this, because we just did one not too long ago. I think we talked about what happens when you get to the county line and you don't have, so, and you said it'll be getting cleaned up as it moves forward, so.
It will, both from the state perspective and then also the county perspective. Where it is the license needs to be in the county of origin of the transport. So you can go to any other county to drop
Drive
off.
through or drop
Drive
off.
through and drop off, but the origin, you have to have a license to do so. For us, the big thing is that we have Aspen Valley Hospital, which is where a lot of our mental health transports originate, but we're also trying to keep those mental health patients out of a hospital, a medical hospital, and get them to the appropriate needs into a mental health facility, hospital, something like that. So this will help assist with that for sure.
Thanks, Gabe.
Great, Steve?
So Gabe, prior to having this safe transport system, were people who were having mental health issues, were they transported by you and your ambulance service or by sheriff's deputies or both? What was the system?
The answer is yes. Yes, they were transported by both. And as you can imagine, you're well aware of our sheriff's office, amazing deputies. However, it's one person in a car, and it was very difficult to make sure that we had safe, effective transport with just a single person, a single deputy in a car by themselves to take them to another location. And from an ambulance perspective, it really took an ambulance which was meant for medical care and emergencies and take it out of service to do a transport of somebody that arguably doesn't have a medical concern, but does have a mental health need. The ambulances will still transport mental health patients if they have a medical need. So, for example, if a certain medication was needed to assist that person, or if they had a heart condition along with their mental health condition as well. So the ambulances are still used for that. We're also just taking the mental health component a little bit back from our law enforcement agencies, just to kind of reduce the stigma around mental health, that it doesn't have it. We certainly appreciate the sheriff's office for their many, many years of doing those transports, but this really takes it away from them. So we can understand that those mental health needs are absolutely a huge concern for us. And it's great that we finally have a system to be able to effectively do this safely.
Great, thank you. I'm wondering if Connor would love to, if you're online, you want to say anything, just, I think you could join, speak up if you're up for it. Hold on a sec, we've got to get our audio right here.
Are you able to hear me?
Yeah, now we can hear you. Thanks. Go ahead.
Yeah, hi. Yeah, this is just a service to help reduce, local law enforcement and ambulances. It's for the local hospitals to be able to use their resources, also to clear up an emergency room bed and be able to get the patients the help they need to a mental health facility, which most of them, there's one located in Grand Junction and all the rest are on the Front Range that for the majority of them. So being in Aspen, Pitkin County, it's quite a ways, you're taking local law enforcement or local ambulances out of service for quite a bit of their shift.
Great, thank you. And you're talking about West Springs, is that what it's, West Springs Hospital is the Grand Junction facility?
Correct.
Still?
Correct,
Okay,
for now.
got it. Great. Back to the board. Any other questions, comments, motions?
I guess my question is why it's Garfield County for Child Support Services is, because we're not just talking about.
No, you're on the
It's the
wrong.
one before that, number 3.
Okay, great, thank you. I kept reading this over and over again, like, what is the problem here? Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Connor. I don't see any
Is this
questions.
a public hearing? It's a one read. It says.
It is a public hearing. Thank you, Patty. This is a public hearing. If there's anyone else who'd like to comment on this, star 9 if you're online. And in the room, hands up for that. I don't see anyone. I'm going to bring it back and keep us going. I'm looking for a motion.
I will make a motion to approve a secure transportation services license to Sheepdog Transports LLC.
I'll second the motion.
And we have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thanks. Thanks, Connor. Thanks for coming. Thanks, Gabe.
Thank you. Thanks, Gabe. Nice to see you again. 2 days in a row.
Okay, now we're moving on to first readings for public hearings set for December 4th. And up first is the intergovernmental agreement between Pitkin County Human Services and Garfield County for Child Support Services. And I don't know if Lindsay or Norma are with us. Who are we looking for? See, they didn't know how quickly we'd be flying through this.
Give me just a sec and I'll jump in here, Greg. John, I can help jump in too, because I did look at this before Lindsay, a couple weeks ago, so I'll try and answer some questions too if I can. So, no, I appreciate that. This is an agreement that we've had with Garfield County for some time now to do our child support enforcement. It is in front of the board because it is an intergovernmental agreement. And by charter, we have to bring those forward for board consideration. And I think Ryan and I will try and answer questions from there.
Great. Kelly?
My question is a legal one, so perhaps you're both
Good.
poised. So this is very familiar. We've been in this contract with them for a long time, and grateful to Garfield County for their partnership. But why is this an annual renewal? Is this something we can just? We can't hear you. I'm sorry. I'm asking why this is an annual IGA, if it's possible to have a longer term, because they have been doing this for us for a number of years.
Sure. Assuming, and I don't know the answer to this, that there's no appropriation associated with the IGA and that it's budgeted year over year, then we can structure the term of the agreement however you'd like. So I don't know what the preference is of Garfield, but we have other IGAs that last for more than a year, so there's no constraint on time, at least for that reason.
Thanks, Kelly. That was a good question, and maybe we should consider restructuring that.
Yeah, the only thing I would add is that maybe it's related to the fact the amount of dollars changes from year to year. And then we'd have to have some kind of budget supplemental or whatever. So this way we're wrapping it all up into one document, just a thought.
Yeah, and that's fine. I mean, we do have agreements that are subject to annual appropriation, and that would be typical, right? So as long as the agreement recognizes that the amount will change on an annual basis pursuant to approval by both governmental entities in accord with state law, then I think we can structure it that way. I'd have to ask Lindsay and her counterpart why they have it set up to approve on an annual basis. I just don't know the answer to
And
that.
finance office, because maybe they,
Right.
Yep.
yeah, okay,
Well,
great.
why don't we find out? That's a good question.
You know, a lot of these programs, and this is somewhat speculation, are reliant on some additional funding from other sources, so it could be that has something to do it with, whether that's the state or whatever it is, I don't know.
Great, thank you.
Yep.
All right. Any other comments, questions, motions?
I'll make a motion to approve and set for a public hearing on December the 4th, a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners approving an intergovernmental agreement between Pitkin County Human Services and Garfield County for Child Support Services.
Oh, second.
We have a second from Kelly. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Okay, item number 5 is a resolution approving a memorandum of understanding with Prowers County for the purpose of managing and administering calls to the statewide child welfare hotline regarding persons that reside in Pitkin County. I don't, is Kelly online or Lindsay? So you guys
We seem to have had a breakdown here, so
Just take it away, John.
yeah.
We do every year.
So this is another one that should be familiar to the board. This is a hotline that's run through Prowers County. We are not the only other county that they serve. With this hotline to answer and process child welfare related and adult protective services calls that come through the hotline on behalf of Pitkin County. These are annual performance contracts, which is jointly signed by each of the counties, Board of County Commissioners, and department executive directors. And I think these were purposely set up, anticipating your question, as annual agreements right now as they work through the hotline process.
Great. And this is for the amount we're talking about is the allocation Pitkin County makes of $6,450, increased from $539 last year.
Yep.
This is set for a public hearing on December 4th. Any other questions or comments or motions?
Make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
Okay. Further, it is a public hearing. Thank you for
No, it's not.
reminding me.
Public hearing set for December 4th.
Wait a minute. You're right. God, tripped me up.
We'll keep you guys on track.
I'm making all
No,
kinds of
no,
bad
I'm really my bad. Okay, all in
Sun's in your
favor.
eyes over there.
All in favor.
Aye.
Who's on
Aye.
first?
Aye.
Okay.
No, after spending hours reading this packet, now I'm
And you
completely
kind of,
lost
yeah.
on it.
You need to, like-
I got that way last night.
We
You're
say to
gonna
my
you're gonna
kids,
be up
like,
to
shake
speed
it,
by
have
the
a
end of the
reset,
day.
you know.
Okay, next we have a reso, establishing a policy number for the purpose of monitoring casework practice to ensure contacts with children, at-risk adults, and families are documented accurately and with integrity into the statewide database. And I'm going to look at John.
Yeah, this one's a little more complicated, and so this is an agreement. So the Colorado Code of Regulations requires that the Department of Human Services maintain and utilize a written protocol for quality assurance and investigatory process. And really it's to look for any falsified applications, in particular to child welfare programs, and information that's entered into the state system known as trails. I was hoping somebody was coming to rescue me.
Unless you're talking a conservation easement, I don't think so.
Kaiser Paul could do it.
So the Colorado Department of Human Services has required all counties to be in compliance with these new rules. What happens with this is we have an MOU really confirming that what's in front of you today is a resolution approving and confirming MOU for Pitkin County to be in compliance with the Code of Colorado regulations. And so it is a policy. Attachment A is a policy on falsification, and attachment B would be the social service rules regarding our compliance with these new state processes.
Do you have any background on this? And is this going to be a burden, financial burden, requiring additional FTEs, or?
It's certainly additional workload. Right now, we have not added additional resources for compliance. However, as always, as you incrementally add these processes and requirements to the work that's already being done. Eventually, we will reach a tipping point. Compliance with these rules has not necessarily caused us to reach that tipping point, but I would point out that with the new state allocation, we did add resources in this year's, both 2024 and again in 2025, around child services.
Got it. I get the impression.
It wasn't driven just by this, though.
Got it, okay.
We're actually hoping the burden will go down because we'll have less cases, which would be great.
Wouldn't that be good? Right.
So maybe our other child care services will prevent us
Right.
from having to have increased numbers on the other side.
Okay, any other background on this or questions from the board?
I'll make a
Comments?
motion
Go right
to
ahead.
approve a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners establishing a policy number for the purpose of monitoring casework practices to ensure contacts with children at risk, adults, and families are documented accurately and with integrity into a statewide database. And set for public hearing, second reading on December the 4th.
Thank you. And we have a second from Francie. All in favor?
Aye.
Great. Moving right along. Item number 7. This is an ordinance approving the Smuggler Open Space Draft Management Plan. Come on down.
Oh, thank goodness somebody's here.
Yeah, I know. And Kelly has a
Sorry.
comment.
Of these 3 items, the first 2 are clear, but it would be great if on second reading we could get
get
more
some more.
presentation on this, because I'm not sure how the number is attaching to the transparency. Anyway, thank
Right.
you.
Thank you.
Greg, I have something, I just want to add for the public to note that our next meeting will be December the 4th, which is the first Wednesday of the month, not the second, due to the Christmas holiday. So people need to know to prepare that our meeting dates will move up a week in the month of December.
Thanks, Patty. Okay, welcome.
Thank you.
Nice to
We
see you
have
here.
some maps if you guys would like to see them. I
Sure.
can,
Bring them on.
I just
And again,
raised
so you
my
guys know,
hand.
yeah, we're using these screens and that screen.
Yeah. Let's see. Raise my hand to be able to share. Do I have to?
Lincoln County Zoom is raising their hand.
Yep. All right. Just one moment here. There we go. All right. I'm sure we all know where Smuggler is, but here is a map that is a little helpful to see its context with the Forest Service lands behind it and the city in front. So we are here to present the first reading for this revised Smuggler Mountain Open Space Management Plan. So this is an update to the 2008 management plan that was created and approved by this board. And the Smuggler Mountain area has been expanded to include 300 acres. So we've included additional acreage in this plan that wasn't included in the 2008 plan, primarily over in this upper.
Can you just zoom in on the map in general, just so we can
Yeah.
get a little closer?
Yep. So this upper Hunter
It's in our
Creek
packet, too.
trailhead and this whole area that I think a lot of us think of as Hunter Creek was not a part of the original Smuggler management plan, but it's so close in proximity, it makes sense for cohesive management to add it into this plan.
So that's the leg off to the left?
Exactly.
Great.
Yep. So
300 acres?
the total, that's not the added acreage, but the total acreage is about 300 acres for Smuggler Mountain Open Space. So the Open Space and Trails Board is authorized to adopt management plans for our open space and trails properties. I think that's pretty clear to everybody, but some actions require BoCC ordinance. And that happens when there are actions or when plans require special uses or rules that differ from our Title 12. So Smuggler has a couple of those, and we can cover those here in a second. But overall, this management plan that has been updated continues a lot of the ecological protections and updates them for a changing climate, continues management actions established in 2008 that preserved habitat, It also accommodates year-round rec opportunities in one of our most popular open spaces. In the plan, you can see some charts on the use numbers that we get annually. So the three things that are a little bit different in this plan that require your attention is this continuation of a dog voice and sight control area on Smuggler Mountain Road. So the 2008 plan accommodated that dog voice and sight area just on the Smuggler Mountain Road. However, to be consistent with the Forest Service policies, this plan proposes updating that dog voice and sight area to all the single track trails that are on Smuggler. So I don't know if you knew this, but those currently, or are not currently allowed to be dog voice or dog off leash areas. So the plan tries to align what's happening with the Forest Service boundary out there.
So if we're looking at this map, it's all within the white boundary, but
Yeah.
the additional trails at the top of Smuggler and Hunter Creek as well. Then.
So this kind of bowl of noodles, these are all the single track trails that this would apply to. The caveat being it would not apply to the lower Hunter Creek Trail. That would remain
Thanks for pointing that out.
dog on leash, and we would still continue to provide those leashes at the either end of the trail. So that's to get more consistency with the Forest Service and provide for those seamless management boundaries. The other thing that this plan continues from the 2008 plan is authorization of open space and trails to enforce Title 12 and smuggler rules on the entirety of Smuggler Mountain Road. So you can see that Smuggler Mountain Road in parts does not cross or is outside of the smuggler management area. So per the 2022 Pickens County Road Maintenance and Management Plan, that plan grants us access to enforce rules and regulations there. So again, that's in that to align and provide seamless management. I'm going to pull up a different map here. This is to be a little bit more clear. The next thing that this plan includes that requires your attention is this small area that we're calling the Molly Gibson Park Trailhead Management Area. So this area outlined in white is actually not a parcel owned by Open Space and Trails. It's owned by the Pickens County General Fund. And so as we were updating this management plan, it was discovered that Title 12 and our ranger enforcement capabilities are limited in this area. So what this plan proposes is that Open Space and Trails rangers can enforce all rules in this plan, as well as Pickens County Title 12 regulations in this area. And so you can see it's a pretty important piece because it's right at the trailhead. It's where most of the dog waste happens. It's kind of a critical area for our rangers to be able to enforce.
And that's right. Is that across the street from the Smuggler Mountain Trailhead, or actually the Smuggler Mountain Trailhead?
It is the Smuggler Mountain Trailhead.
It's the trailhead right at the
Yeah,
first
so
corner.
the Molly Gibson parcel includes the portion that we all think of as Smuggler Mountain Trailhead, as well as Molly Gibson Park, which is maintained by the city of Aspen.
I was going to say Molly Gibson Park is maintained because I know that they have the porta potty. That's the city's issue over there.
Yeah. So that would continue to be maintained by the city of Aspen. So we're just carving off the portion that people think of as Smuggler Mountain Trailhead, as well as the parking along Park Circle.
Molly Gibson Park is owned by the general fund? I thought it was within the city.
No.
There's a portion of the city owns a number of properties in the vicinity of that, but that particular portion is a general fund property.
For some reason, I always thought it was part of the city and part of Centennial, connected directly adjacent to.
Is there a reason that it has that status and it hasn't been
Annexed
absorbed
into
into
the
open
city?
space, or?
Yes.
There is a reason.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
It's a
so
hotspot of Superfund.
There you
some
go.
of the well, there's that. There's also properties that were in the general fund prior to the open space program being created, that there was a desire not to have the open space program offset those general fund expenditures. And so you still see a transfer in your budget every year from the general fund to the open space program for management of.
I was just wondering why it never got annexed into the city as part of
That I can't
Centennial,
answer.
et cetera.
Yeah, but probably rising.
Yeah, I think that's probably part of this, because it's subject to the Superfund agreement
It's the
we
hot
have.
spot.
And that's also part of the reason it hasn't been adopted into the OST portfolio, though there's not really any reason it couldn't be, but it's just,
Who wouldn't
kind
want
of
to
an
accept,
outlier.
Who wouldn't want to accept a piece of hot Superfund
That's
property?
right.
Right.
Because the racket club and parking lot on the other side is in the city.
I believe
I mean, in the
that's-
county.
I have the boundary somewhere.
Yeah,
It's right along the road, isn't it?
yeah. It's really weird how that berm and the,
Right.
Yeah,
all that.
so this along this white line is basically the edge of the city and county
yeah,
boundary.
interesting. Okay, thank you.
Thanks for that.
Yeah.
And
So
where
when
was that orchid found that you just skipped by?
that orchid, where was that orchid found?
That's on your Smuggler Mountain single track trails. Keep your eyes peeled.
So when we presented at the work session, we covered all of these management actions. This graphic summarizes all of those management actions, and I can go into detail with any of them if you would like to be reminded. But after talking with you at the work session, we concluded our public outreach on the draft management plan. We received 220 comments to the draft plan. That's in addition to the 380 public comments that we received through the planning process. But of those responses on the draft plan, 85% expressed support for the management actions that were included, and only 4% opposed the proposed actions. We also received letters of support from Colorado Parks and Wildlife, the Forest Service, ACRA, RFMBA, and Aspen Fire Department. So, happy to cover any questions you have on any of the management action updates, but we are also looking to set this for final adoption at the public hearing that'll be scheduled for December 4th.
Steve, comment, question?
At one time, there was a problem with a lot of bandit trails that had been built here and there. And looking at the whole network of the trails, I wonder what happened with those. Are some of them made legitimate and incorporated into it, or were some of them actually closed and rehabilitated, or what?
I think that, this is maybe a better question for Gary, since this goes back to 2006 when reclamation of a lot of these trails began. But I think as the trails were reclaimed and restored, and formal routes were set up there with that 2008 management plan, a lot of those sort of bandit or undesignated trails, I think the general public started to fall in line with the established trails. In the past couple of years, there's been one bandit trail, which Ted and his crew closed last year, and that was in this general area. But through the public process, we heard there's a strong desire for a downhill mountain biking trail in this area.
Mm-hmm.
So one of the management actions, I think it's management action 3, suggests exploring the feasibility of creating a formal downhill trail in that area.
All right, thanks.
Just comments, questions? I'm just reading some of the public comment on, it's about dog poop or access parking issues. And how are, regarding conflicts between, it's a heavily used area, and sometimes mixing mountain bikes or e-bikes and dogs and pedestrians all together creates conflict. And I'm just wondering, do you see a change in how that, since 2008, is that? My guess is it looks like it's improved, because it seemed pretty dire back then.
Definitely improve the dog waste situation, and that is, it still is there, and as long as dogs exist anywhere, I think it's going to be hard to see a perfect compliance there. But we have worked with private landowners and also installed additional dog waste stations, and I think that was key in having the pots be partway up the trail so that
Right, that's
you don't
helpful.
have to turn around and return it. And so,
Right.
yeah, it's an ongoing management action moving forward, and it's improved significantly.
Do you ever have signage that recommends that people just don't leave the bags on the side of the trail?
Our rangers put signs out, either sandwich board signs or there's some permanent signs out on the dog waste issue. And one of the management actions in here, education outreach action number 3, looks at increasing dog owner awareness and compliance with dog waste rules in association with partners like ACRA. So looking to expand
Great.
the voice. Specifically on that question of crowding and conflict, Smuggler Mountain Open Space was one of the 15 sites that Utah State University conducted trailhead intercept surveys at in 2022 and 2023. And what is pretty fascinating is that, the motivations, the reason people are going to Smuggler is primarily fitness and socialization. And so when asked about crowding evaluations, this chart is pretty telling that the majority of people strongly disagree or somewhat disagree that they experience conflict while at Smuggler.
That's great.
So we have some really positive information from that. You can also start to see people carried GPS units. So the people that responded to this survey were in the heavily trafficked area primarily, and those were the folks that responded that they're not seeing much conflict.
That's great. That's because that is the place that was the high conflict area. So thank you for that.
Can I,
Patty.
parking seems, to the times that I see it, to be better. It's always been curious to me that people go up there for exercise and fitness, and they drive their cars, or they have the services from the hotels drop them off, when there's WeCycle and there's bike racks and there's a bus that goes by there on a regular basis, and it's a couple blocks out of town. So are we seeing more people parking or better parking?
What we're also seeing from this survey is that people feel that trailhead parking is adequate. We also asked that question in our outreach this summer, and most people felt that it wasn't a top concern.
And it's improved, because
It's
it used
improved.
to be a top.
We did get requests for a bike rack at the trailhead, so that's a management action in the plan to install
I thought
one.
the city had one down by their water fountain bike.
I think they do, but people want it right at the trailhead.
No, they
So-
hate to walk up that one curve.
Yeah.
Okay,
So we have that we have that in our
great.
plan.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thanks for that. Let's see, this is set for public hearing on December 4th. Any other comments, questions from the board, or motions?
I'll make a motion to approve the ordinance, which approves the Smuggler Open Space Draft Management Plan.
I'll second.
Okay, great. Further conversation? I think we're good. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, ladies.
Thanks for coming in.
Thank you.
Glad to hear it. Good to see you.
See all of them.
Okay, yeah. Paul is up. This is an ordinance approving and accepting the deed of conservation easement for Turnabout Ranch Open Space Parcel C. Welcome, Paul.
My normal presentation computer is on here. Oh, thanks, Greg. Yeah, I'm Paul Holsinger, the Agriculture and Conservation Easement Manager for Pitkin County Open Space. And this conservation easement comes to us through a land use approval. This was actually discussed quite a while
years
ago.
ago, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was looking
Quite
at our
thoroughly.
notes. We had an open space site visit out there 2.5 years ago. So I'm thrilled that this is actually kind of wrapping up. But it's on the Turnabout Ranch formerly known as the Thai Bar Ranch, over near Francie's neighborhood, just south of Carbondale. It's altogether it's a 460-acre ranch, and those 2 years ago, the landowners came through to redevelop the development plan for that property. It included several parcels being extinguished, as well as changing some parcel lines around to develop a equestrian barn. But part of that redevelopment and land use approval included conserving the open space parcel C. Thank you. And I'll bring up a map. Where's that? I'll just load in a second. It's coming up. Okay. So 120 acres of the far eastern portion of the property is going to be dedicated a conservation easement. Through that land use approval, 4 specific things were requested as a condition to be included in this conservation easement by you all. The 4 are to prohibit indoor and outdoor riding arenas, barns, and stables. We have taken care of that in the CE. Include a fencing plan that is approved by Colorado Parks and Wildlife. Again, we included specific language that any fencing on that property had to go through had to be approved by CPW either personally or through existing documents like their wildlife fencing standards. They needed to include a land restoration plan that converts the hay fields or hay field just on open space parcel C, the conservation easement parcel, to an alfalfa mix, and require only 1 cutting that will be harvested off the area each season. Any subsequent growth must be left for the benefit of wildlife.
Can I ask a question about that while
Yeah.
you're on it? Looking at Steve, or alfalfa mix primarily because it's better for the ungulates that are wild ungulates, or it's a mix that the cattle and the elk like? I was trying to think, how did that come down to such a granular requirement on that parcel, which I know is the elk corridor?
Yeah, I don't know actually. It was in the land use approval. I included it in the CE because we were required to, though I didn't have time to go back and listen to the meeting to find out what the purpose was. The best I can tell is, for our agricultural leases, we do something similar. We don't get to the seed specific level, but we will say after a certain time or after a certain cutting, any production must be left for wildlife.
Right. Is there an irrigation component, Steve?
Well, the alfalfa is very deep rooted and it makes good use of the available water. To get multiple cuttings of alfalfa, it has to be continually irrigated for each cutting, but alfalfa also is a nitrogen fixer, and so it's very rich in protein, and elk and cattle,
they all like it.
Like it a lot. Yeah.
Okay.
I was surprised to see the alfalfa too instead of native grasses, because with only 1 cutting, it's like the alfalfa's just going to get weedy and stringy and flowery and not be that great. So I thought it was a very unusual choice. I mean, since they're only allowed to cut it once, they're going to have yucky alfalfa by the end of the season.
Yeah,
Interesting.
At our elevation, our alfalfa fields, we used to put up 2 cuttings on them, and we just finally gave up on that. It was much easier to get 1 cutting, irrigate it again, you get regrowth, and that makes good fall pasture.
I think for second reading, I can get down into it and go rewatch that meeting.
It's the big why.
I'll take care
Yeah,
of it.
that would be great.
Maybe there's a
Because native grasses does seem like a reasonable choice for the cattle and the elk.
Mm-hmm. I had the same thoughts as you all, but looking at the land use and the specific language in the resolution, it was required, so we put it in the conservation easement.
I'm just glad I'm able to have a conversation with 2 ranchers
Well,
in a
and eventually, You know, I think the grasses will take over eventually.
Yeah.
The alfalfa will diminish over time if they don't plow it up again.
Yeah.
There will, you know, probably for decades, there will be a few alfalfa plants there, but it won't be predominant in the long run.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the last item that was required of that resolution was to irrigate the upper meadow or meadows at least twice after the first cutting, as long as water is available. And now that we have the map, it's a little easier to see kind of what the situation is. The yellow outline is the conservation easement. The property is a
Without the hash marks.
yeah,
Right.
the hash mark below is an existing conservation easement that was dedicated by Emma Danzinger, the
Right. That's-
owner of Ty Bar.
remember that?
Right.
I remember all that.
Actually, it was the Flying Dog, I think, who conserved that.
A flying
I
dog.
think
is-
so, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, this is Flying Dog. This is Ty Bar. I don't know which one we're talking about. So the full property is actually this,
Right
this
down to the
whole
road
piece
and-
here.
yeah.
But you can see this field just from this aerial. It's also above the ditch, so the dividing line for this property is, this is the Prince Creek ditch. Everything above the Prince Creek ditch is getting conserved.
Got
So
it.
the landowners actually pump water from the Prince Creek ditch up and irrigate that piece. So it's a piece that is kind of difficult once water levels get low. If the ditch gets called down to less than, it's decreed right, it's kind of tough to irrigate that
Right.
that piece up there. So I think that was the decision for that last irrigation point.
Sounds like unlikely water availability.
Well, we're
Pretty
yeah,
often.
Yeah.
we're hoping climate change will stop, but
Definitely that's going to
Yeah.
happen, Paul.
I mean, so they can't water it at all?
well, there could be years where it's just dry and it doesn't ever get irrigated. There could be
Right.
years.
Or it could surprise us, and we might have lots of rain.
We're,
micro storms.
In any case, we've included language in the conservation easement, which is attached to the your packet there, to be flexible with this situation.
Excellent. Thanks for the conversation on that. Any other comments or questions?
The only other thing is, I brought this back to the Open Space Board just to remind them, since we talked about this on May 5th, 2022. So I took it to them last week. They reaffirmed their support, and so we're ready to move this on.
And why has it taken so long?
I don't know. I think it was just planning on the landowner's part, and they've also gotten to the point where they've hit their deadline that they need to get this done,
Oh.
otherwise it's going to expire, and
Okay.
I think that date is December 19th.
I get it.
So here we are.
Is that a recent satellite photo? I'm just wondering how much has happened down there that I haven't, it's been 2 years since I even thought about it.
Happened on the property?
Yeah,
I do think this is 2023.
got it. Okay, thanks.
I was gonna ask that question. I don't know if, Paul, you would even know.
Well, this would be a condition of approval for allowing them to
The
obtain a
next step.
building permit. So if
Okay.
they don't have this done, they can't get permits. I also know they are adjusting a lot of the platting and doing a bunch of survey work on the parcels over the last couple of years as well. So this has popped up on and off of my desk. I know that. So here it is.
Okay, great. That
Got it.
answers my
Thanks for that.
question.
Okay. I'm looking for a
Property's
motion
still
or
in the same ownership though, correct?
It's
Correct.
I'll make
rumored that it's for
I'll make a
sale.
motion to approve the ordinance approving and accepting the deed of conservation easement for Turnabout Ranch Open Space, Parcel C.
I'll second it.
Steve and then Francie. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Thanks, Paul.
Still here.
Always interesting.
Paul's not going anywhere.
Paul's still here. And Dale's out of town, right? Is he gonna call in or is it just you?
No, he texted me. He said, "Is it okay if I keep having fun in California?" I
Right,
said,
yeah, he's on a
"Absolutely,
road
Dale.
trip. Right.
You earned it."
Yep.
So,
Okay, so this is, up next, we have an ordinance authorizing acceptance of the donation of the Delaney property.
yeah, and this is a property that just showed up for us through the help of some friends in the valley. including Jeff Beer and Redstone, and the Delaney family, who this parcel is named after. It is a 240-acre parcel. It's actually not in Pitkin County. It's just south of the Pitkin County line. This map is showing the community of Marble here. The Pitkin County line is kind of off map, up to the north here. This yellow hash mark is actually a Pitkin County conservation easement.
Is that on Larry Darian's?
That's the Darien Conservation Easement, who we co-hold that with Aspen Valley Land Trust, and we did that with the help of our friends at Great Outdoors Colorado, the state fund. But the Delaney's came forward. They had this piece, and they originally had it listed for sale, but they didn't get too much interest, so they approached, with the help of Jeff, approached Pitkin County Open Space and decided to donate this parcel and take a tax deduction as a donation. So Pitkin County Open Space worked with them, an appraiser, to get them suitable appraisal so they could claim that deduction, and they're ready to sign this over. And the thing that makes this so unique, and I think it also helps to look at this. Here's another zoom in there, but the 3D map shows a better kind of version. This is kind of what it looks like. This is Chair Mountain up here. This is kind of that first switchback at McClure Pass. Here's the Pitkin County line, this line coming across right here. But it's pretty steep. This is Rapid Creek. It goes right through it. It has a confluence with the Crystal River right there. There's actually existing trails that we heard was put in by the Forest Service, but it's kind of tough to find now. You kind of got to go uphill. But they are used by hunters frequently. It actually crosses the property here. So one thing that is nice about this property is we can just fold it into our backcountry parcel management plan, which means it'll be managed just like the surrounding Forest Service. It's also a piece that we can use for a potential wildwood land exchange over at North Star. So it came at a perfect time for us, and we can't thank the Delaney family enough for thinking of the county. Before you might ask, why we are taking it and not Gunnison County is that we've worked in this part of the county, part of the watershed, I would say, and talked with Gunnison County in the past, and they simply don't have the staff to manage these kinds of assets. And they've, in the past, we talked to them about this. We have some parcels over here along the state wildlife area. They were more than happy to allow Pitkin County to take that and manage it. And like I said, we have staff to take care of it, and we have the ability to work with the Forest Service to hopefully transition it back to forest in the future.
I'm just wondering how many properties outside the county have we taken on in this way? Can you count on one hand or two hands? Hands and toes?
Well, the main ones that I would point out is this one, the Red Hill parking lot is a piece that I don't think many people know is it's a conservation easement held by Pitkin County Open Space.
Glacier
Kaufman.
is a fee owned. Yep. Kaufman is a conservation easement, and this is a relatively recent thing that the county has been doing. I think maybe 10 years ago, the department realized that working outside of the county has a benefit to the citizens of Pitkin County, and we carefully have been ensuring conservation and recreation occur.
What about Emma Farms? Was that just a conservation easement bridged over into Eagle?
Emma Farms is right on. It's half. It's not half, but it's partially in Pitkin, partially outside.
Picking my brain now.
Yeah, the trail is outside of Picken County, but
It makes sense if it's in our commuter shed, our watershed, our recreation shed.
Yeah.
It does, you know, it's great that our watershed is kind of maybe in small bits and pieces.
I think the furthest one we've gone is Red Hill.
First
We
one,
have
yeah, that's
another
pretty
one
far
up
down,
in
too.
Marble though, right? The Beaver Lake?
Yeah.
Yep.
up by
And we
Beaver Lake.
helped Aspen Valley Land Trust purchase
With the
The Outward Bound School.
Outward
the
Bound.
Outward Bound School.
Right.
Yep.
Right. Great. All worthwhile.
And we got another one over there that was like an old mining claim that a family did.
Yeah, even way up on the kind of
Lead
like the
King- Lead
peak
King
of the Lead King.
The
I'm
Lead King, right.
Never gonna drive a county truck up there.
Yeah. No, you don't want to do that.
I wouldn't even walk it.
I
I've
would
walked
walk
it.
it.
It's
I
hard.
know.
before I
I've
drive.
biked it, it's hard.
Okay. Any other comments or questions on this? This is great. And yes, thank you to the Darien family for the Delaney family. Ha.
Delaney family.
And
I was
to the
thinking Darien.
Darians
Yeah,
for
thank
not
you.
purchasing or
Right. Thanks to the
otherwise.
Darians for not purchasing it. Thanks for the Delaney's for donating it.
We spoke with Larry as well, and he was happy that this is happening.
Great. Glad to hear it. As the neighbors.
Not what I heard.
Okay.
I'll make a motion
Thank you,
to
Patty.
approve an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners authorizing the acceptance of the donation of Delaney property and set for second reading public hearing on December the 4th.
I'll second.
Okay. Great. Patty
Filling
and
up that
Kelly.
day.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thanks, Paul.
Thank you.
All right,
Yeah, we're gonna
Dan.
keep going.
Dan's here. Alex? Okay.
They're stuck in the back corner.
Up next, individual consideration items, public hearing, second readings. And number 10 is a resolution approving a third amendment to a contract with the Colorado Department of Human Services, Behavioral Health and Admin, providing funding for jail-based behavioral services. Welcome.
Thank you.
Saw you sitting back there.
Yeah, I was hoping if I hid far enough, John would just do it for me. But
I see you, he left the room. He ran from
yeah,
the room.
no, he ran away. Dan Fallon, Division Chief for the Picken County Jail. This is an additional $7,500 that the state found in their budgets to award us for our JBBS programs.
Which is?
Jail-based behavioral services. Sorry.
Gone. I want to make sure.
We
what
like
do
it
we
when
have
the
here?
state finds a little additional money for us.
I will take any money that anybody gives for the most part.
So you're recommending we approve this?
I would recommend that you approve this, yes. We use it for programming in the jail. We use it for items we give out when we send people to treatment. A lot of good uses for all this money, and it will all get spent.
Thank you.
Unless there are any other questions, I'll see if we have any public comment. Steve, go ahead.
Well, I do have a question. It's about the state ballot question, the $350 million that the state will provide for peace officers, and I never have fully understood how that could be spent, but I would hope that some of it could be spent by counties for their deputies, sheriff's deputies, for the jail staff, for
Most
improvements
likely
to the
not
jail,
the
those sorts
jail.
of things, but do you know, or are you?
Most likely not the jail, because that would be for the peace officers, which goes to the post academies and stuff like that. So for patrol, there's a possibility. I haven't looked too much into it since I know it doesn't apply directly to the jails, or we can't like grab a bunch of money out of that.
And the problem is there is no money allocated
Yep,
to,
no
to
source.
grab. It's a great ballot question with no funding source.
Yes.
This grant this year, $182,500, is that correct?
It's an additional $7,500 off what was approved earlier this year.
Excellent. I'm going to open it up to public comment. Do we have anyone online or in the room who wants to comment on this? Getting money for good causes. I don't see any hands up. Star 9 to raise your hand if you wanted to comment on this, but I don't think people are here for that. I'm going to bring it back to the board, and let's keep moving.
I will make a motion to approve a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners approving a third amendment to a contract with the Colorado Department of Human Services Behavioral Health Administration, providing funding for jail-based behavioral services. Thank you, Dan.
I'll second the motion.
Patty and then Steve. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Great. Thanks, Dan.
Thank you very
Make
much.
it easy on us.
Yeah.
Thank
Okay,
you.
Ashley's coming down for item number 11, approving and authorizing the chair to sign an intergovernmental agreement with the town of Snowmass Village to support the redevelopment of the Little Red Schoolhouse. This is a reso.
Would you mind promoting Greg LeBlanc from Snowmass, who I believe is on? Thank you. Good afternoon. Ashley Pearl, Resiliency and Housing Director. And as the chair said, I'm here on second read with a grant, an IGA, an intergovernmental agreement with the town of Snowmass Village that would have us granting to them $208,000, which is our last remaining ARPA money, to support their redevelopment of the Little Red Schoolhouse. The board has heard about this project a couple different times, and you heard about it on first reading. So instead of me talking at you, I would invite Greg from Town of Snowmass Village if he just wants to say anything about the project, and otherwise just happy to take questions from the board.
Welcome, Greg. I think we've got you. Can you hear us?
I'm hoping you can hear me. Thank you for having me this afternoon. I have nothing to add, and I don't want to get in the way of good work.
Thank you.
I like that.
Smart move.
Great. And I will remind the board, we had committed this money at this time and then in-kind grant writing resources to the town. We still don't have an update on the particular grant that we expected to be out at the beginning of this month. And so hopefully it's coming soon, at which point the town will work with our grant consultants to write a grant application. And if there is a match requirement, you all have previously invited the town to come back and talk to you all about a potential additional Pickens County contribution towards any sort of matching grant. At that point, it will not be ARPA money. It would be general fund money. But we can have that conversation once we don't even know when the grant will be posted and what the details will. But just as a reminder, you might see the town back in 2025.
Great. Thank you for
Is that
that.
a local or a federal grant?
It's a state grant.
This is a public hearing. I could open this up if there's anyone who wants to speak about this or ask a question. I guess speak about it. This is regarding the Little Red Schoolhouse Child Care Facility. Star 9 to raise your hand. Don't see anybody I recognize who would be doing that. Back to the room.
I'll make a motion
Okay.
to pass the resolution approving and authorizing the chair to sign an intergovernmental agreement with the town of Snowmass Village to support the redevelopment of the Little Red Schoolhouse Child Care Facility.
I'll second.
Kelly, great, thank you. I just remember looking at the Little Red Schoolhouse practically my entire life. We'd make an annual pilgrimage all the way to Snowmass in the summer times when I was a kid, because it seemed like it was so far away, and to visit a friend up there. But the schoolhouse has been there all that time. Thank you very much. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Great, thanks, Ashley. And you're not going anywhere. This is a resolution approving and authorizing the chair to sign an intergovernmental agreement with the town of Basalt to fund the construction of the Stotts Mill Child Care Facility. We're in a child care role here, people.
Well,
Thank you, Ashley.
yes, I'm right. Here I am again. Partly because these grant agreements do need to be signed by the end of the year to encumber the ARPA funding, or else we do lose it. So I can't believe we've been talking about it for this long, but all ARPA money does have to be encumbered by December 31st, 2024, and fully used by December 31st, 2026. So that's why we're moving on this. So this is a resolution that would support the chair in signing an IGA with the town of Basalt for a second time to support the development of the Stotts Mill Child Care Facility, which is open and running, and both Steve and I were at the ribbon cutting for it. So they have asked us to fill in that last remaining gap of their budget at $200,000, and different than the one we just talked about. In exchange, the county will receive an additional 5 years on our priority for our employees. So as a reminder, right now we have 11. We have access to 11 priority spots for children of Pickens County employees for 5 years. By signing this and contributing additional funds, that extends to 10 years of time. And I did just get confirmation we just had one more person go on the waiting list. So I believe at this time we have 3 Pickens County employees have kids enrolled, and we have another 4 or 5 on the waiting list, hoping to get in at the next go round.
Wow, great. So it's working.
it's working.
Great, thank you. Comments, questions? This is a public hearing,
I
but
guess
go
my
ahead.
question is, well, how does the priorities work? You're still on a waiting list? I don't quite get that.
So when the childcare was not open yet, they were accepting open enrollment, and that's when our 3 got in, and they were if they enrolled or if they applied, they automatically got a spot. Now that they are full, because they couldn't just hold the spots indefinitely for our employees, now if you're a Picken County employee, you get automatically put on the wait list behind any other Picken County employee, and then as spots open up because kids roll out and whatnot, Picken County employees will get those spots.
So the open enrollment occurred before we had committed to helping them?
No, it occurred when we did our last contribution of $250,000.
Okay.
Yeah. And at the time, we only had 3 employees that were ready. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you. No other questions, I'll open it up for public comment, star 9 if you're online and you want to make a comment on the Stotts Mill Child Care Facility, IGA. And I don't see anybody who would be commenting on that. In that room, nobody's here for this. What's this child care facility, people? Come on. Alex. Okay. I have no takers. All right, bringing it back to the board, I'd accept a motion.
So I will make a motion, and then I have a comment afterwards.
Great, sure, I'll keep it for you.
So I'll make a motion to approve the resolution approving and authorizing the chair to sign an IGA with the town of Basalt to fund the construction of the Stotts Mill Child Care Facility.
I'll second.
And Kelly with the second. All right, you're on a roll for this child care
So my
facility.
comments are
Go
about
ahead.
the name Stotts Mill, which this is your historical interlude for the day.
Only one?
So this land was Joe Few's ranch at one time. All the area of Basalt South where the high school is, all of that belonged to the Few family. Lonnie Stott married Joe Few's daughter. So he's the son-in-law, and he had a sawmill out in the property there where we many times went to, we needed rough sawn spruce. That's where we would go to get it. After the sawmill in Lanedo closed, that was the nearest sawmill. So that's where the name Stotts Mill came from, and I always think of that sawmill out in the middle of the property there.
What years did he run that?
Well, it was in the, I don't know,
60s.
60s, 70s,
Yeah.
maybe into the 80s, I'm not sure.
Got it, okay.
So didn't your dad get in trouble for stealing wood from someplace up there? Your dad, remember when he stole a bunch of logs from somebody's?
My dad?
How was your dad?
I don't remember.
The county commissioner,
Yes,
okay, we're not
trying to make some
telling
news
those.
for you over there. Is anybody paying
Remember this
attention?
story.
I'll have to remind you of it later.
Tell me later.
Okay, Kelly.
Mega's from
Well,
Lanedo.
I'll just again treasure Steve's historic interludes. Since our time with him is so limited, I want to hear everyone before now and the
Saying that.
beginning of January. And I just wanted to take a moment. I just would like to point out that in the 6 years I've been on this board, the huge progress we've made on working on childcare. When I came on the board, we did not have sort of an active, deliberate effort to help improve the situation of childcare in the valley, and I think we've really made a lot of progress here with the adoption of our own policies relative to parental leave, with the use of the ARPA funds to support our providers and to support building new facilities and hiring dedicated staff in Ashley's position to work on this. So I just think we should recognize that we've
Celebrate
made
this.
significant and meaningful progress in a few years.
I just want to point out, I think Rye probably grew up here. I grew up here without the benefit of child care, and it's pretty obvious, even into later adult age. and so I think this
Excellent.
is a positive step forward.
That's right. I
I'm
totally
talking about
agree.
you in particular.
I think I took care of him in high school.
Yeah.
I also grew up here.
Yes,
Oh, you
See?
did too. See?
Ashley
You can
and I
survive
were
without childcare.
co-graduates from high school together here.
See, people, what could happen without good child care in a community? Thank you. Did I open this to public comment yet?
Yeah, we have a
I
motion
did.
in a second.
Oh, we have a motion second, and we're going to call it. All in favor.
Aye.
It was that lack of
Thank
childcare
you.
you forget where you are.
Thank
See.
you.
Thanks, Ashley.
Thanks, Ashley. That was fun. Okay, number 13, this is a resolution setting initial airport rates and charges for 2025. Dan and Diane and, okay. He's running out the door. What? Okay, they'll be right here. I think it shouldn't
He's
be
on
too
for the
long.
next 5
Yeah,
items.
he's
If you
gonna be
need
here
a
for a
minute
while.
to get set up.
We need to settle to take are we good? Should we take a 5-minute break? Why don't we just do
These
that
guys
before
set
we
up.
start? Let's take
Okay.
a 5-minute break, or do you need 10? And/or we're gonna take 5.
Yeah, 5 works for me.
Okay, folks, we're all back. It's Wednesday, the November 20th regular meeting, and we're on item number 13. This is a reso setting initial airport rates and charges for 2025. welcome Dan. Diane, nice to see you. Take it away.
Good afternoon. Dan Bartholomew, Airport Director. I'm joined with Diane Jackson, our Deputy Airport Director. And online we have Brian Elliott, who is our financial consultant with Workondo Associates. So this is the second reading. We're bringing back to you the 2025 proposed rates and charges, which includes landing fees and terminal rents. Those are broken down by airline for landing fees, airlines, and then general aviation. And then the terminal rents deal is exclusively for the airlines. As far as the rent structure with the terminal, Brian can walk through those for you briefly. He will be showing you the rates and charges that will keep the landing fees steady with the 2024 rates. This is sort of a hybrid approach recommended by the board on our November 6th meeting that discussed using some revenue, additional airport revenue, along with some of our savings to maintain the landing fees at an even rate, even though this year we have a moratorium on FAA grant funding to fund the runway maintenance in 2025. So therefore, with that, I will allow Brian to do his thing. If you would, Brian.
Good afternoon, board members. Brian Elliott with Workondo and Associates. It's good to be with you again. As Dan indicated, on November 6th, the board voted to maintain landing fees for fiscal year 2025 unchanged from fiscal year 2024 and set the airline terminal rental rate at $129.54 per square foot for interior space of the terminal and $43.18 per square foot for the exterior space. In follow-up to your November 6th meeting, county staff conducted a meeting with representatives of the National Business Aviation Association, the Aircraft Owners and Pilots Association, and invited members of the Aspen-Pitkin County Airport GA community to review the landing fee that was established by the board on November 6th. County staff also conducted a meeting on that date with representatives of the airlines that serve the airport to review the landing fees and the terminal rental rates for 2025. Established by the board on November 6th. As indicated in the board packet, today's action is for conducting a public hearing and second reading on that November 6th action and to adopt the resolution adopting the fiscal year 2025 rates and charges for the airport. So with that, I'll just close with this table, which represents the 2025 rates for the terminal building by the classes of space that are identified, the landing fee, fuel flowage fee, and the airline shared space, because Delta and United share some space in that building. You'll see, again, as was discussed on November 6th, no change in the landing fees for the airlines, general aviation for 2025 over 2024. $7.75 for the airlines, $9.18 per 1,000 pounds as well for general aviation. Locally based GA aircraft under 12,500 pounds do not pay the landing fee. Fuel flowage fee is recommended to be held constant with 2024, and you can see the changes we discussed in the terminal building.
Great.
Happy to answer any further questions, but I'll leave this on the screen if that helps your discussion.
Thanks, Brian. Kelly has a question.
Yeah, I understand those meetings on the 13th were consultations.
Yes.
Generally, what was the feedback?
Actually, the feedback was we did not have any pushback on it.
Did you present all the options or the one that the board directed in first reading?
We did to the initially to the general aviation community. So we had a couple meetings for the general aviation. We had a meeting prior to the November 6th board meeting where we showed a decrease in the rates and charges. Then based on board's directions, we had another meeting with them showing there wouldn't be a change to the landing fees based on 2024 versus 2025. Didn't receive any significant pushback on that. We did show them like you said, the various options and showed them this is what the board is recommending. However, it could go this direction, it could go this direction. So we wanted to give them full transparency on where the options go. For the airlines, we just showed them the option of keeping it steady because there was no point at that point of giving the airline, presenting a host of options when board's direction was to move forward with keeping them steady. So no negative feedback either way, though.
Got it. Steve, do you have a?
Yeah, Dan, I'm trying to get the timeline straight in my mind because the reason that we were resistant to lowering the landing fees was because we need money to maintain the runway. Eventually, at some point, the FAA will start funding those types of repairs. And provided we pass the ALP today, and then the FAA will approve the ALP at some point, but then we have to do an environmental assessment. At what point would the FAA start funding things at our airport again?
Sure. So there's a little bit of gray area in there as far as when they will actually start funding things. The reason I was late is I was on a phone call with the FAA, and one of the things they've mentioned to me on that phone call is we've been here before. So I think where they're looking at on this is they would like to see us starting to turn dirt on the runway shift before they're willing to come in with some funding on it. But I think there's some gray area in there as far as we can have some discussions with the FAA to see if we're moving forward on this, we're getting to the point where we're looking at getting rid of that modification of standard. They may come back around and say, okay, we're seeing some significant forward progress that's going to lead us to the final safety goal that we're seeking. We will give you money in, let's say, 2026 to maintain that runway if we need to.
So
But 2025 is a moratorium that we're not
Do
getting
one
rid of.
more fix on the existing runway while the other one's being planned and that sort of thing?
Correct. It's not something we're guaranteed to get yet, but we think we can have some discussions with them in hopes of at least we can find a happy medium there somewhere.
Okay. Thanks.
Other questions, comments? Just that when we went through this, we've gone through this a couple times before, and it's complicated enough. This isn't money that we can do anything with, and we can't set the rates any way we want. It was a complicated and somewhat confusing conversation until we reached the compromise that we reached on setting the rates. But it's not something that's easy to grasp if you're just looking at it and wondering why it was done this way. So we were working within some fairly narrow guardrails for setting these rates, and also from where the money would come from. So I just wanted to bring that up because I'm still. If you open it up again, I'd have to learn it again. That was complicated enough. I want to open this up for public comment. If we don't have any other board comment on this item, which is setting initial airport rates and charges. These are terminal charges and landing fees. And
One more question.
Oh, Kelly, go.
Can you just read again the total amount of that is coming from the county's contribution out of the airport fund to retain the rates at this level?
Sure. Brian, would you mind mentioning that?
Okay. Well,
So to maintain the rates at 2024 levels, this plan of action will necessitate an allocation of approximately $8.8 million from the airport fund balance, and will also use approximately $1.1 million of non-airline revenue that's generated on the airport as a further credit to the airfield requirement for the landing fee in 2025.
Thank you.
thank you. Okay, public comment. Star 9, if anyone online wants to make a comment on this topic. Still not to the topic they're all here for. And in the room, I don't see any hands up, so I'm going to bring it back to the board. And we've seen this. This is at least the third time we've seen this.
I'll make a motion if you're ready.
Thank you, Francie. Of course.
To pass the ordinance approving and authorizing the chair to sign a license and use agreement. Oh, no.
Resolution.
Setting initial air. This is not a good day for me. I should not even say a word all day. Pass a resolution setting initial airport rates and charges for 2025.
I'll second.
The next one's coming soon.
Steve seconding.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Okay, thanks for that.
We're not done.
Oh, you still want to talk?
Yeah, you have to call my vote. I remain
Oh, I
deeply
apologize.
opposed to this and
I apologize.
to a $9.8 million subsidy from the airport fund to hold rates at this level. I don't think this is what we saved this money for. I think that this is an enterprise that is pay as you go and that it should be absorbed by the users of the airport. If you had asked me if our plans to engage in a multi-year public process relative to the airport planning, that has resulted in consequence from the FAA withdrawing pavement funds, would be costing us $9.8 million plus the $2 million we invested into that public process, I would say that is outrageous. And I continue to think that this is outrageous. So I am a no.
You're no. Thank you, and I apologize. I didn't see. I didn't hear that. Thank you. Okay, it passes 4-1. Moving right along, and you aren't going anywhere for a while. This is an ordinance approving and authorizing the chair to sign a license and use agreement between All Star Media Services and the Board of County Commissioners for advertising services at Pitkin County Airport.
Thank you, Commissioners. Yes, Dan and I are both before you this morning for a second read for All Star Media for an extension of time for them. Everything else will remain the same for All Star Media. We're happy to take questions or review that if needed.
Great, thank you. Questions from the board? I think we've been over this a couple times, and it's a renewal we've seen before. I'm going to open it to public comment. If anybody in the room wants to speak on this, we have Ellen, come on down.
Thank you. My name is Ellen Anderson. I'm speaking as a citizen. I just have a question based on an experience I had about 1.5 years ago when I was inquiring as to what it would take to arrange for advertising for one of the groups that I was associated with. And basically, I talked to someone from All Star, and they would not tell me who makes the decision on what advertising is permitted. Based on what's there, it seems like watches are okay and real estate's okay. And then there was also stuff that was pro airside expansion. But when I said, what if somebody wants to go the going rate and pay to have something that is contrary to the pro expansion? And they basically just wouldn't talk to me. So my question is, just so the public knows, who makes the decision on what kind of advertising is allowed? Who makes that decision? We know some is okay, but what if, the people I was speaking on behalf of were just blown up. They just wouldn't answer the question. They would not answer the question. So as a citizen, I'd like to know how that decision is made.
So somebody will get back to her on
Great,
that. John?
thank you. Thanks for it. Yeah, okay, thanks, Ellen. Is that your comment? We're not going to have a
Somebody will
discussion
get
about
back
it
to you
now, but.
on that.
Well, this is the second reading, so is there some sort of answer before you guys vote on? Do you guys know
When
how the
you're-
decision is made?
When you're finished making your public comment, I'll close the public comment, and then we can come back and have a conversation.
Right, thanks, thank you.
Is there any other public comment on this topic from anybody in the house or online? *9 to raise your hand. I don't see any, and so I'm bringing it back to the board, and then also, if anyone has a question they'd like to ask.
No, well, if we,
Patty?
we usually don't answer public comment questions at this meeting, but, because it's up to, I think, to All Star Media. They're the ones who own the advertising. It's not up to the BoCC to tell All Star. It would be my understanding.
That is the nature of the agreement we're entering into with them. They have the discretion to approve whatever advertising it is at whatever rate they're charging at the airport.
And we will approve or disapprove an advertisement if it's all advertisements that have come through All Star Media, been accepted by All Star Media, come through airport staff to approve, but that's more for something has offensive material, something like that. But other than that, we don't have anything to do with it.
Right. Can you just describe how this isn't a public forum, it's an advertising
Correct.
medium?
Yep.
So do we need to just
I
explain
do
the
know that
distinction?
All Star Media does some public service announcements they have in the past for the county or for Board of Health. So I know that that's been part of their protocol, but it'd be, to me, it would be like us telling Jedediah's that I want this kind of bacon on my BLT, and that's the only kind of bacon you can serve. It's really up to them, so.
I think you've done that, haven't you?
No, Francie tried, and she got away with it, but they wouldn't listen to me, but anyway. That being said, I am in support of this because I think it makes sense for them to upgrade their equipment with some kind of, not really guarantee, but not that in 2 months we're gonna throw them out, and so we're trying to, give them some time for their investment. So that's where I stand on this. Thanks, Greg.
Thanks, Patty. Other comments? Seeing none, I was just wondering if is it something we can ask of them to provide a policy on advertising, just so we understand it?
Ellen can ask them.
Well, we can ask them also. Great, thank you. Anything else on that? Okay, I'm going to, I think we had our public comment on that, and
Did we have a motion yet?
we haven't had a motion yet.
I'll make a motion to approve the ordinance on second reading, approving and authorizing the chair to sign a license and use agreement between All Star Media Services and the BoCC for advertising services at the Aspen-Picken County Airport.
Do I have a second? Patty? Okay, all in further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay, moving right along to item number 15. This is an ordinance approving and authorizing the chair to sign a lease agreement between Jedediah, Aspen LLC, and the Board of County Commissioners for the food and beverage concession at the Pitkin County Airport, notwithstanding bacon requests.
Thank you again,
Sorry, I didn't mean to
Commissioners.
put that.
This is the same type of setup as we have with All Star Media. We are just asking for an extension for them for 3 years with an option for you all to sign an additional 2 years. Everything else remains the same for Jedediah's.
Right,
And this
and-
also supplies them security, just
we-
like All Star Media.
Great, yeah, we saw this previously. Comments, questions from the board? I think we've been over it, so I'm just going to open it to public comment. Any public comment on the agreement with Jedediah and the Board of County Commissioners for the food and beverage concession? Star 9 to raise your hand. Where are the foodies? Okay, in the room, I don't see any hands up. We're going to bring it back.
I'll speak as a foodie.
Oh, please. Francie, bring it
I
back.
just hope people in the public have noticed the improvement in the food offerings from Jedediah, both in the variety of food that they offer, the higher nutrition level, and better sort of
Presentation.
approaching more of a gourmet approach to the food that's offered at the airport. I think it's a pretty significant improvement.
Thank you, Francie. Did you have a, Steve?
Well, I would like to address the senator from Wyoming. Just say, this is my last meeting where we will be in the same meeting. And it has been a pleasure doing business with you as the owner of Jedediah's. And so I wish Jedediah as well. Someone else will be sitting in my seat the next time you come around.
He'll become a lobbyist to lobby you for things. Please, you feel free
Mr.
to
Chairman, I
speak.
know public comment's over, but just briefly, thank you. And to you, Commissioner Steve, thank you. It's been a pleasure. You know, it's fun as I listen to these meetings, waiting for my item to come up. Like most people, you become kind of a junkie towards it. You start listening to all the meetings. And so it's been great listening today. I know you're working on getting ARPA money out the door, getting an easement signed up before the end of the tax year and everything that's being done, and it's great. It's great to watch you. But Commissioner, to you, I just want to say thank you for your service. You made Pitkin County a better place. I appreciate Jedediah Corporation, really appreciates the opportunity to work with you and all the board. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And I'd like to note that he could not fly in last night, so he drove from Denver. And that's
great. Fun, huh?
Appreciate us
Isn't that
being
fun?
here.
That's always fun.
Yeah.
If I can be indulged while we have somebody from Wyoming, go Pokes. That's
Right, there you go.
Tough week this week.
It's nice to know a senator from Wyoming, I have to say. Thank you, sir.
Appreciate it.
Thanks
Thank
for
you. It's
coming
nice
down as
to see
often
you.
as you do.
Nice to see you as well.
Okay, so I think did we have a motion there? Francie made the motion.
Oh, we have the motion.
No, I didn't. I'm afraid to make a motion again.
I had you down
Steve,
for
go for it. I'll second. We'll leave
Steve and
Francie out.
Patty.
I made the All-Star Media one. Did we make
We're
a
on
motion?
number 15.
Oh, we didn't make
It's
a
number
motion.
15. Right. Okay, so Steve and then,
So I will make a motion to approve the ordinance, approving and authorizing the chair to sign a lease agreement between Jedediah Aspen LLC and the BoCC for food and beverage concession at the Aspen-Picken County Airport.
I'll second.
okay, Steve and then Francie. Thank you. Further discussion? Seeing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank
Be
you.
safe.
Thanks for
Drive
coming
safe.
in.
Thank you.
Drive safely. Okay. Okay, next, item number 16. This is the resolution approving an airport layout plan. Dan and Diane are still here. I'm going to chair through this discussion, and then I'll recuse for item number 17. Just wanted to give Steve a heads up, so
I'm ready.
he'll be
I'm
on
ready.
deck. All right, come on down. Rich, Diane, Dan.
My musical chairs are.
Welcome
How are
back.
you?
Okay,
see you.
take it away, Dan.
Okay, well, thank you. Good afternoon, Dan Bartholomew, Airport Director. I'm here with Diane Jackson, our Deputy Airport Director, Rich Engelhardt is Assistant County Manager, and Brad Jacobson, who is our ALP consultant with Jacobson Daniels.
Welcome back, Brad.
Who is welcome to take his jacket off and stay a while if he wishes, but
I just
it's up to
assumed he
him.
lived here
Yeah.
already.
He's ready to bail out of the
I was
room.
thinking it's going to go so fast.
Yeah, true. Yeah, you might want to take that off, Brad. Let's see. So this is the second reading for our airport layout plan, which is an update to the existing airport layout plan that was completed in 2016. This updated airport layout plan depicts some safety improvements that have been mandated by the FAA that allow us to make some changes to the airfield and also allow us to construct a new terminal and make some other adjustments to the airport facility per FAA requirements. We're required to have an approved ALP on file with the FAA at all times. That's one of our grant assurance agreements. And today we're requesting the county, as the airport sponsor, to sign the airport layout plan, which will then be sent immediately to the FAA for their signature. And at that point, we will have what would be considered an approved airport layout plan.
Great,
So-
thank you. Do we want to start with comments, questions from the board? Do we want to include any other summary on the presentation of, should we put up a picture of it?
We can, sure.
Let's do.
Yeah, if you want to, sure.
Excuse me. I do have a comment. Can I?
Sure.
I
While you're
just-
setting up, Patty, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to thank staff.
I've got it.
Staff and everyone involved in this process for their diligence, due diligence, and general diligence. Getting this work done in such an incredibly timely manner after everything we've been through, getting it submitted to FAA, and I want to thank the FAA for assisting us in turning it around in a very timely manner also.
Patty, I don't think anybody in the audience can hear you. I see people going like this, trying to hear you.
Oh, that's because I'm speaking
You're
softly.
whispering.
Yes, you are, very softly.
It's your
Well,
mic
I'm
on.
not starting over. I'm just saying thank you.
Sorry.
And I might, Mr. Chair, I'd also like to recognize the Airport Advisory Board.
And the AAB.
Yeah, they had spent a lot of time, as you know, had started down a path with one recommendation, did not get there. We came back and you had a joint meeting and gave some direction, and the board vetted that and came back to you with that ultimate ALP plan that we did put together. So a lot of work on it.
Kelly.
Yeah, I just want to, I have a question, because our packet did not contain any written public comments submitted, and I just want to make sure that that's accurate, that it's not an oversight. I don't have a record of any received in my email, but I just want to make sure that that is the case.
Thanks for asking.
between first and second reading?
We did not have any come through our portal, our public comment portal. I don't know if board members might have received emails that we're unaware of. Yeah.
Anything that I receive, I send on to Sam that goes into the public record, so.
Okay,
Likewise, yeah.
thank you.
Rich, can you give us just a sense of the timeline? I have an incredible ability to forget painful, long things, experiences.
Yeah, and I
give us the
believe it was in
timeline.
our earlier presentation. I don't know if we want to go back through that, but we kind of set the steps in motion of where we started. And again, it's quite frankly started years and years ago, as you know, in the conversations with the FAA. However, with the ASC visioning process that you all had assigned the citizens to take a look at, put in motion the kind of the common ground recommendation, the guardrails around where you all were looking at taking the airport in the future. And from there, we had certainly a number of meetings. We met on 3 different occasions that I recall with the FAA, just to keep working with them as a partner on this to try to do our best to advance any concerns that may be there. Those are brought through the Airport Advisory Board. I know there were times where we heard those at this in this room. Those were taken into consideration. We did our last meeting with the FAA after you had approved that last resolution that changed, I believe it was item 13, which was a shift of the runway rather than the taxiway shift. And none of that changed when we went to the FAA with this final document after those meetings. And as they had reported last time, the FAA came back with some minor adjustments, just some fonts and, some simple things that were easily corrected. But it's just taken, if you really want to talk about a time frame, it started years ago, ramped up with the ASU visioning process, and now it's concluding today. So we're years into this, quite honestly, Greg.
Right. I'm thinking 8 for me.
Yeah.
I just want to let the public know too, just so the public knows, the board has a screen down here that we're watching. This television is in the process of being replaced, so we apologize for having to use the side screens. But we do have one that we look at down here, so if you see us looking down, it's because that's where our focus is right now.
Thanks, Patty. Steve?
So, if you could show the differences between this ALP that we're voting on today and the previous one, show what the differences are. Because I remember from 12 years ago, when we were looking at the then existing ALP, and it had some pretty major deficiencies in it.
Sure.
That made it
So
really hard to implement any parts of the ALP. So if you could point out those differences, what we have changed, I think that would help.
And if it's possible to zoom in as much as you can, Diane, that'd be great.
It's really fuzzy if you zoom in.
Yeah.
I'm trying to zoom in here and it just goes fuzzy.
Doesn't, okay, so we won't go too far, but thanks, that helps.
While Diane's zooming, I
She
can
make it.
An ALP is a relatively technical document, so it's hard to disseminate. If you put 2 of them side by side, you may or may not see a whole lot of differences, especially in this case. But I can talk you through them a little bit. So the runway shift is included in the existing ALP and the updated ALP, so that is not a change. The real change is really a full-length parallel taxiway on the west side. The FAA, we would have had to make that fit, we would have had to shift Owl Creek Road in an area, which would require the purchase of additional property, in this case open space property, to accommodate that parallel taxiway and the shift in Owl Creek Road. That has been removed from this ALP, and we have agreement with the FAA on this that a full-length parallel on the west side is no longer required. There's been some tweaks to the terminal area as far as where our parking facilities are going, where the terminal building is really in the same spot. And just some adjustments to the geometry of some ramps, and then an actual sort of squeezing of the ramp on the west side a little bit too. So those are really, and then we've added some other small items, such as what's called an engineered material resting system on the end of the runways, which is to stop an aircraft if it overruns the runway. Currently, we have enough safety area, so we meet FAA requirements without an EMAS. However, due to some suggestions from our safety task force, we have added that EMAS to this. which makes it potentially eligible for future funding and application to the airfield should we get to that point.
But it's not part of it. It's not something we intend to do right now.
Reserved
But it's
Not
just-
right now.
It's a space saving.
And it's probably something we would end up paying for out of the airport fund because it's not an FAA eligible item because we do meet the standards for that.
Got it.
There's also a blast fence on the south end of the airfield as well, which would be something we'd be looking into. Anything that you want to put on an airfield, on an airport facility, must be depicted on an improved airport layout plan before it can be implemented. That's why a number of things we've placed on the ALP that may or may not be implemented in the future, but we need to get them on there regardless. So that is the primary changes to the airport layout plan. If I didn't miss anything there, Brad, I don't think. That's correct. Okay.
Other questions, comments? It'd be fun to drill down a little more, but regarding midfield crossings and we had so many conversations about that. I see them here. They're outside the hot zone, I think it's called. Is that right?
The high energy zone, correct.
High energy zone.
High energy zone, hot zone.
Yeah, I like the hot zone better. The difference here with this depiction versus the previous ALP is the type of operation that would be doing a midfield crossing. With a full-length parallel taxiway, you're inviting the types of operations like large jets and things that could operate from both the west and east side. With a smaller footprint and not having access to a full parallel taxiway on the west side, it relegates to smaller types of operations, more of a local pilot-based aircraft type operation on the west side. Therefore, it's palatable to have midfield crossings and still operate a safe airport.
Got it. And then the other thing we talked about recently that came back was just the diagonal, high energy, high velocity exit. Is that what it's called?
Yes.
High speed exit.
I see. I'm almost.
You could be an airport planner here pretty soon, Greg.
Yeah.
We're all gonna be.
We don't want that.
And the high-speed exit taxiway just allows more efficient exit operation or occupancy times of the runway. Is all it does.
Got it. Thank you. I don't see any other questions from the board. So unless you have anything else you want to say, Brad, you want to say, I'm going to open this up for public comment. And so I'm going to look online first. *9, if you're online, you'd like to comment on the airport layout plan. I see one hand from Barry Vaughn. Can you hear us?
Yes, I'm here. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. The comment I am about to read comes from Meg Haynes. She's not able to participate today, but she wanted me to read this comment to you. It applies both to this item on the agenda and to the one that comes next on the FBO. Thank you, the BoCC members, for submitting a ballot question allowing the community to reaffirm your authority to do the necessary work to implement the ALP and completely modernize the airport, including the FBO. I also want to thank the many organizations and 5,000 plus voters that supported your 1C ballot and the work that the whole lot of People for a Better Airport Coalition did. While I am speaking solely for myself, I sincerely hope, most importantly, that you, the BoCC, and the AAB can begin immediately to do the direly needed work to create a world-class new terminal and environmentally state-of-the-art airport that integrate user-friendly and community-focused multimodal forms of transportation. After spending more than 2.5 years discussing the airport's future with the public, I feel that now is the time for all of us to move forward. That's Meg's comment. I concur. Good luck. Thank you for the time.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Barry.
Barry.
Do we have any other online commenters on this topic? I don't see any hands up. *9 to raise your hand. And we can always look again at the end here, but I'm going to open it up to the room as well. Does anyone in the room want to comment on this topic? Raise your hand if you do, and we'll do it 3 minutes per. Yeah, I don't see any hands up, so don't get up yet. Up, I see one. Bill
Yeah, Bill.
Tomsich. Grab a chair. Come on down.
Here we got room.
Good afternoon,
Bill?
everyone. Bill Tomsich. I've been involved with this airport for a very long time, going on 30 years.
And I just wanted to echo the comments that were so eloquently articulated by Barry on behalf of Meg Haynes. Thank you all, for your persistence with this. And it's been a long road for a lot of us. And I just wanted to remind everyone here, I'm so pleased that the voters did convincingly support giving you all the authority to make these types of decisions. And I just wanted to also offer that history has it that this board has made a series of very good decisions related to the future of the airport. If you go back more than 20 years, when we were being served by the BA-146, the 4-engine jet that we knew wasn't going to fly forever. The former airport director, Jim Elwood, and myself went to Portland, Oregon to meet with some folks from Horizon Airlines to talk about the CRJ-700 and the Q400 and what the airport needs to do to prepare for the eventuality of some of those aircraft coming in. And one of those was a huge investment in snow removal. Which this board ended up making, and it was a very significant investment that ended up paving the way to allow the CRJ-700 to operate here, and now that's been operating here for 18 and a half years. And now we're preparing for another aircraft that will visit us here in the not too distant future, and hopefully some more environmentally friendly ones now that this ALP is about to be approved going deeper into the future. So thank you all very much.
Thanks, Bill.
Thanks
And
for all your
I
help,
think I
Bill.
saw you looking at Patty because she was probably here then.
I was here. I was here when the first CRJ 700 landed here
I was on
with
it.
Captain Brett Detweiler.
You were on it.
Yeah.
All right, thank you for that.
So
Any other
now I'm going to
public
be here
comment?
when the Embraer comes in on the 3rd, welcoming that
And
one.
hopefully the Airbus 22100.
Other
If I'll be here
comment
that
from
long.
the room? I don't
You
see
can
any
invite
hands
me,
up.
though.
Oh, I see one hand up. Tony, come on down. Don't be shy.
Be shy? I'll try not to be so shy. Thank you.
I'll give you 3 minutes.
Okay, hi for the record, everyone. My name is Tony Kronberg, and my very first job at the airport this year was 50 years ago. So I want to compliment everyone for making this happen. It's been a long process, but the end result is going to be something that will definitely benefit our community. And as you know, one of my main focuses is Highway 82 and the Aspen Aerial Connection, which ties into the airport. And this might be a question for Dan, I'm not really sure. But on Exhibit A, I know it's space reservations, but you have on here that the FAA approved as a transit rail corridor. So how does that play into effect? And then secondly, that in one of the resolutions or memos, it says that the process is going to be started to do an airport environmental impact study on transportation air quality. So I was wondering how that process is going to get going.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, is that your comment? Is that
Yeah.
it?
So will you be able to answer that question about the
I
rail?
think we can, I don't mind asking it of John or Dan after you're done. Yeah.
Just a generic answer would be great.
Okay, great. All right.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay.
Go ahead.
Please do.
Sure. So as far as the Exhibit A, which Exhibit A is also considered the airport property map, so it's basically property that was purchased, typically using FAA grant funding for aeronautical or aviation purposes to do with the airport, basically. So my assumption at this point is, as far as that transit corridor property, it was purchased at some time with the anticipation of using it for transit corridor at some time to and from the airport in some manner. And it just really is just a space reservation tool at this point. We've purchased property for presumably that use. Doesn't mean it needs to be used for that use in the future necessarily. We can get a change in the property use. But it was purchased at one time. It's just codified on the Exhibit A as it was purchased with AFA funding for that use. So it's just a space holder at this point, long-winded comment.
Thank you. And John, did you want to add anything? Nope. Nope. Okay. All right. Thanks for that. I'm going to, oh, we still have public comment open. Ellen, come on down.
Ellen Anderson, speaking for myself as a citizen, and I'm going to talk about the 800-pound gorilla in the room, and that is ground air pollution. One of the common ground issues was greenhouse gases, and that is noble. Of course it is. We're all concerned about the planet. But since the last 6 or 7 years, a reasonable person could say that Pickens County has ignored the ground pollution in and around the airport. Brad was quoted as saying that one of the next steps will be it will not be a full environmental assessment. It'll be a partial environmental assessment. The only one that was done that I can recall was back in 2018, and that had nothing to do with what the aircraft themselves were emitting. It only had to do with what the ground pollution would be caused by construction of a terminal and a runway. It had nothing to do with what the aircraft were emitting. So I have had a correspondence with Dan, and I asked 4 questions. What air quality issues will be part of the NEPA, the Environmental Protection Act process? Will ground pollution be measured? What agency or organization will conduct ground pollution studies? And will nanoparticles, the very tiny ones, be measured? And Dan wrote back, look at this website, which is like saying go to the Encyclopedia Britannica. It was a rabbit hole. So I have been asking for, as a citizen, answers to those 4 questions. Ground pollution has not been studied at Aspen Airport. It is true that a Gulfstream 650 gets more miles per gallon than a 550 and has a bigger wingspan, but at 37,000 feet, but that is different from ground pollution. Very quickly, and all of these quotes are within the last year or year and a half from, for example, Aviation Week. Ultrafine particles are linked with heart, respiratory, and neurological conditions, among others, as they are emitted at takeoff and landing, as well as at altitude. A study from Delft said that the nanoparticles remain largely under-researched and unregulated. University of California Medical School says now research funded by National Institutes of Health and the EPA has shown that even levels of certain pollutants considered safe by the EPA are linked to changes in brain function, etc. Transport Environment said plane pollution poses serious health risks. Planes emitting ultrafine particulate pollution could be contributing to thousands of cases of high blood pressure, diabetes, dementia. Science Digest says aviation has been shown to cause high particle number concentrations in areas surrounding airports. And one more, National Institutes of Health says growing evidence suggests that exposure to ultrafine particles may contribute to respiratory, neurological, and cardiovascular problems. Nobody has studied it at Aspen Airport. And I think a reasonable person could say that it has been willfully ignored. I've been asking since 2017. I'm asking you to do a study by an impartial, unbiased, qualified entity to study what we are breathing in and around the airport, what the situation is now before we make it worse.
Thanks, Ellen. Okay, thank you. Any other public comment? I'm going to just take a look at online again to see if we have anybody else. *9 to raise your hand. I don't see any. Bringing it back to the board. Any further discussion or motion?
Well, I would just echo what Patty said about the staff that has worked on this, and the AAB, and the visioning committee before that, and Brad, and it's been an amazing thing to witness the amount of effort that's gone into this, and I really look forward to moving forward with the airport. My son is on a plane right now. He took off from Aspen on his way to Argentina. He's flying directly to Atlanta on an Airbus from Aspen Airport. I don't know which Airbus. I don't
An
remember
Airbus,
that.
really?
Bill probably knows.
It's a CRJ-700.
Okay, thank you. I was about to say, wait a minute. Kelly.
Yeah, I just wanted to see if staff wanted an opportunity to respond relative to any progress.
Please, we can't hear you.
I'm trying. I'm really trying.
Thank you. I can do that. I can
She's
just
losing
ask.
her voice and has a cold. She's trying to protect the health.
Are you talking about Ellen's question? Is what you were asking?
Yes, I just relative to the efforts on the airport advisory board to address
Air pollution,
Thank
right.
you.
A little review of that would be great.
Sure.
So we're implementing two programs. One is the noise or fly with integrity program. The other one is the emissions program. We are in the process of determining the types of monitors, locations of monitors, and the analysis and reporting that will come out as far as the emissions program right now. So that's where we're at in that process right now. We budgeted in 2025 to move that program forward. So depending on, and we're working with Jackie Francis and Auden and others, and then Kurt Dahl and others on what types of monitors we should purchase, what we should be measuring, those types of things. So in 2025, we'll be moving forward with that project to actually set up monitors around the airport, et cetera.
And did we end up hiring a new coordinator for those efforts? I thought we had a position.
We
open,
did.
She didn't stay long.
She didn't stay long.
Okay.
Yeah, that's probably, yeah. We will be reevaluating that.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. That's helpful.
If I could just follow up on that, it's good we're studying it. We've got a busy highway right next to it. It's a busy place. When we get the data back, I'm just wondering, what can you anticipate would be any different from any other airport next to a highway anywhere?
There lies the issue right there. It's one thing to measure the data, but what can you actually do with it based on federal regulations is a different thing. So we're working through our consultant too, and that's why we're also working with Pickens County Public Health and others to determine how we can sparse out what's coming from Highway 82 versus what's coming from the airport. The airport program really needs to focus specifically on airport emissions, where the county can focus on other emissions outside the airport. So that's kind of where we're going with the project right now, is to determine that.
Great. Kelly?
It would
Thank
be,
you.
I would encourage, if at all possible, given we have a planned monthly month shutdown, if there is a way to collect baseline data, it'd be a helpful target to try and hit.
Absolutely. We will have those monitors installed by that time for sure.
Great. Awesome.
Great.
Thank you.
Thanks. Great suggestion. I'm sure that's part of the plan.
Yeah, and I, a long history in the medical field. Nanoparticles are an issue. Do you know how many nanoparticles are in this room right now? Nanoparticles exist everywhere from every source, and there's no federal standard. There is no standard. There's very little science, as Ellen said, and there's really nothing you can do about nanoparticles, which is a sad scenario because the particulate matter is so minute that it does have an easier pathway into your lungs and into your cardiovascular system. That being said, the other thing I think we need to remember, spending a lot of time loitering in the neighborhood of the airport, base of Buttermilk, the Maroon Creek Club, and of course along Highway 82. There are so many factors that come into play between the buses, the traffic. Has anybody been there when they start up the grill at the restaurant at the Maroon Creek Club? It has a significant impact to the air quality. It smells terrific, but I'm not sure it's really good for you to breathe. So there are so many issues, and the baseline would be great, I think, and we have the opportunity to do that when we do the closure this coming spring. But we also need to remember that then Buttermilk is closed down, so it's going to be hard to speciate. You can speciate the particle matter to find out what the source is. We do that with the City of Aspen with our PM10, PM5 monitoring here in town to find out what the source is there. But there's also other safety factors with gravel on the roads and particulate matter from the sand. So it's a very complex issue. And then bring in regulations regarding airports and highways and public safety. So I think it's something we do need to look at, and I think it's something that's in our plan. And I'm sorry we haven't been able to do it sooner, but we've had to concentrate on a lot of issues, not that public health and safety should be at the bottom. As we know, one of our priorities for the airport layout plan moving forward is safety, and part of that is also public health. So I think that'll be part of the bigger picture as we move forward.
Thanks, Patty. And
Yeah, I would
Francie?
just add that when Jackie was here speaking the last time, she told us that this study was coming. In fact, she's told us a couple of times that this study is coming, and so we're trying to respond.
Right. Steve?
Speaking to the issue of the air pollution, I think there's probably a much worse air quality issue around the refineries where the airplane fuels are processed, like in Commerce City and Denver. And there are many people, lower income people live adjacent to those, and they have very poor air quality, I think probably way worse than by Pickens County Airport. It's a much bigger issue for pollutants from airplanes and automobiles and everything than just our airport. It's a nationwide, or actually, worldwide problem. I think our move in the direction of getting sustainable aviation fuels actually is a good step to lessen the total pollution that is happening across, due to our use of fuel by aircraft. And also, I look forward to having some electric or hybrid electric aircraft coming to our airport, and I think that will probably happen fairly soon. These new technologies are much more fuel efficient. The engines are much more fuel efficient on the newer airplanes that will be allowed to land here on our relocated runway. The planes are quieter, perhaps on takeoff. Maybe they're going to be just as noisy. I don't know, but in general, I think with a bigger engine that has a bigger fan on it, I think actually lowers the noise that jet engine makes, and that's the direction the industry is going. So I'm really pleased to get to this stage finally on the airport layout plan, and we're just so close to being able to start implementing all of the recommendations from the Common Ground recommendations, which will make our airport safer, will make it quieter, will make it cleaner. A lot can be said about even converting all the ground stuff to electric and the APUs, which there have been more complaints about the APUs in the North 40 being noisy and polluting to the people who live on that end of the runway. So all of these things are things we can, with a new ALP approved by us and by the FAA, we can start implementing these things. And I'm so pleased with that we're making progress. We have a long way to go, but it's the next step we're taking today.
Great. Thanks, Steve. Other comments from the board? I think we've finished our public comment. I would be open for a motion.
I'll make a motion.
Who gets to make the motion?
Francie, you want to
See
make a
if I can
motion?
get this one right.
Item number 16.
Thank you. I'll make a resolution to approve an airport layout plan.
I'll second the motion.
Pretty hard to go wrong on that
Too
one.
easy. We have
And I'll make
motion
a quick
second.
comment again, and I'll say it loudly. Thank you, Francie. I want to thank staff, the consultants, the community for bearing with us through this process, and the board and the AA, the Airport Advisory Board, and all the members of the community that came forward with our community visioning process. That was an amazing effort, and I have to be really honest, when we got the applications, the Board of Commissioners was not prepared for a 3-ring binder that was about this thick, and that we went through those applications with a fine-tooth comb and read them all. We all highlighted them and marked them and came up with a plan to keep all the members of the community involved who wanted to be involved. And I want to thank the community for supporting that. And therefore, I want to thank the community for supporting ballot question 1C.
Thanks, Patty. I just wanted to add, I think about the avionics and how this layout plan will allow a better generation of avionics, which will mean more completed flights and safer completions of flights. I think probably everybody in this room, if you've been here long enough, has been turned back to Denver or, came in, and had to turn around because of curfew or weather or, issues which we may be able to correct with this. I understand that some data has pointed to Pickens County's airport as the lowest completion rate in terms of actually, not having to turn around, I suppose. of any airport in the country. And I think it'd be good to correct that for the local passengers as well as the tourists, visitors who come here. So this is something that benefits everyone who travels. And I think pretty much everybody in our community has been turned back in the air at some point. At least once, and had to make the epic drive from Denver or sleep at DIA, or you name it. So I'm glad to see this moving forward. I'm going to call the question.
Well, one more
Steve just raised his hand.
comment.
Okay.
A lot has been, in recent months, has been spoken about the airport being a growth generator, being bad for the community. It's the implication of that. But actually, we are in a world-class tourist resort area in Aspen, and we are able to have these direct flights from quite a few cities in the United States now. And this is really huge for our community. I would rather have more people coming here by air than flying to Denver or Eagle or somewhere else and then renting a car and driving here. We don't need any more cars on the highway. I'd rather have more people coming by air. It doesn't mean there will be more people in town, but that just their method of arrival would be different. But having this new ALP, I think, is essential for the health of our tourist economy, and it will be something that will allow us to keep being, a really top-notch tourist. I say tourist, it's ski, and it's not just skiing, it's all the events we have in the summertime also are so important. So I gladly will vote for this airport layout plan.
Great, thank you. I'm going to call it. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, 5-0, it passes.
Thank you.
And with that, I get to
To the
take a
community.
break, but none of you do. Item number 17 is up, and I'm going to let Steve drive it from here.
Okay, we're going to wait till you exit because we don't want you to hear anything about this next
I
discussion.
don't want to hear, I know nothing.
Steve, do you want to take a 5-minute break while we
Do you need
shift
any
over?
time to stop?
We just took a break. Where were you?
I was working.
How much shifting? We don't have that much shifting or
Okay.
setting up.
Okay.
I think we're all right.
I think we're on a roll.
John, are you gonna?
Somebody going to call me, or can I just go home?
Don't go too far.
You cannot.
So,
Yeah, we have like a
Dawood, we're
3-hour
going
land
to get you
use,
up here, I think.
application review.
Maybe by Dan here.
John, do you want to come up front and take your spot again?
I can.
We're
want me to slide
going
over
to
there?
need a place for public comment too, so don't forget. We can worry about that later.
Maybe.
Yeah, there you go. Here you go, Dan. Come over. I'll go over by John. Okay. We are done.
We have an extra
Sorry,
chair
Steve.
here.
Play the music.
So Jeff, you can
Francie,
sit here if you want and
We should have people who have hearing issues sit at the front of the room.
Pass the.
It wasn't just her.
That might help.
I agree with you, but it wasn't just her.
Yeah, that would be helpful because we have it all the time.
We need to fix it.
Yeah.
Is there anyone else from your team online?
It's in the budget. Did you mean Dan from Star Media?
Oh, yeah, come on over. Sorry.
I was going to say it publicly in shows.
Where's Joe's? Oh, there he is. Looked right over.
Okay. Like everybody's cramming in here and I'm all spread out.
You can scoot over here.
Slide over.
Is that you or is that John? Oh, there's your.
Yeah, I kind of left you a mess there, Dan.
It's
Sorry.
okay, watch.
It's just like you to work every day.
What's that close?
I know.
'Tis the season, right?
So,
But
next
thank you.
item, number 17 on our agenda today is the ordinance this is on the second reading, to approve and authorize the chair to sign a lease and use agreement with Trajan Flight Support, doing business as Atlantic Aviation. So, John, are you going to take the lead on this one?
I will take lead on this one, but have a lot of folks here to support me. Thank you, Steve. John Peacock, Pickens County Manager. I am here with representatives from both Atlantic Aviation and Pickens County all of whom were involved really for the last almost 2 years now negotiating this lease agreement. Online, we have Clive Lowe, the Executive Vice President of Atlantic Aviation. Clive was with us in person last time, and he has handed that off to the gentleman to my right, who is Dawood Crooms, who's the General Counsel for Atlantic Aviation. We have Jonathan Jones hiding somewhere in the back. Oh, to the side. See, I can't, it's one of those days. Jonathan Jones, who's the general manager for Atlantic Aviation Aspen. And then Mark Hamilton from Holland and Hart, this time spelled correctly, Patty. I want to point that out.
Not hard, but.
And then from Pickens County, we have Herb Klein in the back. Herb was instrumental as local representative for us looking at the lease. Anne Marie McPhee, I don't believe is here today with us, but she is on our team. Of course, we have Ryan Neely, our interim county attorney, who's deeply involved, Rich Englehart, our deputy county manager, Dan Bartholomew, who you've been hearing a lot from today, our airport director, as well as Diane Jackson, our deputy airport director, and Ann Driggers, our chief financial and administrative officer and treasurer, and I couldn't fit the rest of her title on the slide. In terms of what we're going to be doing today, we've hit introductions already. Oh, I forgot Maureen Poshman's in the back from Atlantic Aviation also. Sorry about that, Maureen. But what we'll go over today is very similar to the information that you've seen. I know there's been a lot of public feedback that you've gotten, so I'll have an opportunity for questions and, of course, public comment. But we'll go over the process to date. We'll review the financial terms of the lease. We'll review at a high level the capital investments and environmental initiatives and what the decision-making process is on those. We'll talk briefly about our financial advisory board recommendations, have time for questions, and of course there will be, by our process, public hearing and then any other additional questions that the board would like to address. I am going to go ahead and take lead on going over these items right now, and we'll jump in as necessary. The RFP process started back in August of 2022 when the request for proposal was posted. By February of 2023, we had proposals submitted. We did do a brief extension in there. We had a number of experienced firms who applied. We had a selection committee that reviewed the proposals and shortlisted top 3, which included Atlantic, Signature, and Modern. And then the selection committee recommended moving forward with Atlantic Aviation. We have gone through a couple of lease extensions to get to this point. While we negotiated what is a complex agreement, balancing a lot of different interests, and we'll talk about that here in a second. Of course, there were a number of executive sessions and touch points with the board. I do think it's important to note that our last extension does expire at the end of this month. And so if this lease is not approved today, we would have to ask for another extension. But where we are at this point, staff and the team that I introduced from the county have been in conversations with the representatives from Atlantic Aviation, and we have agreed on the terms and the lease that is in front of you today. I'm going to go over the financial terms of the lease, at a high level. I'd say there's over 100 pages, as you are well aware after reading it, to this document. So this is going to be in summary. First of all, the lease term is for 30 years. That's to provide adequate time to really amortize the capital investments, which we'll talk about a little bit later, and to provide us certainty for capital improvements that we intend over the term of the lease. In terms of the financial arrangement, we have ground rent, and in this case, the ground rent is set initially at $3 million per year, and it will be adjusted annually by 4% or CPI for the Denver Aurora Lakewood CPI, whichever of those two is greater. Similarly, we have a supplemental operating fee. That fee starts out at $2 million in the first year of the lease and adjusts on the same terms as the lease agreement. In addition to the 4% or CPI escalator, there is a fair market rental adjustment opportunity. That first comes up in the 10th year of the lease. And then there's an opportunity to look at these adjustments every 5 years thereafter. And what that would be is really looking at the local market, how the lease term, how lease values may be changing, and looking to make an adjustment to keep our lease current with the market. If both parties can agree on what that fair market adjustment would be, we would look to determine that through doing an appraisal on an income basis. In addition, there is a gross receipts fee where Atlantic is required to pay 26% of gross receipts on all charges, with the exception of patio shelters, which the county will be managing, of which the county receives 85% of those revenues. The gross receipts fee is only paid if that the revenues from the 26% of gross revenues exceeds the minimum annual guarantee. Minimum annual guarantee is an amount that Atlantic has agreed to pay regardless of the gross receipts. There is a base minimum annual guarantee that's set at $14 million for the first year of the lease. That is adjusted upward by 1.5%. And then on the first day of the 48th month following the effective date, that minimum annual guarantee would increase to $16 million and then would escalate by that same 1.5% throughout the term of the lease. In addition to that, we wanted to ensure that if there was a really big year on revenues, that we caught a little bit of that wave as it normalized. And so there's an annual MAG adjustment so that if the MAG would be adjusted for an additional 1 year period, should the base MAG be equal, or should gross, should gross receipts, 85% of gross receipts, be greater than the base MAG. And so it'd be adjusted to that level for 1 year. Did not explain that very well, I apologize. There are circumstances under which that minimum annual guarantee would be suspended or adjusted. This includes if there is a runway closure of 30 or more consecutive days. So for example, when we're doing reconstruction per the ALP that the board just approved, we would be suspending the minimum annual guarantee, but the lease payments and the gross receipts fees would still be due, as well as a supplemental operating fee. There could be other factors that would substantially or materially restrict capacity or availability of usage at the airport. For example, if for some reason we were not to move forward with meeting FAA requirements, the FAA could take actions related to our modification of standard that could either reduce the design aircraft that's allowed to operate at the airport, and or by allowing all Group 3 aircraft to land at the airport with a sterilization process that would greatly reduce capacity, anticipating that that would have a material effect on the amount of business that could be done at the airport. There's a provision that if those conditions last for 30 or more days, that the MAG would be adjusted proportionally to that impact on gross receipts. The other event that would cause a reevaluation of the minimum annual guarantee is in the event that a second FBO were to be operating at the airport. We think with the ALP that the board just approved that that is a low possibility, but this is a 30-year agreement. And then, of course, what's called force majeure events, things like war or strikes or natural disasters that would impact, acts of God that would impact the revenue generating capacity at the airport. Really, for all of these, if a situation qualifies for a MAG reduction under the lease, the MAG is reduced proportionally to the impact on the tenant's gross receipts. In addition to those ongoing operating fees and revenue sources, there are commitments within the lease for capital and community investments. These include a $105 million minimum investment for East Side FBO redevelopment and West Side development, a $10 million contribution for airfield redevelopment. This would primarily be used, or most likely be used as match for FAA grants as the airfield is redeveloped. There's also an additional up to $1.5 million for uncovered costs of taxiway B on the west side. That would also likely be match for FAA grants. And then there's $20 million in donor funds from Atlantic Aviation's nonprofit. And this is really from corporate profits, not from what's generated at Aspen, to encourage continuing and new targeted initiatives, including those that would impact decarbonization, aviation airport support, including the Aspen Flight Academy, water conservation measures, affordable housing, and other community priorities that would be subject to philanthropic giving. The tenant will also undertake its best efforts to ensure that these funds are leveraged to the greatest degree possible in our community, with a goal that leveraging equates to $100 million of collective impact in these areas. In terms of how those capital funds will be spent, I think you've received some public comment that there's not necessarily a lot of specificity within the lease. A lot of that has to do with us still being in a planning phase, both with the ALP that the board just approved, and we hope to have final approval from the FAA on, and just in fact doing the design and engineering on the facilities. What is included in the lease are some bumpers to ensure that all the capital improvements are consistent with our community's goals. And that includes, the Atlantic Aviation is required to develop an FBO capital improvements plan that's not only consistent with the RFP response, but the vision plan, the goals that were adopted by the board in County Resolutions 105-2020 and 025-2024, our Title 10 minimum standards, and those will all be vetted through our Airport Advisory Board to provide advice to this board, who has final approval over those capital plans. So while there are some concerns about the lack of detail in the lease that you've heard, that detail is forthcoming, and that detail will be brought to this board table for final approval based on consistency with all of these documents. There's also a lot of community values, and I just want to say our North Star, while we were negotiating this lease from the county's perspective, was that board resolution that was based on the work that the Vision Committee did and the 18 months of work of over 100 citizens to produce over 96 specific recommendations for the future of our airport. And a lot of those recommendations really had to do with environmental responsibility as well as community character, and that is embodied in commitments in this lease. So the lease will require new and/or renovated net zero buildings, including the terminal, hangar support building, so on, that also need to harmonize with community character, and we will look to harmonize those designs with the passenger terminal that will also be designed with these requirements in mind. There's reconstruction and reconfiguration of the aircraft apron and ramp, including installation of geothermal snow melt systems as feasible to reduce the impact of ground support, as well as just have more reliable snow removal, although our guys do a really good job. The agreement sets minimum standards for pavement and building conditions throughout the term of the lease, and how those facilities would be delivered to county ownership at the end of the lease. It preserves the patio shelters and other based aircraft parking positions on the east side until west side development is done, so that there's certainty for our locally based pilots. It includes a new fuel farm, including a requirement for sustainable aviation fuel storage, customer rental car operations, and then noise walls and berms, which have been a very important element with all of our airport layout plans since 2012 to reduce the impact to our neighbors and neighboring communities. All of those will come back for specific approval and review by the Airport Advisory Board and this board to ensure we're meeting the community's goals. On the west side, the agreement requires Atlantic Aviation to fund and/or construct a west side facility for based aircraft. Once the facility is constructed, it will be conveyed to the county to own, maintain, and operate on behalf of those based aircraft. The facility will be developed in consultation, as I've been saying, with the Airport Advisory Board, but also local pilots and based aircraft owners. And this development on the west side that will benefit these folks includes amenities such as a 1,500 square foot local pilot planning and support building, including flight academy offices, patio shelter and tie-down infrastructure, aircraft, all vehicle and aircraft pavement to include future coordination on I never know how to say this, EVTOL infrastructure when viable. It'll include solar infrastructure towards our environmental goals. And then it will include self-service avgas and upon advance request full service fuel. There is a fuel discount that was negotiated. It includes aircraft on a wait list as base pilots for our patio shelter or tie-down spaces, up to 110 aircraft, and it provides for a 25% discount off advertised retail prices for both Jet A and avgas. Additional environmental features within the capital improvements. Facilities will be designed and operated to meet net zero, LEED zero, waste platinum for new construction standards, and align with Aspen's water integrated resource plan to achieve net positive water objectives. Again, geothermal infrastructure on the primary FBO ramp area to reduce need for chemical and mechanical snow removal, and supply no-lead aviation fuel. Once that becomes commercially viable, it's not operational for all aircraft right now. We also have requirements to meet sustainable aviation fuel availability milestones and reduce carbon footprint of supply chains by sourcing sustainable aviation fuel at regional facilities once available. The board is aware we were just awarded a grant to do a feasibility study in partnership with our neighboring counties on potentially developing SAF refining capabilities and production capabilities on the western slope. So fingers crossed that will come to fruition, and we'll have a pipeline for Atlantic to use. We have
You don't actually mean pipeline.
I was going to say that.
I'm sorry.
Just making
yes,
sure.
that I do not mean pipeline.
Okay.
Thank you, Francie. That was
Gene.
that was ill rot in my.
Just checking.
Just trying to go through fast here. Yeah. Yeah. I bet you Atlantic didn't know they had committed to building that too. We also have electric requirements around electrification of ground service equipment and provision for electric auxiliary power units for aircraft. Again, that reduces impacts on our neighbors and the environment as a whole. Requirements around installation of electric vehicle charging stations. In the future, provisions for us to work together on infrastructure for electric and hydrogen aircraft once those become commercially viable, which we hope will be the case in the lifespan of this lease. And then efforts to participate with the county to reduce off-site noise and emissions impacts. And again, this is through use of berms and walls, building configurations, and efforts to reduce aircraft runtime. A lot of that will be coming back to the board in these capital plans. Finally, there are a few more financial terms in here. We do have a security deposit equal to 3 months of the minimum annual guarantee payments. That will equal $3.5 million in the first year. We have construction bonding requirements for any project valued over $500,000 that we are requiring the tenant to build. And in the event that there's an assignment of the lease to another FBO provider, there is a 2.5% fee to cover our both due diligence and disappointment that our partner is leaving us. Altogether, when we look at the package and our pro forma, staff is estimating that between the minimum annual guarantee, the supplemental operating fee, and the ground rent, that the first year's revenues would come in at 19 million, and those revenue sources, which are fairly secure, would escalate to 38 million over the term of the lease. One of the goals that the board had set out for us in these negotiations was to ensure we had provisions to keep the lease terms relevant to market. This is how we're doing it. And we have the share of gross revenues. We are estimating that the total payments to Picken County over 30 years will be just below $880 million, plus $105 million in capital investments, the $10 million in airfield contributions, the up to $1.5 million for the taxiway B match, and then the hard commitment to leverage community investment funds, puts the total commitment at just over $1 billion for the 30-year term of the lease. And to put this into perspective, the last year of the previous lease, the MAG was $120,000, and the revenues were just over $1.25 million.
We're just making up for lost time here.
The board did request that our financial advisory board look at the financial terms of the lease and the bondability of the lease, as well as have input from our municipal advisors, Piper Sandler and Recondo, who you looked at before. And basically, the two main points were relevant to the ALP that you just approved, that it's imperative that we do find a way to take in FAA grants, and that it is in the county's best interest to execute the lease that is in front of you today. It is staff's recommendation. We've worked hard with our partners at Atlantic Aviation. I think Dawood may have a couple comments down the road on that. It was a robust, but also, I think, very productive, professional, and really a negotiation that tried to balance multiple interests. We have a community that has vision around what we need to do to protect the environment while maintaining our community character. We have a community that has a lot of ambitions about having world-leading facilities. We tried to balance that with the needs of a private sector partner who also has folks they need to answer to in this, while also providing opportunities for our locally based pilots to have a benefit from this lease. Movement in any one takes away from the other. And so we've worked hard on this. It is staff's recommendation that the board approve the lease with Atlantic Aviation as presented. Then we are all here for questions.
Are there any questions from the board right now? Kelly.
Thank you all very much. I know it's been a long effort to get here. Can you spend a little time clarifying, when I look at the summary of the proposed estimated revenues, we have two breakdowns that equal 10 million each, the community investment matching funds and the airport decarbonization commitment matching funds. Is that the sum that is then referred to as the donor funds in the, okay. Can you shed a little light on how that is expected to leverage 100 million in collective impact?
Dawood, I would ask either you or Clive to.
No, I'm happy to start. So we worked first of all, I want to thank everybody here, the staff in particular, for all the time and effort spent leveraging a multitude of interests, and I think we're all excited to be at this point. But to answer the question specifically, we worked extensively with our development team, Eric Newman, who's here, who runs our ESG initiatives for Atlantic Aviation, and we are looking at a multitude of projects where Atlantic will be a lead donor, investor, and sponsor for the projects, assist with both local organizations and national organizations raising funds, and the multiplier effect of the dollars Atlantic puts in, both in terms of direct investment into the projects and commitments to assisting raising those funds that we hope to leverage to create the $100 million impact. Did that answer your question?
Sure, and if you have more detail to apply to that, should we expect to see a local fundraising push? What will the design of those community impact funds look like? What will that process look like?
Clive sounds like he's gonna chime
in.
Go ahead, Clive.
And can you hear me? It's Clive Lowe.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead, Clive.
Yeah, we are. Look, good afternoon, everyone. And sorry I couldn't be there in person, but I'm obviously here virtually. We're working through the mechanics of that. There are well-established precedents, especially in relation to things like affordable housing for leveraging additional capital through and debt as well, and recognizing that this is over a 30-year period as well. That coupled with a long-established track record of raising finances, not just in the Valley, which is obviously very active in that regard, but nationwide with a lot of corporations. There are some well-established benchmarks to do this. What we try to avoid doing is sort of narrowing this and sort of define it in its stone here. We see this as a joint effort, a collaborative effort, working with local organizations and our other partners. So we come up with something that aligns what may be ever-changing goals, that is accountable, and that shows measured progress towards that goal. So I don't have the specifics as how it actually works, because we're working toward that. There is a degree of confidence based on precedent and some of the models we've run that we should not just achieve this, but potentially far exceed it.
We will have some opportunities to review plans as this gets built out further. And the way staff was looking at it is kind of that collective impact model. We know that whether it's in philanthropic giving, that dollars tend to attract dollars into either projects or programs. We think there may be opportunities to leverage this into grant matches or those sorts of things. But we also understood that, over rolling 5-year periods or such, we would be looking at, how is Atlantic looking at the community investment program, and how do they view and how are they seeking advice on that collective impact. And that's why we didn't include the $100 million as a hard number in this, because it is somewhat speculative. But to Clive's point, we have seen dollars be able to be leveraged and build capital stacks and that sort of thing in meaningful ways that this seemed like a reasonable commitment.
How do you envision the governance and transparency for that being available to the community?
Yeah. Clive, do you want to, were you able to hear that?
We're obviously in a regulated environment, and we're a private company, a regulated company as well. So there are mechanisms, ways and means that govern how we do this and how we report on that. Over and above that, or perhaps in parallel with that, we would propose to have an accountability mechanism, a report that would show progress against this, talk about successes, and perhaps there are some areas that aren't successful, and talk about plans going forward. So we think a cornerstone of this, from our perspective as much as anything else, is that degree of public accountability.
And
there is a reporting requirement in the lease already.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay. Do any of you from Atlantic Aviation want to add anything to what John has said at this point?
Clive,
What'd I miss?
Opportunity.
I would, I'm never going to turn away an opportunity to speak. Unfortunately, I can see my colleagues there rolling their eyes. Look, I think John, as John last time did, he did a wonderful job summarizing this. I think I've had some experience outside of the FBO industry globally on public-private partnerships. I think this has all the hallmarks of a public-private partnership in that, and tremendous credit to the county. They recognize what they can do, and they recognize that the private sector is out there that proposes skills, has the nimbleness, has the ideas and the creativity, and the incentives, inbuilt incentives, to try and reconcile what are seemingly the irreconcilable. And I think you laid out a very detailed RFP. The market responded. We responded assertively, aggressively to the financial challenges, to the environmental challenges, the development challenges, the community challenges within that regulatory environment. And although, as we've all got our scars and flesh wounds to prove, it was a tough negotiating process to get there. And as I said last time when I was there in person, if I ever have to go into any negotiation, I will take the Big King County team with me. They are formidable, but they did their job. They represented a highly demanding, highly informed constituency, and tremendous credit to them for doing that. We love aviation, and we understand that aviation is about balance. It's about satisfying disparate needs in order to foster aviation because it's a critical transportation asset. We're not going to get it right all the time, but I think we've got a terrific document that provides a foundation and framework to move forward for the benefit of all the constituents. So we're very excited about this opportunity. We do not underestimate the challenges ahead of us, but I think in the spirit of partnership, not just obviously with the county, but with the aviation community, those that are based, those that are transient, with those that are impacted by the airport, whether they work there, live near it, benefit from it, or don't like the fact that it's there. We think there's something to build on for all those people. So we're very, very, very positive, recognizing the challenges that we have in front of us.
Okay, thank you, Clive, for those comments.
I have a comment.
Yeah, Patty.
Before we open the public hearing, I just want the public to know we got a lot of information from the public, a lot of extensive emails or text messages, and we appreciate that. We appreciate the public following this and submitting their comments. And we had some comments that the public didn't see the document until a couple of weeks ago. Well, we were negotiating, and that's kind of part of negotiations. So I just want the public to know I appreciate them taking the time to pay attention to this, to read through it, and to submit their comments to us already. And we have a room full of people. I'm not sure who all is going to comment today, but in case you've commented already, we still appreciate more comments as we move this along, or how the board makes up their mind today.
So with that, I will open the public hearing. And let's see if there's anybody online who has public comment first.
You can just move down a seat.
Comments will be limited to 3 minutes apiece. And if you're online, you need to push *9 to raise your hand so we can see that you want to speak. And you can raise your hand later. We'll come back to you. Let's go to the room. Anyone in the room who wishes to speak, raise your hand. I'll go to you first.
Should I come up?
Yeah, come up to the seat up here, please. And everyone state your name clearly so we'll know who is speaking to us.
Yeah, I'm Robert Ruby, and I want to congratulate everyone involved in this process. I know that both on the Atlantic side and on the county side, there's been a lot of work and effort getting this to the place that it is today, and I really think it's a great deal for both sides. From a personal standpoint, when I look at it as a heavy user of the airport, just to put it in perspective, I probably have 200 flight operations in and out of Aspen each year. I live here, but I reverse commute to weird locations like North Dakota and New Mexico. And so I buy a lot of fuel. And I have been a tenant of Atlantic and enjoyed that relationship for the last 10 years. The one thing that I've been concerned about is how much I pay for fuel. And my response has been, I just fly to Denver to buy fuel. And it's much cheaper for me to do that, but it's much more wasteful from an environmental standpoint. And my biggest hope with respect to this deal was to get a little bit fairer of a fuel price relative to what we have today. This 25% discount based on their stated retail price is basically the same as where I am now. And so my behavior is not going to change. And so I'm going to continue to waste fuel, going to drive down my operating expenses. So that's my only comment. I wish we could have fixed it, but everything's not going to be perfect. You guys, again, on both sides, work so hard to financially make us better off. And I think overall, Atlantic's going to be a great long-term partner. I know that they've been that way to me. The only other thing that I worry about, and I want to stay within my 3 minutes, I know my relationship is going to move from Atlantic to the county. It makes me a little bit nervous because when I land, part of my deal is I've got a 7,000-pound airplane. I can't move it on my own because I don't have a permanent tie-down spot. So they push me back in. I give the guys the $20. Everybody's happy in that relationship. I am worried that the county's going to maybe get into business of running tugs, and I'm not sure that you guys really want to be pushing multi-million-dollar airplane around. But again, I know how hard you guys have worked on this. I do want to congratulate both sides. I know I was a vocal in this process from afar, but again, I think it's worked out great for both sides.
I'm glad you got here
Thank
safely
you.
from.
So,
We're
Robert,
in North
just so,
Dakota in the snowstorm.
Oh yeah, no, that's right. I came in this morning to be here.
so just so you know, my wife has driven a tug at Aspen Airport. Not pushing airplanes around, but, doing
I don't know
some
about
of the
you or
other
the 20,
tasks.
so.
You're out of a job soon, Steve. We might get you out there. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, guys.
Thanks so much.
Okay, thanks, Robert. Next public comment. Maybe everybody's happy with.
We did get a
Mike,
a lot of you
Mike,
here.
did you raise
few
your
lengthy
hand?
ones, and we've read them.
Did you want to speak again? Well, maybe everybody's happy with the lease as
Anybody
it is.
else online?
There's one online that has their hand raised, Steve.
Oh, this is the
I'm not
gentleman. I
sure.
have his comments
And
right here.
What name? I can't
It's
read the screen.
Kirkh.
It's Kirk.
Kirk.
Kirk,
All right. I'm looking through.
go
his
ahead,
phone.
Kirk.
Hindenburger.
Hi, this is Kirk Hinderberger. I'm a resident of North 40.
We need
I
to.
actually submitted I've been reviewing the lease and other documents that would guide the lease as far as some of the future capital improvements. And I submitted an email earlier in the week. I hope you guys all saw it with some potential gaps, I guess, in clarity and also potentially leaving some of the compliance to volunteering of the tenant. And just wanted to make sure you guys had a chance to see it. I can go over it if you want here, but I want to make sure you guys were aware of my concerns as far as just some vagueness in the contract.
And I just comment, I know, Kirk, your email did make it into the public record. I'd let the board from there ask questions.
I was going to wait until public comment closed and then redirect some of his concerns for staff response, if that's okay. Okay.
Okay, thanks, Kirk.
I don't know if he heard that, but.
Anyone else online want to raise your hand? Anybody else in the room?
Oh, one over here, yeah.
Okay, well, please come up, sir.
Hello, thank you all for your efforts. My name is Stephen Ramsey. I've had an airplane tie down at the field for 23 years. I used to tow around for 4 years when I was working with Aspen Base Operation. And you might have already gone over this and I might have not been clear to hear it. So my question was just basically, I heard the county was going to take over the patio shelters on the west side. One question I had was whether the tie downs would also be under county or Atlantic guidance. I had one question as to basically, the tie-down rates have been what they are and increasing $5 a year or whatnot, so no big deal. But I don't know for 30 years if there's a plan on escalation of rates. And then I heard something about the leases. If the airport was closed for longer than 30 days, would still have to be paid. And that could be just the way I heard it wrong. But if the airport is, say, closed for 6 to 8 months for the runway configuration, would we be expected to pay our monthly lease in absentia? So I hope that
I
doesn't.
think those are good questions. I don't know, Dan, do you have any thought?
No, happy to.
Answer to that right now?
Absolutely. So on the east side, the patio shelters will remain with the county lease. 31 tie-downs will be transferred from Atlantic to the county. And then we may need to make a determination on, that'll be for aircrafts exclusively with a lease with the county. So we may need to make a determination on who qualifies for those leases and things like that. So 31 of those tie-downs will convert over to the county that are currently with Atlantic. Then Atlantic will retain some additional tie-downs on their own for larger aircraft and other aircraft. As far as the rates go, we will have to look into that. I'm not necessarily privy to what you're currently paying. I don't
tell you if you're curious, but I don't know if it applies.
Not necessarily. I think what our goal is to keep rates steady for what you're paying now. However, having annual escalators with both the patio shelters and the tie-downs. The patio shelters I know have not had an escalator in a number of years, so we need to start those adjustments just to maintain a.
Tie-downs have been very reasonable. It's been $5 approximately a year increase.
I think we'd like to maintain something similar to that, and we just need to look into that to see.
Yeah, I would just note that these are separate lease agreements from this lease agreement, and that would be subject to, approval by the board and such. So those conditions could change in the future depending on what the board direction is, but staff's intent is to try and maintain some stability.
So my apologies on that.
Patty?
Yeah, so to come back like rates and charges, kind of a.
Yes,
to the
absolutely.
BoCC
Once
in
we,
the future,
I
like
believe
we
once
just
we
did
start
earlier today.
taking those over and we figure out the rates in 2020, when we give you a 2026 rates and charges, we'll probably have a listing for tie-down fees.
And then when the airport's closed for the extended period of time.
Yes. So when those, for the tie-downs that are under a county lease and the patio shelters, yes, we can exempt the monthly lease while the.
Plus, a
aircraft.
lot of those planes will be moved out of it because they
Yeah,
don't want to be in the middle of the construction zone.
Yeah.
They won't be able to fly,
And
right?
again, that'll be a decision of the boards.
And that'll be as we move forward with the construction planning.
Yeah.
Okay,
So
thank you,
stay
Patty.
tuned.
Thank
You know where to
everyone for your
find
time.
us. Thanks. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you. Okay.
Okay, and any other public comments? Yes, sir.
I've talked to you guys a couple of times. John Ward. I'm a North 40 resident as well. I've talked to you guys a couple of times on this, and I know Patty said don't do it if you already talked to us, but I couldn't help myself.
I didn't say that. I said we
Any
would
chance I
love to
get
hear
in front
from
of
you
you, I
again,
want
John.
to. But I'm here really as a character witness for Atlantic. As a guy that one of your presentations mentioned the Aspen Higher Learning Flight Academy. As a guy that's been with that flight school for as long as they've started. It was started by Robert Potamkin, who passed away. Mike Pierce, Greg Roark, the high school is part of it too. It's a great asset for the high school. Atlantic Aviation has made that possible. They've probably donated $500,000 over the last 8 years to the Flight Academy, $100,000 a year in scholarships, free fuel for the planes to fly. They got 30 kids in the air right now flying. It has been an incredible impact for the community. It's an incredible asset for the high school. I have a son that just recently finished his private pilot's license, hopes to go on to college and become a pilot. Another son working on it. It has been an amazing, amazing partnership with the Flight Academy in Atlantic, and it truly wouldn't have been possible without them. So I don't know if that makes a difference today, but I hope this gets executed. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Thanks, John.
He's just waiting for those flight benefits when his son's a pilot, right?
Okay, last chance for public comments. And if we don't see any, I will close the public comment period. So I'm not seeing any. So bring it back to the board for comments and questions. Kelly?
I have 9 questions that I've assembled from
you say 9?
I said 9.
Kelly was one who wasn't going to speak much today.
I know. I'm sorry. But I think this is our second reading. You know, the public didn't have the benefit of the public comment that we've received over emails, some in the last 24 hours. This is a big deal. So we're going to give it the time it's due. So again, this is the assembly of questions that we've heard, and I'm sure you all have answers to. One is related to a request to reconfigure the locations of some of the layout of the FBO space relative to mitigating impacts on the North 40. The suggestion was to perhaps move the apron to the north and the buildings to the south. I will just foreshadow my assumption is we didn't lay that out that way in the airport layout plan, but if you could address that suggestion.
Sure. We will be going through a process of redesigning and working with Atlantic to redesign the layout of the east side and the west side both. So at that point, we'll bring plans back to the board, to the Airport Advisory Board, to determine where the best spots for those will be at that time.
So there will be community opportunity to weigh in on design factors relative to that. Okay, great. And that, I think, is similar to the question related to berm design and height and location and all of that. Okay.
Same thing.
And that could very well also be related to what happens with our transportation planning and such. There's some synergies there with walls or berming and our transportation. So we are keeping our fingers crossed that RAISE grant comes through, and that will also have more public process associated with it.
Okay, and sort of in that same vein, relative to concerns about lighting, will we have some design input, I guess? I'm sure the FAA has some of their own lighting requirements, but.
Yeah, and Dan, you'd be better to answer this. I think on the runway lighting, we will not have much input, but certainly on the facility lighting and such.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right, let's see. I think that's 3 off the list in short order. Okay. Trying to stay organized, I guess. There were... All right, 2 questions about gas. Oh, one of these was answered by you guys already. So, okay, 3, down to 2 questions related to fuel. One was asking why we can't follow the lead on some other airports to put in concrete dates for banning unleaded fuel or leaded fuels at the airport. And then the second one we heard was a request for a self-serve facility for Jet A for use by the local pilots.
So when it comes to lead fuel, not all aircraft, as John mentioned, are certified. The engines aren't certified to operate on no lead fuel. So as time progresses, eventually the FAA does have a goal where no lead fuel will be allowed in aircraft, piston-powered aircraft any longer. We haven't reached that point yet. So at this time, airports are still required to offer both no lead and leaded fuel. But at some point, hopefully that gap gets closed, leaded fuel gets removed. So this time, that's why we opened up the lease to require when it becomes viable, to offer no lead fuel here. So that's kind of where we're sitting right now.
What proportion of that are our planes that are still using?
You know,
like, what's our horizon for making that transition, if you can take a guess?
The transition horizon has some FAA Reauthorization Act implications as well. There have been a number of airports who had firm dates that have now had to back off those firm dates because the Reauthorization Act has a set of tiers and conditions that have to be satisfied before you can be required to supply unleaded fuel or stop selling leaded fuel. So I think this is a recently evolving issue. We're intimately involved in it. We've got commitments around that unleaded fuel transition. I think we'll be at the forefront of that transition here, and I'll let Jonathan answer.
It requires some flexibility, and I think that's what we have in the lease right now is to kind of see how it goes with the things you mentioned and also with the aircraft here in Aspen.
Can you ballpark the proportion of planes that are still relying on leaded fuel?
On avgas?
Here at Aspen?
Yeah.
Very few. I mean, I don't even,
They're flying on leaded?
No,
Unleaded,
they're
I mean,
all-
it's in the
they're
single
leaded,
digit
not
percentages.
leaded.
I mean, it's very low.
Oh, the percentage of 100 low lead aircraft that fly into, yeah, it's very low. I don't have that number, but it's
So the
not a
the
lot.
transition is imminent. Is that fair to anticipate it?
Forthcoming.
Okay.
I wouldn't call it.
I mean, I would venture that within aviation circles, it's imminent, that there is a lot of process, there's certification, there's 2 standards out there now. They need to have compatibility. So there is a period of time before there is some common fuel that's been fully certified as safe for all equipment. But there are enormous amount of resources going into that compatibility and certification process right now. It's very high on the industry's agenda.
Okay, thank you. And then the other one was related to the self-serve facility for Jet A, for local pilots.
I'm sorry.
Self-service for
Oh, for Jet A. That, I may let Jonathan speak to that. If
So, so we follow the ATA 103 for jet fuel, and I've never seen a self-serve Jet A tank or fueling facility. I've just seen avgas as a self-serve, and there's different ways to fuel Jet A. There's single point, and then there's overwing. And as what we're required to follow with the AT 103 requires training, it requires fire certs, it requires all these things that are a part of that process. And so we would never install a Jet A self-serve tank because of the technical issues that it could create. I mean, we're in a single point situation, you're fueling under pressure. There's all kinds of things. We bond with the aircraft. There's just a lot of technical issues that could come up. Not to mention, we go through fire training on a yearly basis to make sure we can handle any situation that arises. We go through spill training, the whole 9 yards to meet those qualifications of the AT 103. And to give that to someone who may not be trained in those areas, I don't think we're comfortable with it. I would hope others wouldn't be comfortable with it.
Okay. Well, as a Jersey girl who wasn't allowed to put gas in my car, I wouldn't be comfortable with it. Okay, thank you. The last, I have 2. Because we talked a little bit about the expectations for the patio leases that Pickens County will take over. I will flag that for, I think I could use more in understanding what that vision will be for us to manage those leases when the time is right. And then relative to that, we heard from Robert about how anticipating how the planes are going to be moved when they don't have a permanent tie down. And I don't fully understand what the concern is, but I also am wondering how that lines up with our conversations about the ICAO parking design, if that eliminates that concern at all.
Now, those are 2 different items. So with regards to, as Robert said, moving a 7,000-pound aircraft back, if he wants to throw me $20 at a pound, that'd be fine.
I'll do it for anybody.
No.
Yeah.
No, I spoke with Atlantic, and they're still willing to, on the east side, while we still have the east side going, moving aircraft back and forth as needed be. When we get to the west side, the reason people aren't able to move their own aircraft on the east side is we just don't have room for storage of tugs and personal electrification equipment to move aircraft. When we get to the west side, we can do that. So people can have their own tugs or have their own apparatus to be able to move their aircraft.
I see.
But
Okay.
Atlantic's willing to do that while they're on the east side.
I see. Okay. That's helpful to understand. Thank you. And then the last one I think would cover the last of Kirk's concerns in the email we received was relative to APU run times and ability to manage, reduce, enforce that, because it has been an impact to the North 40. I don't know if you can talk about that.
So the lease does have an agreement in there to emphasize reducing the amount of APU runtime and emphasizes using electric auxiliary power units. Some aircraft have some difficulties with those electric power units. So it's more to endeavor reduce the amount of APU usage time. Plus, there's also a safety issue with forcing a pilot to spool up quickly and depart within a certain amount of time. So from an FAA regulation standpoint, and a safety standpoint, hard coding it into a certain time frame was difficult. But we are going to be working with Atlantic, and we'll be monitoring it from a staff standpoint as well to reduce the amount of runtime from an APU. But it was hard to hard code it to a specific time limit.
Okay, thank you. I think that's covered everything I've collected.
Okay, thanks, Kelly, and thanks for consolidating those questions into a very organized fashion.
We got some things to move through still.
Yeah, I just want to say that just as with the ALP, with this FBO lease, there's still a lot of moving parts. We still have a lot of planning to do. This is the first step in allowing us to move forward. It's going to take us some time. As we said when we saw the results of the election in November about the airport ballot questions, John Peacock, I'm going to quote you, "The work has just begun." And we are taking that seriously as a board with public involvement and public comment moving forward. We want people to know that we are in this together as a community. Atlantic, the airport staff, our consultants, the Board of Commissioners, the rest of our staff, finance, everyone. We are in this together to move this forward and create, number one, a safe airport, clean airport, efficient airport, but a welcoming airport for our locals, our visitors, our guests, and the community as a whole, and everybody who comes and goes from here, out of here to here. This is a big effort, and I'm really proud to be a part of it. It has been exhausting for all of us on all sides, community included, and I'm ready to take another deep breath to move this forward and start getting the hard work done. And thank you all for participating.
I'm ready to take a 4-year break, Patty.
Coming back in 4 years. I'll talk to you about doing that. I did it. And
No, I'm not going to do that, I promise. Kelly.
Sorry, I'll try to speak up so y'all can hear me. But, you know, I will say the last 20 years of the current lease up until today and in the next minute have not been delivering the value of this asset to the community in the way that I believe the community deserves. And so I think that this is a huge step forward to move to this new lease that really is going to have more shared benefit for Atlantic and for the community in this incredibly important and high value asset in Aspen and Pickens County. And I'm so glad that we have built in escalators in this lease so that in the coming 30 years we can look back and still feel like we have gotten and continued to get sufficient value in this shared partnership and in this asset. I think it is a huge improvement, and I really appreciate our staff, Rye, for stepping in on this and leading our negotiations, to John and Dan and Rich and Ann and others and Diane and Herb and Ann to, you know, really give them a run for their money on this and move us to this next forward. And I'm going to make the motion to approve here on second reading the ordinance of the BoCC approving and authorizing the chair to sign a lease and use agreement with Trajan Flight Support, doing business as Atlantic Aviation.
I'll second.
Okay, it's moved and seconded, and I have comments myself before we vote. Echoing what has already been said, I think the partnership between Atlantic and the county is really important. We're all in partnership with the FAA also. That's a very important partnership. And our partnership with the locally based plane owners and pilots who fly in here is very important also. All these are parts of this equation that to me is important. And I see this lease as really a win. It's a win for the county. It's a win for Atlantic. It's a win for the local pilots, and I think a win for the public. We've had a lot of criticism about the private general aviation aircraft being so polluting, and across the whole world, it really is an issue of rich people flying their planes much more than they used to, and the impact that has on climate change. It's not something we're going to solve here, but we can be, I think, part of the solution by just pushing for more fuel-efficient airplanes and alternative sustainable fuel airplanes and various things like that. We can be a part of that solution, but we're not going to solve the whole world's problems right here by digging in our heels and not approving this lease or not approving the ALP or anything. I think it's important to realize that the private plane owners who fly into Aspen, they actually will be paying for a large part of our new terminal going forward. That's the main source of our income, will be what we're getting from the lease from Atlantic. So it is a huge benefit. Even though they're private individuals flying their own planes, there's a huge public benefit to those 95% or so of the people who fly into the airport are coming on the commercial planes, and they will benefit from the private planes that come here also. I think there are a lot of benefits that maybe haven't been mentioned to the local pilots. I remember there was the issue of the mag chloride along Highway 82, and the local pilots were concerned about the mag chloride getting on their planes and, damaging them. That was one reason I think the patio shelters were put in the first place there on the east side. Well, all that stuff will be moved over to the west side of the airport, and I think that will be a better location for the planes that are parked for for the whole year at the airport. The mag chloride will not be an issue anymore. And I think that we've really been trying to pay attention to what the local pilots, kind of stay in touch with what their desires are. And I think that that's an important partnership going forward to, be attentive to what issues they bring up and try to, work for good solutions to whatever comes up. I have an idea that I think would make sense for trying to reduce the cost of aviation fuel here. At one point, Greg Postman and I calculated how many tanker trucks it takes per day to bring the fuel from the east slope over here to just for our airport. And the number, it was like 3 trucks a day is what we had calculated. I don't know if that's accurate, but it is a lot, hauling one semi-truck at a time over Loveland. I guess they go over Loveland Pass, go over Vale Pass. Now, if we could develop a system of bringing them on rail cars and having a fuel depot in Glenwood or in Rifle or maybe in Eagles, anywhere over on this side of the valley, we could bring a huge amount of fuel and have it stored here. And then the semis hauling it to the airport, to the 3 different airports in our vicinity, would have a much shorter distance to haul it. And I think we'd see substantial savings in transportation cost if we could do that. So it's just a thought that, maybe would be worth looking into to cut down on the transportation cost, and I think we could lower the cost of the fuel that the local planes have to pay here.
So Steve, in the next 4 years, I want you to convince the Garfield County Commissioners to allow us to store jet fuel in their county.
Well, I think they would benefit too, but I know I'm on pretty good terms with all of the commissioners there.
We're gonna give him a job even before he retires. You too, Rich, so don't be smiling over there. Got plans for you.
So, those are my comments for now. Are there any more commissioner comments?
I just want to thank everybody
Okay,
again.
seeing none, I will call the question. All in favor of approving the motion, say aye.
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 Thank you.
No objections,
Thank
I
you.
presume, so we pass it 4-0.
Greg
Commissioner
has
Postman
recused.
is recused from this.
I did see him come back in the
Now,
building.
at this point, going forward, I hope that Commissioner Postman can participate in future discussions about.
Can we
Yeah,
take a
he can play ball now.
Can we take 10 minutes?
Yeah, we're gonna take a 10-minute break, and then we will come back for the Beljack Blue land use application.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. It's Wednesday. It's still Wednesday, November 20th, and we are on item number 18, land use item, land use public hearing for Beljack Blue LLC, activity envelope, site plan review, GMQS exemption, special review for CDU, GMQS special review for TDR receiver site, exemption for pre-1978 parcels. And Nicole's here with Glenn and Cody and a bunch of other people. Welcome. Hi, take it away.
Greg? Okay, thanks. Nicole Rebeck Stout with Community Development, and thanks for introducing the applicant representatives, Greg, Glenn Horn, and Cody Horn, sitting next to me. I am going to try and be brief, just sort of reorienting you to the project and offering some staff insight on the comments before quickly handing it over to the applicant team to go into more detail. So just, does this TV need to be on? Or?
That TV is
Okay.
working currently.
Okay, great. Okay, so everyone can see the screen. So again, we're at the end of Little Woody Creek Road. If we mention parcel numbers, parcel 1's the lower valley, 2's the mid valley, 3's the upper valley. Since the, or I guess right before I uploaded the packet, the applicant provided a revised application to One, reduced floor area on parcel 2 and 3. They're committing to 5750 on both of those. Conservation easements to encumber the northern and eastern portions of the property, and OST supports minor revision that the applicant suggested. They committed to construction-related road improvements for Little Woody Creek Road, and they're also requesting a 10-year vested property right. And I just want to be clear that the resolutions that were included in your packet are still reflective of the application that we were reviewing during the October meeting, so you won't see these reduced floor areas in those resolutions. This is just showing a minor revision to the conservation easements. So green is what they're committing to. Red is an area that Open Space and Trails had proposed, but the applicant is removing. There were some questions, I think, during last public comment and also at the site visit about public noticing. We've had 3 different versions of this application over time. And so what I did was just plug in the dates for each of the different public noticing strategies. So we link all of our applications on our website. A referral letter is issued in which the caucus is a part of that email, that referral letter email that goes out. There's public notice in the newspaper, mailings to the neighbors, posted signs on the property, and then I just noted what was the BoCC hearing date for each one of those applications. I just want to, before the applicant team goes into responding to a lot of the public comments, I just wanted to provide some context about what's in the land use code as it relates to those comments, so how staff is reviewing that. So in terms of peace, safety, and comfort in the neighborhood, as it relates to construction impacts, every permit that comes through our department has a construction management plan that's reviewed by our planning engineer. In terms of the scale of development, we've used Chapter 6 and Chapter 9 in the land use code to determine what is allowable. The thing that requires special review would be the approval for TDR receiving site on Parcel 2 and Parcel 3. There's concern about the road. So the applicant is committing to repairing the road, which I mentioned in the application revision. In terms of wildlife disruption and water quality, we use 2 sections of our code in 72070 and 80 to review that. CPW has approved the project with conditions, and then the water quality is addressed with the 100-foot setback from Little Woody Creek's high water mark. Wildfire risk is addressed with 72060, and Aspen Fire has provided conditions of approval. And then the applicant is required to maintain all those conditions over time. In terms of unoccupied structures, the county does not have regulations in place. I will note that the employee housing impact fee will reflect a non-local rate at the time of building permit for any residential structure over 5750, so that's one thing we have in our current code. And water rights and realignment of the ditches, 72030 requires development not to adversely affect water rights, and the request could go to water court if need be, but that's out of the sort of land use review process. It's a separate process. In terms of filling the swimming pools, we talked about the wells not being that's not allowable use to fill swimming pools, so trucking and delivery of water is required for the pools. Currently, we don't have regulations about where the water comes from to fill the pools, but however, the applicant will be subject to that 200 million BTU energy budget at the time of building permit, assuming the pools are heated. And in terms of scenic view protection from the neighbors, the county doesn't regulate views from personal residences, but we do have regulations in place for views from scenic byways. In this case, it would be State Highway 82 and Woody Creek Road. I also read neighbor requests for a trail access to public lands through the subject property. I'll just leave that as a discussion item for you. We don't have anything in the code for that and didn't hear anything from Open Space and Trails about that. Some questions about development rights were also brought up at the site visit. Parcel 3 is identified as the fathering parcel. That means that property would have a 5750 development right. The other two parcels are sort of boxed in with what's currently there. So parcel 2 is limited to 3715. They're requesting TDRs to expand to 5750, and then parcel 1 is limited to 5,524, and the applicant will need to request TDR, or is requesting TDRs to expand to 9,000.
Question from Kelly.
Just real quick.
Yeah.
Sorry, Thank you. Thanks, Andorra. Sorry. My apologies for missing the site visit. I'm sick today. My 5-year-old was sick last week, so I do apologize for having missed it. I really had wanted to be there. Related to the criteria here, how is GMQS exemption for remodeling and addition automatic under the code, or is that something that we're approving for these parcels?
Are you referring to like parcel?
So parcel 1 and parcel 2 both have a GMQS exemption for remodel and addition.
Right, and that establishes the development right. So that's just acknowledging that those existing houses were legally created, and so they serve as the development right. So if the applicant elected to scrape those houses and replace them, that would be the code section that we would use to allow that. The applicant's not doing that. They're retaining those homes and building additions,
Right.
which is also compliant with code.
Okay, and so that doesn't require approval of the BoCC. It's an acknowledgement of its.
Yeah, the development right does not
applicability.
require any approval. I think the question is establishing those two parcels as TDR receiving sites.
Okay.
To get parcel 1 up to
Additional square
9,000
footage,
and
yeah.
2 to 5,750.
Okay.
That would be the question at hand.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's a good question. I also have, there was a lot in the Woody Creek Caucus comments as well, and I just don't want to, I just want to sort of establish like what the code says and as it relates to those. So there was mention of the applicant requesting approval for a TDR receiver site and a GMQS allotment. That's not true. The applicant is only requesting TDR receiver site on parcel 2 and 3. There was also some conversation about subdivision and density in that letter. One, the 35-acre subdivision is exempt from county review. So there is nothing that we're reviewing based on that subdivision. It's not a process that the state would allow us to review. The applicant can go into the clerk's office any moment and record that
into
plat.
what?
And the applicant can bring a plat into the clerk's office at any time to record those new property boundaries.
35-acre subdivision.
Right. So the caucus comments are referring to like P&Z 8/2020. That project was under a county subdivision review regulations. So there's just some clarification there. And then CDUs are are not considered a unit of density in the land use code. So there's 3 current single-family homes that exist, and the applicant's proposing 3 in the proposed plan. And then there are 2 CDUs, but those aren't considered a unit of density. The zoning of the property came into question in the letter. The property zoned RS20. The applicant's not requesting to rezone the property, and staff has not found an error with the zoning. RS20 is primarily for Woody Creek properties. So every property on Little Woody Creek and Woody Creek Road are all zoned RS20. Alluvial fan mitigation walls are required to be maintained in the conditions in the approval. We already talked about the development right. Agriculture structures are exempt from floor area calculations per current code. Each building type does have a floor area cap. We talked about that at the site visit. In terms of utility upgrades, this isn't part of my review, but the applicant will be subject to electric ready code that you adopted earlier this year. That'll come into effect at time of building permit. In terms of solar's planned on the houses and the barns. The land use code prefers solar to be on the roof versus a ground mounted system to prevent extensive site impacts. Wildlife construction restrictions. We got into a conversation about that in October, but again, CPW prefers that the construction projects wrap up instead of adding on additional years of construction activity to the project. So it's definitely a trade-off, but just wanted to
Could you be,
reiterate that.
I'm sorry, more specific about what they're in other words, they want them to go quickly, but
Right.
do they say how, or what would be the
so
process for doing that?
So currently, the code reads that there would be construction limitations between December and March based on their location in proximity of critical habitat. What CPW has observed is that every time those construction limitations are put in place on a property, it adds years to the construction project. And their position is that results in more wildlife impacts than just having a sort of isolated moment in time of having high intensity construction activity happening.
And that would apply to each property as well as maybe all of them at once?
Well, and that would be a great discussion item for you. Right now, it's written that it's 2 year. Each property has a 2-year window to get sort of dried in. But we could write that to say by 2028 we need to move to doing the construction restrictions. That would be a way to do it.
So we could give a deadline for being complete.
Well, for being dried in, I don't know.
Dried,
if you,
right.
That's probably all we
Got it.
can
Right, okay.
regulate, or because we would have to enforce that condition, so it'd have to be enforceable.
Has the applicant made any indication about whether that's even part of their plan? Are they going to do them one at a time? Are they going to do them all together? Or do we can talk about that, we can ask, right?
Yeah.
When the time comes.
Yeah.
Put it on your list.
They're out of the conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they're prepared to talk about a lot of that. In terms of dogs, they're not restricted from the properties, but they are required to be kenneled. The applicant will be subject to lighting code in effect at the time. The letter mentioned the dark sky lighting, and I just want to point out that staff has lighting code amendment that's currently working its way through. P&Z recommended approval to the BoCC in September, and there's it's very dark sky oriented, that new lighting code.
And that will apply.
That will apply at time of building permit. So it is doesn't have a relationship of when this approval is. It has a relationship to when they come in for building permit. Applicant is required to maintain all wildfire conditions in the draft resolutions. That is standard for all approvals we do, even administrative approvals. The process, and there was the beetle kill mitigation comment in that letter. I just want to, maybe the applicant team can elaborate on this, but the process to engage a collaboration with the federal agency to get that approval is lengthy. So there is a condition that the applicant will work with U.S. Forest Service on that, but the way your resolution's written right now, we wouldn't require that before the approval. Special events came up, and that those all require permits, and there's only 3 events per property per year. And then short-term rental activity requires a license, as you know, and part of that license is demonstrating that you have a rental history. And then all of these conditions will run with the land and be binding on all successors of interest. So I think,
Can I have one more before
Yeah.
we get into specific parcels? Just
Yeah.
regarding the road, maybe you want to do this later also, but just
Yeah.
what is necessary, what's required of the applicant for projects like this with the road in its current state? Is it up to snuff? Like, does it need to be modified or improved or?
We don't have a condition about that right now, but the applicant has committed to dealing with any construction impacts. We have precedent for writing a condition like that. There's basically a sort of baseline condition that's established in terms of the roads and any damage on the road, and then a post-construction assessment, and then anything that's damaged, that would be on the applicant team to fix or repair.
Is that before they get the CO, or is there any sort of deadline or requirement?
In the past, we've written it like that. And I was planning on working with our building division to see if that's what they would prefer. But you get the idea, is they'd be responsible for the damage.
But it's a private road, so in my understanding, the county has no authority over the private road. So how do we require them to do X on a private road that we don't have any authority over?
If they offer it.
If they offer it. That's a
Well,
good
that's
point.
part of the answer. We can't enforce the terms of any private road agreement or easement amongst the parties, but to the extent that impacts to the road could be associated with the special review use, I suppose you could you could place some additional requirements on the applicant, as long as those requirements were reasonably related to the impacts that you were trying to mitigate for in connection with that condition.
So we couldn't say you've got to pave it and do curb and gutter and,
I would think not.
yellow brick road. You can do improvements that were created by your activity.
I would have to rely on Suzanne and or Nicole to tell you what kind of requirement the applicant will have to bring the road up to a county standard of some kind for the purpose of whether it's a driveway standard or fire access standard. They would have to let you know what that would be. I think that's something building looks at more, or planning engineer maybe. So I'm not sure if that's even a condition of this application, so.
I just knew that there was an issue with our authority versus what we can ask for, what we can require.
Great, thank you for clarifying that. Kelly and then Steve.
Well, on that point, I guess I'd like to understand, one of the documents that we received, I think today, for additional public comment came from attorneys representing 6 parties of interest, saying that road improvements had to be approved by the greater collective that all share in the ownership of the road. I don't know how that implicates anything we put into a resolution, or anything is related to like access to the site, or any of that kind of stuff.
Sure. The short answer is it doesn't really. To the extent that they need to obtain some additional approvals to use the easement, although that would be unusual if there was an existing easement to have some additional conditions just to use it as opposed to improve it or something like that.
I think it has to do with any improvements that we would put on as conditions relative to
Sure. So, for example,
mitigating construction on the property.
Sure. I guess the example I could think of, if there is a requirement to bring the road up to county road standards or driveway standards, and that was a condition of approval, which I don't know if it is, but if that were a condition of approval and some level of improvement to the road were required to meet that condition of approval, that would be on the applicant to go out and obtain from either the owner of the property underlying the easement or a collective of folks who have an interest in the easement. To the extent that document requires some further consent, the applicant would have to go and do that. How and when and the specifications for doing that really is
But
out
that
of our
doesn't show
court.
up for us like a condition for application. Like some other properties we have, you have to show you have access to your property as a condition to even apply.
Sure, of course, and as I understand it, the applicant has demonstrated sufficient access to the
Right,
property
okay.
for the purpose of the development that's being proposed.
Okay. I think I got it.
So I'm good. Bri just
I just
really
wanted to
answered.
so if we were to say you have to come up to county standards is very different to me than if we said you have to come up to the standard the road is in today versus after construction. That's, to me, is the direct nexus between their activity in the road versus you gotta bring it up to county standard, which, it's a private road.
And we're not sure anybody wants that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, is that's to me, it's two different things. But regardless of what happens, I think it has to have the approval or the input from the collective of the road easement owners or users of the road, the private road.
That may be, and while I've got the mic for a second, Spots, could you promote, I believe the applicant has a representative that's online, Mary Elizabeth Geiger, I believe. Yep, there she is. She asked to be a panelist. I believe she's with your team, Glenn, is that right? All right, thank you.
Thanks, Ray. Okay, let's keep going.
That was really the extent of what I wanted to present. So I think I'd like to just hand it to the applicant team now.
Got it. Great. Welcome.
I need presenting power, I believe.
Should we grant him presenting power?
No, you're done.
Panelist.
That new haircut.
Exactly. Didn't recognize him.
Okay. Well, it's good to see you guys again. For those of you we didn't see at the site visit, I'm Cody Horn. With me is Glenn Horn. Mary Elizabeth Geiger of Garfield and Hecht is joining via Zoom. We have Eichelberger Architects as well as Jonathan Losky, Colorado Wildlife Science. We all represent the applicants, Richard and Lori Stark, the owners and controllers of the Beljack Blue LLC. They acquired the property from the Cato family in 2015. This will be a reiteration for some of you, but for others, the intention and the goal through this process is estate planning for the applicant's children, Beljack and Blue. The subject property is, well, the proposal is to encompass 3 legally created single-family homes with 3 42-acre parcels. And just a note on the road impact stuff, there's 3 existing single-family homes. We're proposing 3 single-family homes. So as it stands with trip generation, there's going to be no trip generated, notwithstanding construction, cars and trucks and things like that. So we're proposing these 3 42-acre parcels at the top of the Little Woody Creek Valley here at the apex of a very narrow valley which feeds in from the Little Woody Creek Valley. You take this left off of Woody Creek. It's about 5 minutes up from the Woody Creek Tavern on your left. We're proposing these 3 42-acre tracts through the state statute land division process, each tract encompassing the existing legally created house. Our proposal is to expand the houses on parcels 1 and 2, and convert the third house to a CDU, and then proposing a new single-family house on parcel 3.
Can I ask Cody a question right here? So the 3 houses that already exist there, are they only on one parcel? Because it looked like the Catos had subdivided this property once before, or at least intended to subdivide it for 3 lots. And so those 3 houses sort of represent that original subdivision plan?
Perhaps a conceived subdivision which never went to a detailed review, and so that's why they're legally created. However, they're on one single tract. I think there was some discrepancy in the GIS mapping, which shows it as multiple parcels. However, legally it's not 3 parcels. So, and that's also a leg that we're taking to bring the property into further compliance with the code by drawing boundaries around 3 existing legally created houses, because technically it's 1 unit of density per lot.
Okay, thank you.
So it's a cleanup operation as well.
Thanks, Cody.
So we were before you on October 23rd. We conducted a site visit on November 13th. We heard a lot of comments over 3 years from staff. We got comments from the members who were in attendance of the board, plenty of comments from the neighbors as well as the Woody Creek Caucus. And we wanted to be responsive to these comments, and the applicant has decided to make these pretty significant changes to the residential floor area in response by reducing the house sizes from 8,750 square feet of residential floor area on parcel 2, and reducing the proposed house on parcel 3 from 8,250 square feet to 5,750 each. The proposal for parcel 1 remains the same. That reflects a 3,000 square foot of residential floor area increase from the existing 5,224 approximately. So I just want to take you guys through the property. I gave you the context. This is the largest property in Little Woody Creek Valley. As Nicole said, we could go to the clerk and recorder and record the state exempt land division plat tomorrow, and we have 3 parcels that are created, and pass that on to the offspring of our applicants, and it's finished. They could come in individually with site plan proposals and attempt to max out residential floor area at 9,250. We thought instead that it was a lot better planning practice and that we get a lot more comprehensive of a product by planning the entire tract of land instead of operating in this piecemeal fashion by subdividing the land, giving it into separate ownerships, and then having them come in throughout, who knows, the next 10, 20 years. And so we believe that this comprehensive site planning process is far superior, and we decided that we're going to go through this land division, state exempt land division process after the county review. So we give both staff and the board the opportunity to mitigate development impacts by going through the land use process. And we just want to make it clear that the tracts have not been divided yet. And we're also taking the recommendation from Pickens County Open Space and Trails in proposing this conservation easement of approximately 25 acres on the northern portion of parcel 3, and the southern portion of parcel 2 is a 29-acre tract, or 29-acre area for conservation. This will permanently preserve 56 acres for the benefit of Pickens County, which is more than a third of the 127-acre property. This is an action that could have been undertaken by prior landowners if they really wished to see this property remain undeveloped. This application is unusual, however, but we think for the better in that we're proposing these 35-acre tracts and doing this as a land use process in one go.
Can I ask you a quick
Yeah,
another
sure,
question?
go ahead.
Sorry. So by conserving those, they're not developable anyway, right? I mean, that by building these houses, the rest of that property can't be developed anymore, isn't that right?
It's highly constrained land. You know, the area on the top portion of parcel 3 would have similar site constraints to the area on the lower portion of parcel 3. It was a product of, you know, trying to decrease impacts to wildlife where we clustered development closer to already existing development. In general, your take on it's correct. It's constrained land, and but I want to make it clear it was a thorough deliberation by the owner. They value their property rights. They don't want you know, to forfeit very valuable land, and so it's a concession for them, regardless of not being able to be developed.
But I mean, when these houses are built on these 3 lots, they're built out, right? They can't build another structure there anyway, right?
Well, and they're agricultural properties, so you can think of things like outbuildings, loafing sheds, riding
Okay, so
arenas.
these will be exempt from that.
Yeah.
Can I jump in, however, because each of these will be 42-acre lots in a zone district that is RS20. So wouldn't they possibly be able to come in for further subdivision, and then assuming they figure out a development right on those additional, that there would be the potential for 3 additional lots if each of these 3 parcels further subdivided?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay,
Thank you.
yeah, thank you.
There is additional subdivision potential.
Okay.
And I get into that a little bit. We can look at the metrics on that. You know, Woody Creek Caucus has commented that the 35-acre land divisions are inconsistent with the caucus master plan. However, to your point, Kelly, the alternative is to go through the full subdivision process. That's a 5-step process where the outcome would likely result in a similar or more intense outcome. This is because the subdivision process is informed by the maximum amount of density that could occur under zoning. So a lot that is created through the subdivision process typically allows 5,750 square feet of residential floor area. I want to make clear that GMQS allotments and TDR exemptions would be required to develop at that density for what's shown on your screen, 6 lots at 5,750. So it's not like each of these 6 lots under subdivision would be allowed 5,750. You'd still have to go through this process and either entice with the proposal or land some TDRs there. But say that happens and there's 6 units of density through subdivision. That's 34,500 square feet of residential floor area. We're proposing 2 lots at 5,750, 1 lot at 9,000 for 20,500 square feet of residential floor area.
Question from Patty.
Yeah, I appreciate that. So we could look at what the total development could be at 20-acre parcels, lots. But there's a lot of constraints. So would you be able to fit 57.5 on X amount of lots? Or would you have to put, we don't want to get into constrained lots, but there would be a lot of constraints there because of setbacks and slope and wildlife and et cetera, et cetera. So there could be, you're right, some future, but not, I don't believe, to that maximum because of constraints. But you're giving us the extreme because that's what we asked to see.
But the conservation easement takes care of that.
Yeah, and that's a question I have to further that is what would the thought be to putting a conservation easement with envelopes for development over the entire property? That's just another, I think, topic of conversation.
Sure, and that's why I included the asterisk that it would need to be through TDRs and GMQS as well as addressing site constraints. But I also want to bring that back to the really extensive process that we've gone through to mitigate for site constraints, as well as make clear that it's worthwhile to establish this comparison with what's allowable under zoning because that's the benchmark. I mean,
Right,
as
that's what I'm saying.
planners,
Thank you for that.
that's how we operate is zoning. So we frequently see development in Pickens County occur below this benchmark, as you guys have well stated, under what's permitted by zoning, which is what the applicant is proposing. So we're very much consistent with coming in below the benchmark on what zoning would recommend for density and floor area. And so I guess if we're looking at this benchmark, we're reducing density by 50%. We're reducing potential residential floor area by 14,000 square feet. We're conserving 56 acres of land in perpetuity for the benefit of Pickens County. And this is resulting in, you know, what we think is a really good response to the neighbors' concerns, as well as what we like to see, or what we see the board approve. Fewer homes, fewer roads, fewer driveways, fewer infrastructure, smaller houses. And also, I don't want to make this threatening in any way that this is what we could do and we're not doing this, but you know, it is allowed under zoning and it's a good basis of comparison. The only difference between going through this process and a subdivision process would be a road impact and a school impact fee. So we're only going to record these tracks after the site planning process is complete, and we think that this is making for a much better product. So this will be a familiar slide to some of you, but I think it's very telling of what's on the ground. The dark black line here represents the subject Beljack Blue property, 127 acres. It's got more development potential because it's significantly larger than everything else in the Little Woody Creek Valley. The red lots on this map indicate substandard size lots, meaning they're below 20 acres in the RS20 zone district. The remaining 8 lots shown in green are conforming size, so they have at least 20 acres. And the truth of this situation, which I don't have to tell you guys this, but every neighboring property has been developed or redeveloped at some point, and there are temporary construction impacts with every one of them. We're not here to discuss the inconvenience of timing, and I know we are, and there's been some deliberation on how we can potentially mitigate those impacts. And I will want to reiterate that the applicant is committing to a professional engineer as well as the planning engineer to evaluate the road condition pre-construction and post-construction, committing to improving the road to after construction to the same condition or better than before construction began. So we also have an opportunity here to comply with current or modern best practice land use code standards, which is a trait that's not well represented in the Little Woody Creek Valley. And this isn't at the fault of property owners. The code standards have changed, and it creates non-conforming structures. And for better or for worse, I think this exhibit is extremely telling. We've overlaid the Little Woody Creek with a blue buffer indicating the 100-foot setback. So as you saw on the site visit, Francie, Kelly, you weren't there, but there are a lot of structures on the Beljack Blue property that are within this 100-foot setback. That was increased in 2006 from 20 feet to 100 feet, and as a result, a lot of agricultural residential buildings are non-compliant. And if you go through the Little Woody Creek neighborhood, you can see, you know, this is your first property you enter, there's a significant amount of them that don't meet the 100-foot setback. As you move up the road, there's even more. And each property exhibits a lot of the characteristics that we're having to mitigate for by coming in with a new application. And I move all the way up to the Beljack Blue property, and we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 16 structures, 13 of which were constructed without a permit by the prior owner. So, and to no fault of the prior owner, but this is an issue that we inherited and that we're trying to rectify by the best means possible. So we're meeting a higher standard because we're permitting our development, one, and the new code requires a lot more strict regulations that we need to comply. So
when I look at this particular diagram, the houses existing on the property that we're talking about seem quite a bit smaller than the other properties. I'm just wondering, what is the square footage of those other properties?
You, great timing. It's my next slide.
Sorry, before we move on then, I thought we don't normally hear applications when there's an active notice of violation, so I'm a little curious what's going on here.
Yeah, the notice of violation that is active on this case requires this resolution to bring it to a conclusion. So that doesn't always happen that way, but in this case, that's the story. So it's referring to an accessory structure with bathing facilities on parcel 1. It's built approximately 10 feet from the high water mark of Little Woody Creek. It was built between 91 and 2006 without a permit. And at the time when we issued the notice of violation, my attitude was, let's find a way where we can just approve it with planning and then get permits for it and make it legal. But in the planning process, what we've determined is that it wasn't even built to standards in the pre-2006 code. So there's no way that we can issue a planning approval for it. So in your resolution, that particular building is required to be demolished. And there's no other activity that could happen on that property until that notice of violation is resolved. So I think it will be effective to have that condition of approval sort of hang up a 9,000 square foot house, for example. It will motivate them to come into compliance.
Okay.
That's a great question. I usually ask that one.
I know. There you go.
So as you guys know, this 100-foot setback was intended to preserve the riparian corridor, stream beds, wildlife habitat. So this is one of the many benefits to the applicant's proposal being approved instead of leaving the existing structures as they are, which have potential to degrade water quality and native vegetation like orchids near the stream bed or anything else that could be threatened by not preserving that 100-foot setback. And so Francie, to your point, I'm going to talk about lot size and then I'll get into house size. This has been seen before, but I think it is another visual aid which helps you guys understand. We have properties on the vertical axis, size of properties on the horizontal axis. The 3 proposed parcels are 42 acres in size. We have 3 non-conforming parcels that are below 20. The remaining 5 are conforming, but we have substantially larger parcels even after the land division process. And as for house size, this is a similar comparison chart that shows all the houses served by Little Woody Creek Road. On the horizontal axis, we have residential floor area. On the vertical axis, we have property addresses. Beljack Blue parcels 2 and 3 are substantially smaller in residential floor area than every other house or all other residential floor area on neighboring properties. Beljack Blue parcel 1 is still very much on the low end of residential floor area. I do want to make the disclaimer that Beljack Blue shown in blue is accurate residential floor area. Shown in gray is square footage as represented by the assessor. Square footage is a pretty good indication of residential floor area, but we didn't go measure every neighbor's house. So it shows the range of houses, 5750 to 1439. We're very much on the low side, and you compare this to the 6 homes from this mark down, which would never be approved under the current code. So
Can I ask, how many of the units have CDUs?
I'm not
Those
sure.
other residential, we don't know.
I'm not sure, but that's why I say this is a representation of total residential floor area.
But the Beljack Blue parcels, you can add 1,000, what's CDU, 15 or 1,000? 1,000. So we add 1,000 for a CDU for each of those.
That's included.
This is including the
That's
CDU.
included, thank you.
So the neighbors totals very much could include.
Okay, could, okay. And having
CDUs.
just driven that road, I do have to appreciate the fact you really have to go slowly to be able to see the houses you're passing. I think they've been well located off the private road for the most part, especially when you get up further towards the end of the road. And I think the same will occur for parcel 2 and 3, because they're kind of tucked up, especially 3, where the visual impacts will be minimal. The expansion of parcel 1 house to 9,000 will have more of a visual, but you really have to be up there. It's not like you're normally gonna drive by it. So that was one of the real benefits, I think, of the site visit. So thank you.
And Cody, did you say that the CDUs are part of the square footage you're representing there?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, and we're not claiming that there's going to be no visual impacts from neighboring properties, and it's a very nice neighborhood, and we can empathize.
We don't govern that. We've had that come in many times.
Yeah, and I can empathize with the neighbors. Like, I grew up on Little Annie, and there's lots of big houses being built on the road above us. There's construction impacts. We've had effects to our water table. This stuff happens. And that's why I'm happy to be part of this process, because I really do think we're doing a good job. However, I do want to mention that there's been some comments from neighbors combining 2 or more ideas or concepts into one when they're aggregating residential floor area with agricultural floor area together, resulting in sort of a confusion or misrepresentation of, what's actually proposed. And so I just wanted to offer this chart as an example of the Belljack Blue parcels 1. Oh, this is mislabeled, I apologize, but this is 2, 3, and 1. And that's our residential floor area plus our agricultural floor area shown in orange, in comparison with just the residential floor area of the neighbors. So I think we're still pretty compatible if you conflate these 2 ideas into one with just the residential character of the neighboring houses.
And we don't know what the ag square footage is on the other houses up a little
We
bit.
don't, but you saw that stream setback map, and there's a lot of agricultural structures. And this is not a tit for tat thing. Look what you have versus what we're proposing. We think this is a really sound proposal that's in harmony with the character, even when you conflate the residential and agricultural floor area, which a lot of the comments have done. So I'm providing that
question
figure
was
for you.
asked a lot on the site visit. the
Yeah,
square
so
footage
if you want to look at what they look like combined, they're still compatible with just the residential floor area. So granted, both these types of structures generate construction impacts, but they are treated differently by code. I just want to revisit the conservation easement slide. Not only do we believe the applicant's proposal to be exemplary in terms of size and total residential and agricultural floor area, but also based upon the recommendations by Picken County Open Space and Trails, the applicant is proposing to encumber 56 acres of land in a conservation easement for the benefit of Picken County in exchange for a 10-year vesting period, which is consistent with the land use code. This will be the only conservation easement in the Little Woody Creek Valley, which is consistent with both the goals of the Woody Creek Master Plan as well as the Down Valley Comprehensive Plan. So the key goal of the Down Valley Comprehensive Plan is to conserve critical wildlife habitat as well as irrigated lands. The conservation encompasses the portion on the north end of Parcel 3, which is most proximate to the critical wildlife habitat. As we spoke about, Francie, the clustering of development prior to the conservation easement being proposed was our first address to limiting impacts to wildlife. The county's irrigated land standards address the conservation of irrigated lands, and I'll get into that in the next slide. But just for those of you who were on the site visit, we walked, this was the proximate location of the house on Parcel 2. We walked up this driveway in a good 5 to 10 minutes until we reached this portion of the lot. So we were hoofing it for a while.
I de-hoofed it.
You de-hoofed, but you were in our thoughts as we were hoofing, and we walked, and we didn't walk the remaining extent of the parcel. But if you can imagine that entire walk, Greg and Steve, that's the amount of area approximately that's being conserved, which it's a large swath of land, and whoops, and then this hillside is also being conserved.
So where is on that picture, where is and now you reminded me that, Greg, may I? That the irrigated pasture is protected. But what lands outside of that are we not putting in conservation easement that we could, for benefit of wildlife, or like the hillside across from the houses that's got the winter range? That's the dry side, didn't have the snow on it where we were. Is that not being considered?
We took the recommendation of open space and trails, and so like I said, it was a tough decision for the owner to forfeit this land, and I don't think they were eager to propose more land. We did make a minor modification to the area on the southern portion of parcel 2 because there could be anticipated need for additional hay sheds or loafing sheds, and they wanted to preserve a little bit of developable land in case that situation arose.
I just would like to have discussion about putting into conservation easement that critical winter range on the other side there. Closing my eyes and seeing that property from where we were standing, because we are going to be giving.
Could
How
you
many
speak up just a little bit? I
how
can't
many
quite hear you.
TDRs are we asking for? They're asking for 3. So that's discretionary to the BoCC for the additional square footage. We're being asked for 10 or some extended period of vesting, which is also significant. It has pluses and minuses, I think, on the county side. So I would just like to see, I think it's great. We started with some conservation acreage, but to see if there's any discussion over conserving a little more.
Can I ask a question about that? So Cody, you said conservation of irrigated land, but did you mean preservation of irrigated land?
Sorry, I'm talking
I
about
said
conflating vocabulary here. Yeah, conservation easements of critical wildlife habitat, and then I
Preservation.
went on to say the county's irrigated land standards ensure that preservation
Okay,
of historically
thank you.
irrigated land.
And
So
that's
yes.
the acreage that's between like parcel 2 and parcel 1 on the Little Woody Creek side,
Yeah,
right?
you're thinking of like this area up here.
Yeah, that we walked by and saw the blue flag and the orange flag and the orange flag and the green flag and the blue flag.
Yeah. Good memory.
Remember, I got my colors straight at least.
Yeah, and I can't speak for the applicant. That's something that we'd have to.
I just think that's, there's trade-offs in all. There's a lot of positives. I think there's some definite impacts to wildlife that we could maybe strengthen. I think there's concern about if you're not going to further subdivide, why can't you put a conservation easement over it? And then I think the road issues are interesting, and I think hopefully we'll address neighbors' concerns. And then there's construction phasing, which we probably need to talk about, but at some point, but that could be further down. But thank you. Thanks to Greg, he's back. He's been leaving the room a lot. We have to keep an eye on him today.
So, some issues I want to address. One is the road improvements. Now, there's a mention in there of bringing it up to county road standards, which I think all the owners up and down Little Woody Creek Road would be opposed to that because they like the narrow road like it is.
And that's why we're saying.
And I know that's an issue, and I mean, I would be opposed to widening the road. It should be left like it is when all is said and done. So that's. Let me just go through my issues, and then you can address which ones you want. The residents of Little Woody Creek Road have for years walked up through the, clear to the end of the property and out onto the Forest Service land at the end. And now they can't do that because of a new owner, non-resident owner who, where are they today? They're not even here. I think they should be here and, you know, hear our concerns in person. That's probably indicative of that they live elsewhere. They're not here that much. And I think if I would rather have a trail that Little Woody Creek residents could walk on than to have the conservation easements, because the land that's being set aside for conservation easement isn't even going to be built on. It's pretty well protected by your proposal without having a conservation easement. A real public amenity would be a trail that the local residents could walk up that valley and out onto the Forest Service land. So I want to put that out there. These are my concerns. The ditch, a couple of things are major red flags to me. One is that they have a locked gate that then people wanting to access their irrigation ditches come to a locked gate, which every time this happens on countless pieces of property across the West, you end up with something akin to range wars and really hard feelings and broken relationships in a neighborhood. The fact that they wanted to build a house right on top of one of the irrigation ditches that doesn't belong to them, which happened at the Roaring Fork Club on the Waterman's property. So Reno Cerise's farm has their irrigation ditch goes under some of the houses at the Roaring Fork Club, which to me is totally absurd. That should never have been allowed. And I don't want to allow anything like that here. The irrigation ditch is there. It was there way before any thought of a house, and the house should go, not impede the irrigation ditch whatsoever. And the owners of the ditches should not be impeded to go maintain their ditches to, you know, if they come to a lock gate, I'm sure that can be worked out, but it needs to be worked out. That these people need to become, to me, more neighborly and, you know, cooperate with everybody in the neighborhood rather than be, it seems like, antagonistic to the neighborhood. In terms of I really appreciate the reductions in the square footage. When you look at the chart of, they have, even with 5750, they would have the two smallest houses on all of Little Woody Creek. And that, I mean, that's really a positive thing for your application. I appreciate that. I know that the neighbors complained a lot about the amount of the agricultural buildings, or the square footage of them, the location of them, all that sort of a thing. For what to me is basically barely an agricultural operation, even though it has the zoning for it. You know, you don't need buildings to have a viable agricultural operation. People think they do, but it's actually one more cost to the property, and to me it's probably mostly what they want to do is unnecessary and they shouldn't build so many ag buildings, because they really have, I mean, I don't see that they have need for that. To be an ag operation, what's important is the land and the production of the land and the water. So I just want to put that out there that, you know, maybe they should consider fewer buildings, fewer ag buildings. Let's see. Those are really my main concerns.
I just would like to respond to one
And
thing.
that's like listening to the local residents and.
Yeah, and I appreciate your point of view as somebody who's familiar with ag properties. I think just the one address to the agricultural structures is, being that it's intended for estate planning purposes, the intent and the goal is so that they operate independently from one another when each of the kids owns it. And so they want to preserve that option that each one is self-sufficient as an agricultural operation. I think in total, I understand it's a lot of ag structures for one property, but that's my response to the agricultural buildings. And I don't want to talk too much about the gate, the ditches, and things like that, because it is currently being worked out by the respective attorneys, and I can let Mary Elizabeth Geiger speak to that a little bit further.
Sure.
Let's say one
Code-
other thought.
Excuse me, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, hold on, Mary Elizabeth. Let Steve finish and we'll get to you, but thank you for being ready.
One
Thank
other
you.
thing that just, one thing I hadn't written down, but I was thinking of it, was for estate planning purposes, and I don't know the makeup of the family and how many kids and what their intentions are and whatnot. But if they have 3 lots and the main family house, I presume, is lot 1 that they want to make bigger, why don't they just come to us with an application for lot 1 to do the improvements on that? If one of the kids inherits lot 2 or 3 as part of the estate planning thing, then they could make the decision in the future that how big of a house, what kind, what they want to do exactly with the property. It's like this is master planning the whole property for kids who are going to inherit it in the future if it's for estate planning purposes. And now maybe I'm reading that wrong, but
The kids are adults, so I think the intention is a pretty immediate transfer. I think they're all above 25. I don't want to quote the ages, but yeah, and I know for a fact that Richard's primary goal is to divide the properties, get entitlements, and then give them to his kids, and they have
There's 3 kids.
There's 3 kids, Bell, Jack, and Blue. So then they don't have to go through the brain damage of this process and can come through with, comprehensive
or maybe
planning.
they don't even have to build the stuff right now.
When that's the intention of
That's one thought. The one thing that the residents are concerned about is all this construction all at once, where the kid might not even want a 5,000, maybe they want a 2,000 square foot house or something, and they could decide that in the future, and that would spread the construction out over decades perhaps, instead of like cramming it all into real quickly.
When, we've heard through the rumor mill that the preference is construction happening all at once and be done with it, but that is the intention of the 10-year vesting, is so that we can have that option. So that was our strategy there.
Okay, that's my thoughts.
Thanks, Steve.
Do you want to let
Do you have
Mary,
more presentation?
Yeah, I haven't
I have some
finished.
questions.
Okay, I'm going to let Mary Ellen,
Mary Elizabeth.
Mary Elizabeth.
Mary Elizabeth, come on down if you're still there.
I am. I just wanted to speak. Steve, I agree. I appreciate your comments. Excuse me, and understanding a lot of the agricultural and ranch issues and ditch issues. And the owner is very aware that others have access to the ditches located on the property because they are water rights owners. And we are working with those other ditch users' attorney to enter into some easement agreements so that everybody is on the same page with that. There's certainly no intent to be preventing people from accessing. So I just wanted to clarify that. And as far as piping the ditch, also very aware that the law says you have to get the consent of any other water users in order to do that. So I think Nicole mentioned this earlier in her presentation, the applicant has to comply with the law, and there is water law, and that's obviously something that, gosh, excuse me, they're going to have to deal with and work through before they can begin building if they're going to have those impacts. But in my opinion, that's outside of what the commissioners are looking to approve or consider today.
Thank you. Now Kelly's got comments, questions.
I have a question.
He does have more presentation.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
We have a few more slides if.
Sorry.
Oh, yeah, let's finish. Thanks.
I thought you said you were done.
Yeah, and I think they're not the most important slides, but they give you an idea. You know, this is the parcel 1, parcel 2, parcel 3, existing residential, proposed residential, the incremental increase, existing ag, proposed ag, incremental increase, and so on and so forth throughout the properties. And to summarize this, on a 127 acre property, we have total residential floor area increases on 127 acres of 9,368 square feet of residential floor area. Total agricultural floor area increases on 127 acres, 8,100 square feet. I'll say it 3 times, 127 acres, total land conserved, approximately 55 acres. And I'm just going to talk about this briefly. This is the historically irrigated lands taken from the county data in 2015. And we're preserving all historically irrigated lands except for the road realignments marked in yellow.
Is the green that irrigated land?
Yeah, green is the irrigated lands. And, you know, these areas shaded in gray are what's impacting those lands.
What do you mean?
So the additions to the structures are impacting those irrigated lands. And so we're losing those irrigated lands. However, we're maintaining 4.3% of all, or sorry, we're only impacting 4.3%. So we're maintaining 96.7% of historically irrigated lands. However, we see that as a net positive for downstream ditch and water users because we're actually reducing the amount of necessary water to support irrigated lands by reducing it by 4.3%. It's not much, but you know, and the county does have the option to vary that standard at staff's discretion to up to 15% of irrigated lands impacted. We don't need to do that in this instance. And, you know, we're currently discussing that between private property owner attorneys on, you know, the appropriation of water and in ditches and things like that. So I just want to make it clear that we're complying with the county land use code irrigated land standards. And as a summary.
Wait, before you
Sorry.
move off that slide, so to the top of the slide above the green irrigated pasture lands, that's the critical winter habitat. So that could be put under conservation easement. Just a thought.
Assuming there are stipulations that lands could continue to
Just
be
a
irrigated.
thought. An incentive for.
This gray
that-
area.
That's a thought for the incentive for TDRs and
I think it's
extended
one of the
vested
women we heard
rights.
from Patty Fox's daughter.
Got it. So, well, to not be too redundant, I'll give you a brief summary. 42-acre proposed state land division tracts encompassing 3 legally created houses. Parcels 1 and 2 are going to be TDR receiver sites through special review. We're responding to neighborhood comments by reducing residential floor area on parcels 2 and 3 to 5,750 square feet of residential floor area. conforming to applicable master plans and comprehensive plans, complying with the land use code, and offering a conservation easement in exchange for a 10-year vesting period. Thank you very much.
Thanks,
Thank
Cody.
you. Okay, Kelly had comments.
Questions? 'Cause then
Questions.
I'll hold my comments for after public comment. And this is probably for Nicole. Could any of these projects become demolition projects?
Well, the bathhouse, right?
You mean the
Not
whole-
like,
Are you
I'm just
referring
saying
to, like,
any
the
of any of the main residences on parcels 1, 2, or 3.
That would require a minor amendment to this, assuming that you approve it as an addition. We would bring that through as a minor amendment to a development permit. And I imagine Suzanne would bring that back to you.
I mean, I guess I just wonder, because some of these are increasing by such a size that does it not automatically get counted as a new development? And then what the logic that I'm just wondering is when does compliance with the current code kick in? So like we're being asked to approve 3 residences that are all within the 100-foot setback. We wouldn't do that necessarily on a new development, right?
Yeah, if they were vacant lots, they could not propose a new residence within the 100-foot setback. So we use chapter 6 for the development, right? I think you mentioned like GMQS exemption for replacement, but we also use chapter 9 for non-conforming. And for better or for worse, our non-conforming code allows you to bring back non-conformings. We don't consider if there's alternatives or anything like that. It's you were locked in with this non-conforming, and you can scrape it and replace it if an applicant elects to do that. I'll say it's great that they're keeping those especially the parcel 1, 2, and 3 house. They're all either entirely or in part in the 100-foot setback. They're not demoing that, so there's not going to be disturbance in that setback as if compared to if they were electing to scrape and replace.
Right, but there's nothing that prevents them from scraping and replace in this approval.
Well, they are held to what you're looking at today. They need to come in for permit for what was represented. If they want to change that, that's a minor amendment process. So we would have to look at that.
So even if they were to scrape and replace, there wouldn't be a requirement to get out of the 100-foot setback?
No.
Well, that's a poorly written portion of the
Yeah,
code.
you could develop within the existing footprint. You
Did you
just
know what I'm
can't
trying to get at?
expand. Yes, I did. That's why I know it.
Yes.
You just can't expand. It's my fault. You just can't expand the non-conforming use.
Except for the one-time 300 square foot expansion, which they're utilizing on parcel 2. And Kelly, I'll just say, I think staff and the Community Growth Advisory Committee, everyone wants to take a bite at the non-conforming section of our code, and we are working on that,
many
as you
reasons.
know. It's just, we can't, I'm evaluating against the way the
No,
code's
and
written
I
right
get
now.
that. It's
Yeah.
just helpful because it's just, well, what triggers the need to actually build better at what point in, the future of the property is what I'm trying to understand, I guess. Okay. My questions are a little all over the place right now, so just bear with me, please. Can I understand a little bit better the criteria relative to site disturbance as it pertains to the road realignment? I read the memo, I sort of read I'm not sure what they're required to do for that.
Well, I mean, in terms of the land use review, we just look to see, are they avoiding site constraints? The slopes that they're disturbing up the hill are close to 30%, but they're under, so that's one code section. And then the other thing we're considering is, what's the purpose? Well, one of the benefits of the road project that they're undertaking is they're bringing the road into compliance in terms of the width of the road, having pull-out areas for the fire trucks, I think the slope was probably okay with the existing, but they're ensuring that the slope is less than 10% gradient. And in terms of like construction impacts for like that regrading exercise, we really handle that when the permit comes in. If it's an access permit, our planning engineer will review a construction management plan with the person doing the work prior to any work commencing. And so they're held to that. If they violate that, then we have a whole red tag procedure that we would go down. But that's, so in terms of like this particular step, we're just looking for avoidance of site constraints and compliance with Aspen Fire's requirements.
Okay.
I do want to say that if we have any questions for Mary Elizabeth, she has a hard stop coming up soon, so any water stuff, let's get it out there. I agree.
But what are the water rights?
I mean, it's all private water rights, and that's just why I wanted her to speak, to inform you guys, so I'm not misspeaking. But
There was, I didn't understand this, I'm just taking it from one of the public comments, was that, it was being represented that the application was gonna sort of shift the locations of some of the agricultural properties, and some concern about change in use of the water to do that. And some clarity around that would, because I didn't read in any, I'm not clear where the shifting in agricultural lands is happening, or that need to do that, or availability of water to do that.
and there is no shift in historically irrigated lands, so that wasn't maybe particularly clear or apparent in the plans, and I think that that sparked the response from applicants' representatives. But that was my intention by showing the irrigated lands plan, that none of the historically irrigated lands are being reappropriated or moved anywhere. We are impacting 4.3%, but that's it. And I think that that's a net positive for downstream users, because there's actually less lands being irrigated, or less lands that are being, as represented as irrigated.
Okay, so there's not an expansion in total, there's just a reduction of that 4%.
Of
Okay.
4.3, yeah.
Okay, that's helpful.
There was talk of increased, so many, quite a large amount of square feet of new irrigated land that was going to be irrigated. And it wasn't made clear where that was going to be, but that was a concern of some of the letters.
Yeah, that was a concern, and there's confusion over data sets that were used. And so between the 23rd and this meeting, we really boned up on what's actually being irrigated and created this plan to best represent what's being irrigated, what's being impacted. We're not creating, we're not swapping or adding, we're reducing by 4.3.
Yeah, that was a good, that map with the green
Can we hear from the
part
water
was
lady
good.
before she leaves?
Thanks.
Do we have something else you want to hear from
Well,
Mary
she's
Elizabeth?
gonna leave, and so if we wanna hear about water, then this is it, right?
Yeah, and
That's correct. I'm not sure. I think I might have really covered, and I think Steve raised the issue that there was some confusion earlier about whether or not there was going to be added irrigated acreage. There's not, per Cody's slide. There's also no intent to be using the ditches or the irrigation water for anything other than irrigation. And if that were ever to change in the future, obviously the applicant or the owners at that time would have to go to water court to make that change. And then as far as the swimming pools go, as Nicole pointed out, that will be filled by trucked or haul water. I'll let Cody confirm this, but my understanding is those swimming pools are all indoors. And that being the case, that means less evaporation, which also means fewer trips by a water truck, because you would do an initial fill, clean and fill probably once, maybe twice a year, but you wouldn't have to be having somebody come up all the time to top it off, so to speak.
So the pools are indoors, which also allows them to not have to do the energy code for an outdoor
No.
pool. Heated pool, right?
There's, I think each parcel has an outdoor pool. Is that correct, Cody?
That's what I thought.
And I'm
Yeah,
happy, I would
those.
like for Cody to correct or confirm for me.
Sorry, Greg, but that's a difference in trucks hauling water. up
Let's
there.
let him confirm. They're outdoor pools.
Yeah, but again, we're gonna have to conform with the current code, so we have.
I know that, but I'm just concerned about hauling water. When you have an outdoor pool and it's a hot summer, that's a lot of water trucks. So there's an impact right there on Little Woody. But
Well, even if pools are outside, most people, because they don't want to be paying for a water truck to come up all the time, would cover that pool. You can get a, pool cover when you're not using it to also reduce the evaporation impact.
It'll be covered.
or swim in a shallow pool.
Thank you. Kelly, do you have?
Yeah, I do. And again, some of this is sort of random, sorry. So and again, I think for staff, do we not assess a road impact or school impact fee based on a state subdivision?
We'll do a road impact fee, that's at the time of building permit. And then the employee housing impact fee, those are the fees. Are there other impact fees?
There's
Those
no
are the only
school
two.
impact fee. Right, the
Well,
school
then
impact.
If we did a subdivision, there would be.
The school impact fee only applies when you're going through county subdivision
Okay.
review.
Thank you.
And the
sorry.
Kelly, wait, the road impact fee would only be Woody Creek, it wouldn't be Little Woody, because we have no control. We can't charge an impact fee on Little Woody, it's private.
It's not really calculated that way.
Okay.
It's just a generalized
Trip
impact
generation
fee
kind of
that covers sort of the impact on the county road system, not as particularized impact
Not
on
from
Woody
Picnic
Creek
Point.
Road or Little Woody Creek Road or anything like that.
Okay. Two more questions. Is this drive-through structure part of the existing structure on parcel 1?
Parcel 1 has 2 drive-through structures, they're both new. They're both proposed.
Okay, using part of the square footage of the 9,000 square foot.
Well, the sort of the interior spaces are calculated with agriculture floor area. One's a barn, the other one is part of a ag storage building, I think. And then the area underneath the covered area is actually exempt from calculation, like the spot where you would walk through.
And we don't have any design guidelines, because don't we have some design guidelines relative to like the big ranch?
Entry things?
Yeah, is this not in that school of design?
That's a really good question.
This is what we used to call a sally port. Right?
Yeah.
The issue with ranch gates is usually they want them at the property line and the height exceeds what would be allowed in a setback. So that's where we often run into, a ranch gate and if you want it right at the property line. But in terms of being clearance, so can the fire truck get through, it would, be designed to accommodate that. But so otherwise, right, same with the ranch gate. We make sure there's adequate clearance for what needs to come through. But otherwise, a ranch gate's allowed, but usually our issue is with the setback.
Okay. And then can you talk about the extent of the mitigation walls required for the alluvial fan impacts? What are we
Yeah.
talking about here? Are we talking about those giant, avalanche-looking walls that we see in certain parts of the county, or?
So I got some backup slides, which were part of my last presentation, and so am I still presenting?
Give it a shot.
No.
No, we cut you off at 5 o'clock, you had a hard stop, Cody.
Thank you. So, if we're talking geologic hazard mitigation, the blue circles show shallow mudwater flows. The red circles show, high hazard areas from alluvial fan flows. These flows are coming down through drainages on the property, as indicated by these lines, which are slope contours. So you can see it's much steeper on the hillsides, much more gradual on the valley floor. And so we have proposed house 2, and this is a hazard mitigation wall just outside the deeper high hazard flows within this blue fan where we are allowed to mitigate for geologic hazards. Same thing on parcel 3. This barn wall is going to double as a hazard mitigation wall, you know, and same as parcel 2 within this shallower blue fan. So that's the extent of hazard mitigation. We are currently in the process of reviewing this fan flow for the proposed barn on parcel 2. We actually just received a few updates from CGS on the feasibility of mitigating if necessary for that barn.
So the barn is 26 feet tall. How big is the wall on parcel 2?
Oh, so these walls.
Yeah.
That one's 4 feet high from grade.
Okay.
And then there's special like reinforcing elements to the wall.
Okay. So no,
and
they're
then
not giant avalanche walls.
Yeah, it's much more low profile than I was anticipating. And then I just want to point out that right now, that existing parcel 2 house is left there unmitigated.
Naked.
Yeah. So part of this approval is getting the mitigation required for that existing structure as well.
I'm done.
You done? Okay, we're going to Francie.
Yeah, I think, I just have a few questions. So what is the agricultural history on this property?
Well, I think Issa Kato is probably better to answer that
I mean,
than I am.
did it ever have animals, or does it just grow pasture, or and
Currently-
cut hay, or do we know?
Yeah, currently they have horses, donkeys, and that's about the extent of it. I know Laurie Stark's a passionate equestrian.
Which is not agricultural in Pickens County.
Right, and so they want to
technically
maintain
is.
the option for utilizing those irrigated lands. And I know that the owners have been tossing out ideas and are excited about pursuing that.
Pursuing horses?
No, pursuing agricultural uses, but it hasn't been established exactly what those are going to be.
So is hay cut there?
I don't believe so.
No.
Has it ever been?
I can say no, and yes, it was when my parents owned it.
Okay. And then, why do you need a TDR to go from 30-something to 5,750 feet, Nicole?
That's because the development right is established by the existing house on parcel 1 and parcel 2. Okay. Parcel 1 and 2.
I would like to recommend something to enhance this a little bit, would be a maintained trail through the conserved pieces and maybe connected through Forest Service or something, so that the other water rights owners have access past the property. And maybe that could be partly the conserved land. If it's conserved by OST, maybe OST could contribute to that, because I do think, this is not a question, this is a comment right now, but I have great sympathy for people who have houses built in their neighborhood. I understand. I would do exactly the same thing if it were in my neighborhood. I'd fight as hard as I could. However, that said, we also have to conform with what is in the land use code, and we can't just deny things. But I do think some consideration could be made for access to the national forest and access to the water and that sort of thing. So I would appreciate it if you would suggest that to the owner, that some kind of access be provided. And then, do I have another question right now? I'm confused about all the concern about the road, because clearly there were some very large houses built on that road, and equipment was able to get in and out, and it worked. And there's like 6 or something, 5 or 6 houses that are bigger than these houses that were serviced by construction vehicles. So I'm a little confused about all the concern about the road. It must be adequate because all those other houses are there. I mean, obviously it needs to be maintained, but so has the road changed in the last while, or is it just the same road that's always been there as far as we know?
Some stretches that are narrow, but I think I agree that it should just be brought back to its pre-construction. It should be assessed prior to construction and after maintained.
Kelly, did
That's
you have
all
another?
my questions.
Sorry, I did have
Thanks,
one more
Francie.
question.
I did have one more. I'm
Oh.
sorry. I'm really sorry.
No, it's okay.
What is the history of the flows in the debris area or in down the drainages? Have there been flows down there? Is there a pile of debris? Is it rocks? Is it mud? What, I mean.
How fast is it moving?
Yeah, that
it's
too.
moving very slowly through geologic time, so we might not see any substantial flows in our lifetimes. But we dug test pits to assess the concentration of soils and to see if those were glacial deposits or, what those indicate, and it's a bit above my geologic sophistication. However, those indicated the degree of mitigation necessary based on the risks and the speed of the flows. There were considerations, and essentially these models are just as good as the engineer who puts in the data. And so that was the process between CGS and Chris Wilbur and Art Mears, is sort of discussing what inputs should be going into the models that they both agree on that predict for potential catastrophic scenarios. Some of those were, an entire hillside burn of the beetle kill and 300 inches of rain and mud coming down with no anchors from existing vegetation. So
300 inches, that would be interesting.
yeah, and so we got a little bit doomsday creative, I think, or the geologists did, and I think agreed on reasonable metrics for how these models should be produced, and those were also informed by the pits. None of us can predict the future. None of us are going to be here in a million years when these flows come down. So they're to the best of our abilities.
Okay, that's good for me for now.
Great, thank you. Kelly, did you have another question?
I do.
I'm sorry to
Yeah,
interject.
please.
Can I respond to one thing about the access for other water users? Again, that already exists. There are already roads and trails on the property for access to the head gates. There aren't any head gates above or upstream of the property that I'm aware of, because the other water users, nobody's said that they have to go further up. So I just wanted to be clear that, those are the access agreements that we're working on, and folks have had access on existing, if you want to call it infrastructure, so to speak, within the parcel themselves.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I thought you were gone already, but thanks for sticking around.
So did I.
Kelly.
Can we include a condition for no further subdivision?
That's a question for Suzanne, Nicole, and Ryan.
Sure, there's a few ways to skin that cat. I've thought about that a little bit, maybe just anticipating what the board might be thinking in that regard. One way has already been suggested, which is to overlay a conservation easement over the entire property. I understand that potentially that is not desirable to the applicant in order to maintain some flexibility. I guess I would note in that regard that there is the allowance or it's typical in a lot of our conservation easements to be able to locate ag structures within portions of the property that are covered by the conservation easement. So that can be built in as we want. The other way that I was thinking about that, well, there's two other ways I was thinking about that. One would be a standalone covenant recorded against each of the properties prohibiting further subdivision. The other way that may be more simple, given that the applicant is already proposing to overlay portions of, and I'm going to get the parcels wrong, a couple of the parcels with a conservation easement,
It could be explicitly stated in the conservation easement that the acreage encumbered by that document could not be used to aggregate acreage for the purpose of further subdivision. That would be typical within the concept of the conservation easement, meaning you wouldn't be able to utilize acreage encumbered by the conservation easement to increase density on the property overall as a whole. But calling that out explicitly would make sure that the debate didn't come up at some point in the future.
Right, like I still have 20 acres.
Right, so I believe 2 of the parcels are still over 40 acres. I'm probably
Yeah.
maybe more, 3 of them.
42.
In any event, clearly they each could be subdivided further, assuming they could somehow avoid the constraints, and we've all seen some really creative property line drawings and things like that to try and fit parcels in, et cetera, et cetera. So there's a few ways to do that. So if the BoCC is willing to do that and the applicant's willing to include that concept into the overall package, then I think it can be mechanically built in a number of ways. It's just a matter of how we do it.
Or we could do like a conservation easement that restricts everything except for just under 20 acres on each place. You know what I mean? So if the activity envelopes were restricted to under 20 acres, then they couldn't subdivide any further, right? If it was conserved except for that.
I think you generally
As far
said
as
one of the
20.
concepts, which I was thinking, that the existing conservation easements could limit future subdivision, and that could just be called out.
Yeah.
Got it. If we're done here, I'm not going to add any comments right now or questions. I think mine have all been answered. I'd like to go to public comment.
Wait, can I, real quick, just rise, so the applicant could, if they chose to, have a section in the resolution that just said they agree to no further subdivision, without having my issue of conserving more property to prevent further subdivision.
No. Sorry. To the extent that the resolution were to express a condition of approval regarding no further subdivision, you would want something else, whether that's inclusion in the conservation easement concept that the applicant is currently proposing, utilization of standalone restrictions or deed restrictions or covenants against further subdivision, or overlaying the entire property with conservation easement that would essentially prohibit further subdivision because it would necessarily relocate development only in those areas that are allowed in the
But
conservation
since the proposed currently proposed conservation easement only, from what I don't have the map, is parcel 3, parcel 1 is not encumbered by any conservation easement, unless we went over onto that hillside where the critical winter habitat is.
Right, and so I
Not seeing the
acknowledge I'm
property.
going to get the parcels wrong. I don't
Not
have
seeing
them
the
up in
parcels
front of
in
me.
front of me, I don't have the map.
You would need essentially you'd need a conservation easement to
It captures the-
touch each parcel essentially to do that, or have again a standalone covenant against further subdivision on one of the properties.
Okay, I'm going to go to Glenn, and then we'll open it up.
I just have a question, Arai.
Sure.
I mean, could the applicant just voluntarily say there'll be no further subdivision of the 3 parcels and covenant the land to that effect?
100%.
Okay.
Yeah.
If there was a
That
covenant,
was
you
an
just couldn't
easier
say
way
it.
of saying what I just said 3 times. Not as good.
Okay, because it just seems like the easiest way to get there rather than.
That's fine with, from my perspective, that's fine. And if that's more palatable to the applicant, it's probably the cleanest way to do it.
I would like to see conservation easement extended, but I will accept if we decide to go in a
Yeah, we don't have
covenant,
any authority,
nothing.
Cody and I, to commit
Understood.
to that, but it's something that we can share with the applicant.
Thanks, Glenn.
I think you can safely let the applicant know that the board would really appreciate that, and I think that we'd have, if not unanimous, very close to it, support.
And one other quick thing that I don't know when this will come up, the use of TDRs. We've had some issues with people getting a TDR and only using X amount of square feet, and then wanting to do something else at some other point. Is there any way we can say you get a TDR and you use it for 2,000 square feet, you're done, that TDR is done?
You could break up the TDRs into 4 or 5.
We don't have that in our
We
code
can't.
yet.
I
so-
think Cody was ribbing you a little bit there.
Did you see the look on his face?
Yes.
I did, but
Sorry,
Suzanne,
sorry.
right? We don't have any way to subdivide couple
We're not
TDRs
fractionalizing
yet.
Can we just clarify that that is retired? Like
Yeah,
if a
that's-
TDR is
thank you,
landed,
Kelly.
that is it. It is whatever whatever square
Just been
footage
through this.
it's approved with. It doesn't.
Just trying to avoid a
the
future
extra is
situation.
not available for future use.
So in the case of, I mean, the 2 lots, well, I think, sorry, I just turned it off. And Cody would have to correct me on how many TDRs they need, but I mean, I think, the 2 properties, they're using the full 5750. I guess there's a question of, is there a little bit left over? In no case will they exceed the floor areas they're representing.
Right, I know that,
5750
but
on
what are they
2
gonna
and
do with the
9250.
leftover?
Yeah, but
If you can't exceed the floor area that's approved, you can't do anything with it. You can't alienate that chunk of TDR from the property and send it down the
Forever.
road or something.
Yeah, we want that to
Forever.
be clean. And the
Yes.
other thing is, each parcel will need a TDR, is my
And
understanding.
unless you all change the code in the future to allow that to happen, so I shouldn't say
It
forever.
does not.
yeah, I get you.
Yeah,
One
The way it's
needs
written
2,
now.
correct.
Parcel
Two
one
needs
needs-
1.
Yeah, you got it.
Now, is that confusing or what?
Yeah, so, and I think this table is not totally correct, so.
Parcel 1
two-
needs 2 TDRs,
Yeah.
parcel 2 needs
So
1
2
TDR.
TDRs is 5,000 square feet, so you can see they're
Right, right.
forfeiting over 1,000. And then, whoops, I should say 5750, sorry about that. So, and then just a little
We
forfeit
just need to
on.
find a way to retire any residual square footage from TDRs at the end of the day.
Agreed.
Okay. Anything
Greg.
more from comments for you before we open it up?
Sorry.
Okay, let's thank you. I'm going to open this up to public comment. And if there's anybody online, *9 to raise your hand. And if there's anybody in the room, we'll take comment. The young mother. Come on down. I saw that.
You can bring the baby in. He can come in.
You're gonna go trade
He's gonna do some chatting.
Patty. You're gonna trade
This
Patty.
is
with-
recorded
take the
forever. He should be sitting there like, drawing on the table or something.
Okay, let's go to the, I gotta
Okay.
pick up a dog and
Thank
get
you.
out of here.
Tell me, you have to start with your name, please.
My name is Ariana Fox. My husband Matt and I live in Woody Creek, and our family has pretty deep roots there. We have owned land since the 1960s.
Is her mic
Oh,
on?
just make the red light.
And
go
also,
green.
if you could project more into the room. These don't project in the room.
Yeah.
So
Just
if
yell
you
at
want
us
us to
with
hear
your
you, you
chest.
just have to be
I'm
louder.
soft-spoken, but I'll try harder. Okay, do you want me to start over?
Please, go ahead.
Great. My name is Ariana Fox. My husband Matt and I live in Woody Creek. Our family has deep roots here going back to the 1960s, and so I feel a profound responsibility to protect this place that I also have come to love. I'm here today to speak on the wildlife implications of this project, specifically its impact on elk and mule deer habitat. The application for the Beljack Blue development includes a wildlife assessment conducted by Jonathan Losky, and which I understand is you. Hi. This initiated in 2021 and completed in 2022. At that time, it was clear the development would directly impact elk and mule deer winter habitat. Since that 2021 assessment, CPW has updated their habitat maps in 2023, revealing a dramatic increase in the constrained areas of this development. According to the updated 2023 maps, the entire Beljack Blue development now falls within critical wildlife habitat protected under Pitkin County Land Use Code. Specifically, all 3 proposed development sites sit inside or within the 1/4 mile buffer for winter concentration areas for elk and mule deer and production areas for elk. These areas are designated as constrained areas in Section 72070 of the County Code, underscoring their ecological importance. Section 72070D of the Code establishes a mandatory 1/4 mile buffer between any development and designated wildlife habitat. None of these proposed developments meet this buffer requirement. Furthermore, Section 72070F explicitly prohibits development within both winter concentration and production areas. Sites 1 and 2 fall directly within these zones. As Matt Yamashita, District Wildlife Manager, highlighted to the board in December of 2023, Pitkin area elk herds are highly vulnerable. In that presentation, he commented that the number one takeaway for the board should be the declining calf-cow ratio of our herds. The E16 herd relevant to this project has a calf-to-cow ratio of only 36 calves per 100 cows, well below their sustainable level of 44 to 45 calves. While the causes are multifaceted, development and loss of habitat plays a significant role in this equation. The preservation of production areas and winter habitat are key for young calves to survive their first year. The CPW's 10-year study on the area herds clearly states that conservation of any remaining winter range habitat as well as calving area is imperative. While the applicant has proposed 2 conservation areas on the property, only a small portion protects the critical habitats identified by CPW. The applicant has also requested a 10-year vesting period to build within a significant part of that area. Overall, this is an insufficient effort. Conservation must focus on upholding the actual use pattern of wildlife, which any new development in this area would fragment. It's not adequate to create a conservation area adjacent to the winter concentration or production habitats, or to protect these areas now only to build on them later. In light of the updated wildlife designations and clear conflicts between the proposal and Pitkin County Land Use Code, I would strongly urge the board to completely reject this development application. Preserving these critical habitats is essential not only for sustaining local wildlife populations, but also for upholding our county's commitment to responsible land stewardship. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Ariana. Other public comment?
Hi, can you hear me?
We can
Okay,
hear you,
good.
just yell at us. Yeah.
I'm Issa Caddo, and I would actually like to speak a little bit to that elk corridor. The elk congregate on our property, which is there a map?
I can put one up.
That we could look, which is right above parcel 1. And the elk, my mother and I let down our fences so that the elk could come down from the area which the Scanlons now own and then is National Forest. And they come down through our property and go and graze and then get the water from the creek, and then there's another pond. So that is a direct corridor right there. And it's critical habitat for the winter elk. So I would think that that would be where one should build the least, which would be parcel 1. And I also wanted to know if you want to know about because the question that Cody keeps bringing up is why my parents did not put the property in conservation easement. And I'm happy to share that if you think that's pertinent.
I'd like to hear it.
Go right ahead. We've got a couple of minutes.
It was in the process. Then my mother was diagnosed with terminal cancer. She died. My father was absolutely heartbroken and never returned to the property after she died and just couldn't face it. Then my sister died, and my remaining siblings decided to sell the property, which was in a foundation, didn't benefit us personally. And that's why. It was my mother, as some of you may know, was a very strong conservationist. So this was not some character flaw. This was life getting in the way. So I just did want to clarify that, that they valued that place. They loved the wild orchids that lived along the stream. And that is pretty much all I, and one, to your point, Francine, there is a trail up there. We have water rights that the Starks haven't let us get to. It's called the Lefevre Spring on the trail. So there's an existing trail that the neighborhood did use historically that goes right into National Forest land. There's an old cabin, there used to be, because it was part of a ranger's cabin up there. So that's...
Does it go through that property, or is it all on
Yes,
National
you
Forest?
access it. You weren't on the site visit. There are these two, at the very end of the property, it connects into that trail system. So you walk, the neighbors would traditionally walk up the road, and hit the trail system.
Could you
from
show
there.
us on the map where that is?
So you mean they
Cody
would
or
walk up the
someone?
road that exists to access the houses that are on that property now?
Right, the Little Woody Creek Road, and then they'd go past the old caretaker's cabin.
And then up past, all the way up past parcel 3.
So it's at the end of parcel 3, and there used to be a trail system because it, obviously the ranger's cabin was up there. So everybody would go up there and walk and ride their horses.
So you're putting, you have a water right that would allow you to still use that trail?
I have 3, we have 3 water rights, but we have not, there's been some issues there.
Right, so is this something that the attorneys are discussing, that water right?
We have not gone there yet, but because we don't use a ton of water, and we haven't tapped into all of our 2 other existing water rights. But yes, that will probably proceed.
Don't be saying that.
Thank you.
Oh, I know. No.
They're
I
using
mean,
it for
Especially in public record.
oh, okay. Well, scratch that. But no, the one is the Davignon, which was called on, and the Lefebvre is up there as well.
If I could ask Keith a question that might be more pertinent. You said there was a Forest Service cabin. Is there a Forest Service easement through the property?
You know, I don't know, and that's an excellent question. The cabin was pretty much in ruins by the time we sold the property. But there was, I did find in the library a picture of it, but I didn't look to see any other historical designation.
Or if the Forest Service still has access up the road.
They might. Now, the
might.
reason I ask is
Mhm.
this
Probably
is
do.
so many parallels to the ranch we had.
Yeah.
That there was a Forest Service easement going through our property, the public trail going through our property that, a lot of similarities. Other people's ditches had gates on our property. Lots of similarities, so,
Yes, absolutely.
yeah. Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, Daniel, come on down.
Hello, I'm Daniel Shaw, Isa's husband, and I just wanted to clarify a couple things. First of all, on that water right, we do use the D'Avignon ditch. What Isa meant to say is that it's often called, we don't get to use it very often because it bypasses. It's when it's called, actually, and it's not much of one, and we do use it as part of irrigation when we're allowed to. It's just not, that's pretty rare though. So just wanted to clarify that. And Francis, I wanted to answer your thoughts about the road and why it's such a big deal. Yes, people have built big houses on our road for sure, absolutely. And for a new house, except at the very bottom of the road, which didn't impact traffic, obviously, or people on the rest of the road, there hasn't been a new house built up there in 20 years. And since in that time, a lot more of us are living, a lot more people, we've been there year round since, but a lot more people are living on the road year round. They are there, they've had grandkids. There's a lot more people there than there used to be. And so the impact of years of construction will be, and no one's ever built anything like this, even if in the aggregate, and believe me, we appreciate the reduction of square footage in the houses, we really do. But still the aggregate square footage and the aggregate amount of construction there's going to be, especially with pools and cement trucks and the water trucks and everything, is still undeniably massive. And it will just impact more people because it's also going the whole length of the road. And all of that traffic is going to be going the entire length of the road and affect everyone with the noise and being able to walk that, which we all do regularly on a regular basis, which people, to be honest, didn't do before very much, but now they do. It's really changed up there to become much more of a cohesive actual neighborhood, much for the better, in our opinion. So I just wanted to point that out, and that's that's basically it. That there's never been anything on this scale, despite the size of some of the actual houses. So just wanted to make that clear. And we've and on another level, and we've lived through renovations that the Starks have done, and they went so over time and took so much longer than they initially were supposed to. And we just fear that this is going to be a similar situation, building 3 houses and all these outbuildings, because we've also heard stories from their neighbors in California about construction that they've done that has not gone well with the neighbors. And so we just have to express all this and give it to your attention. So, and I think, and to your point, Steve, they're not just part-time residents, they're really never here. We've never met them since they bought the property in 2015. We've never met any of these kids who are going to be inheriting these houses. That's, so that's all. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Daniel.
Thanks, Daniel.
Other comments? Come on down.
Hi, my name's Alan Jones. I just have a brief comment from the caucus. That we really hope that you find a way to accommodate the Starks and the neighbors' concerns. Our biggest concerns are the elk herd and any possible water coming off the construction site into Woody Creek. We really want to make sure we get the fishing, keep the fishing the way it is. And you had the comments relative to the master plan. We would really encourage some kind of one of these solutions to prevent further subdivision of the lots. And we are very concerned about the traffic and the length of time that the development will occur. There's been this. There's a rehab of a house on Lower River Road. It's been going on for 3 or 4 years. I can't. It's been going on a long time. And it's just unsightly. There's garbage on the road from the construction, and so we're very, very hopeful that that you'll come to a wise decision about this whole development. That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Alan. Other comments? Come on down. Yep.
Hi, I'm Moore Huffman. I live on Little Woody Creek Road. I just had a comment to make that when Cody was doing the residential square footage comparisons, that wasn't quite accurate. He was comparing our residential footage plus caretaker unit and combining those as residential square footage. And in describing what they're proposing of the 5,700 square foot, so he was comparing apples to oranges on that issue. So that's just what I wanted to say on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I just clarify that?
Patty.
I thought the 57, the square footage included the included the CDU.
Yeah, ADUs
Yeah,
and whatnot?
that was included in Cody's square footage.
Was it?
Yeah.
My mistake then.
I just wanted, we're not sure about the ag square footage.
Other comment, questions, comments? Questions or comments? I don't see any hands up online. Let's just check online. I see a hand up online. David Wesson. David, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear. Can you hear me?
I think so. I may have to turn you up a bit. Go ahead.
Yeah, if you can hear me. So
Yep.
I'm David Wesson. I live on Little Woody Creek, and sorry I couldn't be there in person. I just wanted to bring up one other issue that hasn't been brought up, and that is during this. I really appreciate, first off, Vince, the size of the project being brought down, that's very positive. I'm really super concerned about fire hazard on that road as well, and that everybody on that road. There's a lot of risk around fire, and so really probably keeping the project in terms of a timely getting it done, I think is really important. Like dragging this thing out for, I've heard maybe 5 years or something like that, just seems outlandish to me. Not only is it disruptive to our life, but also I think it increases the risk and the safety issues on the road. So I really just wanted to say that. So I appreciate everything else. And so thanks so much.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Okay, other comments, questions? Anybody else? Hands up. I don't see anyone online. I don't see anyone else in the room. I'm going to bring it back to the board.
I definitely have questions.
Okay, Francie.
Suzanne, this is a question for you. So when we saw the Turnabout Ranch proposals, or maybe it's for you too, Glenn, and the Cattlemen's Association property up near Redstone, we were given really clear maps of where the critical habitat was for elk, and they were excluded from any kind of development. And, you know, we had maps that overlaid, and they showed all the possible runoff areas and all the elk habitat. And we don't have that with this. We don't have the whole. I'm just wondering why.
So obviously Jonathan Losky provided a report, and maybe other people can probably speak more to that. I'm sure that includes the maps that show all of the wildlife habitat. I mean, the habitat impacts pretty much all of Woody Creek Road, all of
Right.
the existing residences. So, you know, there's a consideration obviously for the existing development, and that it's already creating an impact. And so we talk a lot about the area of, impact from that, the
Right.
zone
And
of
the
influence.
quarter-mile buffer and everything?
Well, there's a buffer, but again, we're working off of there being existing houses, existing development in that area. So that is definitely a consideration. But in terms of addressing the question of the mapping, well, right, Jonathan's,
Yeah,
excuse me
thanks.
here, but that would be, I mean, there is a wildlife report, definitely in
I
the
read the
application
whole
with-
packet through before, but I didn't see those really clear maps of the quarter-mile buffer and stuff that we saw with those other properties.
So,
Jonathan.
yeah, I looked back at.
Oh, tell me your name. You got to log in.
Losky, Colorado Wildlife Science.
Thank you.
And yes, I wrote this report originally, I think in 2019 or 2020, and revised it a few times. But and so I've been visiting this property for a long time. Originally with Randy Cote, then Kevin Wright, and then Curtis Tesh, and the people keep bandying about this term critical wildlife habitat, which really isn't applicable. The most important wildlife habitat in this area is up on, for those of you who went on the site visits, those southerly facing slopes up above Little Woody Creek. If you can picture, on one side you've got that dark timber, the Doug fir, which is more northerly facing, and then the other side it's sagebrush and bitterbrush and mountain mahogany, because it gets baked all winter long and it stays free of snow. That area is mapped as a mule deer winter concentration area, and the winter range for elk encompasses just about all of Little Woody Creek and is about 14 million acres, the winter range. That's not considered a limiting factor in this area, and limiting factors are those that constrain the population. The woman that was here earlier was talking about Yamashita's presentation to you guys, and yes, this elk herd is doing very poorly. The limiting factors for the elk herd in this area tend to be winter concentration area, severe winter range, production habitat or calving habitat, but also in some areas migration corridors, which are either constrained by topography, like a saddle, or because of development. It's all developed on each side. Like picture the Brush Creek Valley. In between development, that's where you'll have a migration corridor. So elk are on upper Little Woody Creek. all winter long. And in the lighter winters, they're going to be down in the hay fields where they can get to the hay. Deer are there in the non-winter months in the valley floor, but then have to be up on those slopes because the snow is too deep on the valley floor for them. So if you think of it, Cody said that this is 137 acres. There's 2 existing homes. There's 1 new proposed home. The proposed home is on the upper parcel, correct? And that's where the conservation easement is being proposed. When Curtis and I were out there and we visited on the property a couple of times, we agreed that that you've got 2 existing residences, a bunch of existing structures and areas of human activity. Both of us agreed that the new home should be clustered down low with the existing homes to the greatest extent possible, and we recommended that the conservation easement then get put on that upper part. And for those of you, again, who were on that site visit, that upper part is a really healthy, barely impacted aspen riparian system. And although it's probably not used as elk calving, it probably is used for rearing, as well as habitat for lots of other animals. And as I said, there's plenty of mule deer in there throughout the non-winter months. So that is why both Curtis and I recommended that under the land use code, there's a 1/4 mile buffer from the winter concentration area, and that's the only one that would have affected this. But the land use code also allows, based on the recommendations of wildlife experts, that constraint can be reduced. And we felt that this is a previously developed property. They were clustering development. It's adjacent to other residential development, that it wasn't warranted. So that's why.
That helps me so much. Thank you, Jonathan.
Yep.
Really appreciate it.
Hold on, Jonathan.
Well, maybe not for Jonathan, it might be for Suzanne or Nicole. I
Perhaps
think
a
just
little
a
bit.
follow-up
Kelly.
concern, I think what I'm a little more confused in some ways, that if this development's within, the buffer is irrelevant because it's in the
Everything's in
the
in
zones
the-
of concern, right? So worrying about the buffer seems irrelevant, but what in our code allows us to approve expanded development rather than retention of current development when there's wildlife impacts?
In those buffer zones.
Right.
I mean, we just have to review it. It does not speak to that. The code doesn't say if you have existing development in whatever habitat it might be, winter rain, critical production, whatever that might be. It doesn't say, no additional development, no expansion of existing development. We always have to do the analysis and rely a lot on CPW or other wildlife experts to go, there's already this existing disturbance.
Yeah.
Is what is being proposed going to increase the disturbance on the habitat? There's already activity that goes on with any house that's there, the agricultural buildings. So that's the analysis where we're really relying on the experts and then referring that out to CPW to really look at what is the existing impact and are we creating additional impact or not, or how best to mitigate for that or reduce impacts, whatever that might be. But there isn't a hard and fast in the code that says, that may have been built at some point, but now, if the habitat's changed or anything, that there is no expansion of that. That's where we have to basically look at it and go, what is the impact, and rely on the experts.
It's really helpful because it explains the difference between the 2 other places that I mentioned, which didn't have significant impacts already, particularly the Prince Creek place. So, yeah.
And one way to think about it, Kelly, is that, and you've probably seen in my reports before where we discuss the zone of influence. We consider something clustered if those zones of influence overlap, reducing the potential impact. And the zones of influence extending from the remodels, the expansions of these houses does not extend up into the winter concentration area, up onto those slopes. That was one of the things that, as I said, Randy, Kevin, Curtis, and I all felt was that nothing should be built on that other side of the road where it is, quote unquote, critical habitat, where if that was disturbed and reduced the effectiveness of the winter concentration area, that had the potential to negatively affect herd survival. Whereas winter range, the loss of winter range from the minimal from the expansion of those two houses and the one house, where again 14 million acres is not significant, but the winter concentration area is only about 2,000 acres, so any loss of that would be more significant.
And so the tacit conclusion then is a redevelopment of 1,100 acres is equivalent to the redevelopment of 9,250 in terms of
square footage,
impact.
you mean?
Yeah, I'm just, because that's what, I guess the way I'm thinking of this is, well, why wouldn't the code, or why wouldn't we just approve what's already there, since it's in a zone of concern, as opposed to, a redevelopment of what's already there, as opposed to an expansion, and that's why I'm trying to just dig into what is the code saying that the boundaries of those decisions that we make are relative to that. But so that's the conclusion I'm, based on what you're saying, if we approve this as it is, then that's the conclusion we're making.
Well, one other way to think about it is, in terms of square footage, it's not the square footage itself, it's the human activity. And I use the example all the time of Wildcat versus Brush Creek Village. Wildcat, you have, 15,000 square foot houses on 500 acres each, and Wildcat is essentially a wildlife refuge. Versus Brush Creek Village, you have smaller houses, but it's a gauntlet for wildlife, and it's ineffective habitat. So, not from socioeconomic perspectives, but from a wildlife perspective, I'd always rather have a bigger house clustered with other development than smaller houses spread across the landscape.
For sure. I'd rather have smaller houses with people living in them.
Well, that's
Well,
that's why I said I'm not commenting about socioeconomics.
May I?
Patty.
I want to try and get us, do you mind if I
Please.
try and get us moving forward? I think we need to further clarify at some point the access up a road. If there's an existing trail to access that, I think we need clarification of that. I think we need to have a manner in which to ensure the TDR remaining leftover square footage is retired in perpetuity. I think we need to come up with which we want to do to prevent further subdivision. I would like to see a conservation easement extended across the road onto that sagebrush, mahogany area, because I think that kills two birds with one stone. It protects that habitat, and it would prevent further subdivision. Or if the applicant wants to bring back in the attorneys agree on a covenant to restrict further subdivision, that's the other option. And I think we need to have clarification over the baseline of the existing Little Woody Creek Road condition, and where the neighbors and the people who are the users and quote-unquote the owners of that road, that private road, want that road to be returned to after construction. And then at some point, we'll need to talk about whether the board wants to even allot 3 TDRs, and or whether the board wants to, TDRs, what was the other thing we had that the board could move forward, but something else, I just brain faded it. But so to me, it would appear that we would need to continue this to have this further information brought back to us. I know you don't want to do that, but I'm not comfortable moving forward with these unanswered questions. Oh, and I think it sounds to me like the access to the head gates in the ditch is already ensured. That's not up to the BoCC, since we're not parties to the irrigation to the ditch, or technically to the road. But I think that we need to have some of those things further vetted until I'm comfortable moving this forward.
Great,
And I
I
have
appreciate
one,
what
one
you're
more
saying.
thing I'd like to have vetted, although it might be in the code already, and that is mitigation for effects to the creek. I think that's probably already in the code, that none of the construction, like gypsum, dust and stuff like that can go into the creek. I'm pretty sure you have to put out those straw things and stuff anyway, but just in case it's not, that would be another one that I would like to make sure is mitigated.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Steve.
So, question for Suzanne, or maybe Nicole. If they don't do a development on one of the lots, can they leave the non-conforming structures there? For instance, on lot 3, if they weren't going to do anything on lot 3, besides just rearranging a lot line adjustment to make them all the 42 acres, kind of a thing, could they leave the building that's 2 feet away from the Forest Service boundary, or would they still be required at this point to remove that?
Wait, can I just clarify, non-conforming or not permitted?
Right.
There's a difference.
Right,
Well-
yeah. If it's legally created.
It wasn't
but
legally created
If it
and
wasn't
it's
legally created, it never had a permit, no,
It's gotta
those
go.
would be removed.
At this point, they have to remove that no matter whether they do any development in there or not, or?
I mean, now that we've actually sorted out what is.
You're fully aware
is
of the whole situation at this
right.
point.
I mean, that's, again, it took this application to figure that out, so I think, right, if they were to walk away, yes, we could proceed with notice of violation on removal of unpermitted structures.
Yeah, when I saw the
But-
lot 3, it was like, this is perfect, everything's perfect. Why would you want to change anything there? I didn't realize the Forest Service boundary was like right there, but that's why I was asking the question.
So and some of, like, the houses are legally created non-conforming, but, they can obviously
okay.
remain, but.
And some of the structures are not permitted.
So I was going to suggest that we need to continue this. I like the points that you brought up to look into
Feel
further
free
because.
to add to them.
Yeah,
Don't subtract, you can add.
That was
got a few.
things I had been thinking of, that if we were gonna vote tonight, I would just vote no on the application, because I'm so, my brain is so tired and worn out, and I can't think through the conditions without
Having it in
sleeping
front
on
of us.
them and having another look at them.
Thanks.
And in a meeting when we're fresh, I could look at the conditions and, help concoct a good solution.
Well, also, I think the representatives
you.
probably need to go back to the applicant and vet some of these things, unless you have total power.
Okay, I'm going to give it to Kelly now.
No, I agree. I think that there's fundamental changes here from the resolution initially presented to us that we have to see an updated and refreshed resolution to vote on. I would like to ask the folks that went on the site visit, I'm still hung up on this Sallyport or whatever, this carriage house looking thing that you drive through to get into the property.
Drive-through structure.
Yeah.
Why?
My guess is that conform with the character of the area in terms of that type of design feature. It's hard for me to sort of see how that is an appropriate design for this property, but I didn't go, so I was curious
Steve and I were kind of at the back of the crowd, and I don't remember a specific conversation.
We didn't even talk
But
about that.
it's
as far
not
as I know.
actually part of the application, having a Sallyport. It doesn't say it's gonna have drive-through, does it?
Yeah, there's criteria that we have to approve for the drive-through structure.
And it's new.
Yeah,
It's not an
there's
existing-
Can you
two drive-through
pull up a
structures. that-
picture of that for
I
us?
just, I bailed on the
disconnected.
meeting
Is there a
on
purpose
accident.
for
Are you
that?
still on? Maybe you can pull up the site plan to
Anyway,
show those two
maybe this
structures.
is something we revisit
That's a good purpose.
after a continued meeting.
I don't know,
And then
maybe
I
like-
just, you guys know I've been sticklers about trucking water. I just think, I don't want the pools. I don't think we should be approving trucking of water for any reason. I opposed it when it came up in conversation relative to turnabout, if they were gonna have enough water to water their horses, it seems like a really irresponsible thing to approve.
Especially for people who don't
Thanks,
live there.
Kelly.
Yeah.
Okay,
I could be comfortable with the pool indoors that would have less trucking, but outdoors would be, even with a cover with evaporation factors, as we know from studying reservoirs and evaporation from even ditches, it's pretty significant.
So if I had that property, I would not have a pool. I would go in the pond, which maybe is, I don't know how deep it is. It's probably
You'd be
has,
breaching the setback.
probably has leeches in it and all sorts of stuff, but that's the water I would be going into.
I'd like to see the development come back. with
I'm gonna,
rules.
I think, what I'm hearing is that we want to see some things come back to us. I was concerned, just hearing Issa's comments about what may or may not be a water right at the top end of the conservation easement area at the north end. It sounds like that hasn't been resolved, and I'm going to give you all time to sort that out because it just doesn't seem like it makes sense to do any approval before we understand the entire situation. So I'm certainly in favor of continuing. The extended, the building schedule, some people think it ought to be spread out long enough that you soften the pain. Others think it should be done quickly. We don't really know what the applicant really wants to do there. It would be nice to have a construction schedule that we understand at the absolute best of their knowledge. We didn't really talk about fire egress. I'm sure that's included when any of the plans will be submitted. I really do appreciate the sentiments I've seen on either a covenant or some explicit requirement that there be no further subdivision. And I think that would probably be necessary for my approval for it. I love the idea that the neighbors could still walk up the property, but understanding people have property rights. But if they do have a water right and they can walk the ditch, then in the trail to the ditch, that's something that I wasn't clear on. So I want to understand that. I think I mentioned that already.
Greg, can I ask for a point of clarification what you just said about the?
Hold on just a second. Let me make sure that.
Okay, it ties right to what you just
okay,
said.
go ahead, Patty.
Well,
That's it for
the
me.
road all the way to parcel 3 is Little Woody, isn't it? Is that still the private road, or does it become their long driveway with driveway offshoots? It's clarified for me.
There's an access easement along Little Woody Creek Road that terminates. It goes a ways up a bit past parcel 1, for which that access easement is for the benefit of the users of Woody Creek Road. After that access easement ends, it's a
Like
private
the parcel
road.
2 and parcel 3 would be private.
Correct.
So it's like a driveway with driveways off of it.
Correct, and there's been conversation about the gate, restricting access to that access easement. There's been conversation about parties either unaware or withholding access to the ditches and the water rights, and that has been communicated to the applicant's attorney. They're, negotiating and discussing the scope so that everybody's clear, and we are encouraging neighborly discord, which may or may not have taken place unaware of
Right.
us
So maybe we just need that
planners.
clarified coming back to us a little more.
And so yeah, and I do just want to make clear that the water issues are a private matter, and so while I want to see them resolved too,
The water use issues, but the clarity of the water, which then flows into Woody
right.
Creek, is.
Correct.
But he means water rights.
Water
Yes,
rights,
yeah.
yeah.
Not
Right.
our business.
I'm expanding water.
It sounds like we have assertions about different understandings of water rights, and I'd love to have
It's
as
a
much
state
clarity
issue.
on that as possible. It's not it'd be nice if we could help clear that up before we make a decision, that would be a good thing.
Sure.
So, Mr. Chair.
So, if you'd like to make a proposal.
I would like to
Need a
make
date,
a
though.
motion to
Suzanne's looking, I
continue.
think.
We need to continue to a date certain. We have December 18th. I'm not suggesting.
That's not
that-
enough time, I don't think.
And the next date would be January the 8th of 2025.
I mean,
I want to look to those guys too. in
Yeah,
terms
'cause of the
what
holidays,
sort
I
of
don't know.
Information.
Nicole,
yeah, I
I
think
saw you
that
taking notes.
there's
You've got
some
everything.
reality that the applicant team might take up until a certain day to get their revised materials to me. I can't flip a packet to you immediately.
But
So
that's
I
what I'm
need to
saying.
build
I'm
in
ruling
that
out because our
time, too,
next meeting is the 4th
of
of December.
December.
Oh, yeah, that is
I know,
unrealistic.
I didn't even give that one. The
Yeah.
18th is right before the holiday.
Well, and the 8th comes right after the holiday, which is.
So we could
always-
continue.
No, I mean, I think that's, I mean, it's the reality of, right, like.
So we
who's
could
getting what done
continue
over
it
the-
to the 8th, knowing we're gonna continue it from there, or
of
we
January.
could.
No, I'd
go
rather
f-
just get everything together that we need.
We were thinking 18th is a
Of December?
December or January?
Too soon, okay.
Of December. We can always continue again.
Yeah, I think we should go with the 8th, because we have to produce
The 18th. I
information.
agree.
The
8th
8th
of
of January.
8th of
Thank you.
January.
And Nicole, you know, she's got other work. She needs to turn around a memo and resolution, so I think the 8th is more reasonable.
And that means I
So-
need to have my packet ready on New Year's Eve.
Yeah.
I don't
Right.
think that's realistic.
Yeah.
So,
Sorry.
I mean,
just so,
that first meeting's always a problem for everybody.
So in other
I
words, the
think, to
8th
try-
doesn't work for you.
No.
So we're going
The
to
8th
go a
is
week
also
beyond
the
that.
day that.
Steve
when
will
I
back
think,
here.
I
Turnover
think
will be,
the 8th is my last meeting.
But and I
No,
don't
it's
know.
If we
not.
didn't finish
Oh,
it,
it is your last regular meeting.
no, my last regular meeting, if
That
we didn't
puts us
finish,
into
if
the
we had to
20s.
continue it, then it would be Jeffrey who would have to be brought up
Pick
to
up the-
speed
yeah.
on everything,
May scare somebody.
on the
yeah.
decision.
So
So it's
what
the
am I
8th
hearing from
or the-
Nicole and Suzanne?
18th, it's the 8th or the 22nd of
It's the
January.
22nd.
January
8th is not-
22nd.
Right, it's not, I can't.
Okay, do I have a motion?
I made a motion to continue to January the 22nd. Sorry, Steve, you can watch on TV, 2025.
I'll second.
We have a second from Kelly. All in favor?
Aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank
Okay,
you.
thank you guys, thank you guys for
I
coming.
wanted to say, I was impressed by the concessions that you all brought to us today. The reduction of house size, I think I did not expect that, and it tells me you're listening. The biggest fear I have is that we don't know who the neighbors are, or the neighbors don't know who these people are, or what the real intent is, and of course, that's scary in a neighborhood, especially with a track record. There's not much you can do for us regarding being neighborly, but it seems like progress is being made, and so I know you'll take all this back from us, and Nicole has the long list of important topics. And is there anything else you want from us?
I can tell you that I've had conversations with the owners, and they're very good, nice people, and I will encourage them to.
Maybe they can
show
come on the
face.
22nd.
Yeah.
That would be nice.
That'd be
Cody,
great.
you did a really nice job with the presentation today.
Yeah,
Thank
yeah,
you.
good job, Cody.
Glenn, you did a really nice
You
job.
learned well.
Keeping quiet.
So you all have one more item on your agenda that you need
Yes,
to continue.
we do. We're gonna
I'll
keep
make a
moving,
motion
folks.
to continue.
Do we have to do a public hearing on that?
Yeah, you do have to open it, but
Okay.
I can make a motion, you can
You
still.
make a motion, we'll do it.
I'm gonna make a motion to continue the NMP Resident Trust SEP. God, there's a lot of acronyms.
West Buttermilk Pfister Tracks 1 and 2.
I'll second.
We have a second. Further discussion? None here. I'm
I
gonna open it
didn't
to
even
public
get,
comment.
wait,
Open the public hearing.
wait.
We're done.
I'm
We're
continuing
way
it
beyond you.
until the 4th of December.
Right, and there is an ordinance and a resolution, just to be clear,
Both
both
the
of
We've gotta vote
ordinance
on
and the
both.
resolution, and Greg, please
I'm
open
going to
the
open the
public hearing.
public comment for both the ordinance and the resolution. Is there anyone online? Because there's no one in the room. If you're wanting to talk on this topic.
I'll vote on it right now. Are you ready?
It's *9 to raise your hand. I'm going to give you 30 seconds. And no one else is in the room. Okay, I'm bringing it back. Regarding the ordinance, rezoning 1 and 2 with PUD overlay, all in favor?
Continue separately?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Say aye,
Regarding-
Patty.
re-
Aye, but we only made one motion.
The second motion will be for the reso. Please, somebody, motion? I'll
So
make the
moved.
motion.
I move to continue the resolution until December
Thank you.
4th.
Thank you.
Aye.
We've got a first, we got a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, and we're out of here at 6:16.
Is anybody doing
Not
open
doing
discussion?
Open discussion.
We have no open discussion?
We don't, I do. I want to know if the board wants to consider some letter of support or whatever we would write about the Forest Service budget cuts, removing position, freezing hiring, and eliminating our ability to pay for Forest Service people to help with enforcement on our open space properties.
When I see one.
No, but I don't want to have, not
You
going
want
to
us to
direct
draft
anybody to
one.
draft
We
one
want a
until I
draft one.
think, does the board want us to have staff look into that?
I think that's a great idea.
So I don't know where John Peacock is to pass that along.
Somebody will pass it along for us.
I'll send him an email right now.
Right.
So
Now, you're saying that we couldn't contribute funding to cover it? Is that
No,
a
the
change,
Forest
a rule
Service
change?
is saying they're doing a hiring freeze, and that means they're not hiring even if we pay for it, is my
I
understanding.
read it, I didn't see where it said.
I
even
didn't
if we
see
pay
that.
for it.
I think
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thanks,
Good idea,
Andorra.
Patty.
I
Thank you.
had one,
We're out of here.
You have another?
Sorry.
well, but John's not here. I want to know if the city appointed anybody to
yeah.
or to
Oh.
APCHA.
Yeah. That's good.